taking place in terms of what's going to be happening. There are going to be carnival costumes taking place. It's going to be a real packed atmosphere today. So trust me, come on up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Once you're listening to Platinum FM 97.9 and ABS Radio, the place to be is the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh, as we speak, they are 50 for 2. As I said, good morning once again in a very big way to Mali. Mali, your thoughts? What do you think is going to be happening today? First, we start with Bangladesh, who are 50 for 2.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job to still be in this game, to be bowled out for 103 in that first innings, and then you probably think that the team batting second would in these conditions as well, would probably bat, which is the West Indies here, would probably bat Bangladesh out of the game, but that hasn't happened. Bangladesh has played a pretty disciplined game out there in the field when they were bowling. It was one side, maybe at times a little too wide, but West Indies batters found scoring really, really difficult. And in the end, when you allow also a team to stay in a game, and then at the end of the day, the wickets came, from a Bangladeshi perspective, they would have been happy with that. And to still come out yesterday as well and bat, probably they would have thought, yeah, we've lost 2 wickets too many. If we're trying to really post a score, that would be challenging for the West Indies here. But they're still, some 110 runs or so, 112 runs or so behind the West Indies. So they'll be hoping to first come out and eradicate that lead, and then start putting runs on the board and see how many they can get. That could possibly pose a challenge for the Windies. But first and foremost, they'll be looking to bat this whole third day.
I want to get your thoughts, Mali, because 22 wickets have fell so far at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh were bowler for 103, 153 dot balls. West Indies were bowler for 265, 541 dot balls. And Bangladesh closed 50 for 2 with 101 dot balls. If you're listening to ABS and Platinum FM 97.9, and you also maybe on Facebook or YouTube listening to this broadcast right now, and you hear those stats, it's kind of startling, and you're wondering, what is happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? Mali, your thoughts? You're a batter. You've played at the highest level. How is this track played so far?
Well, like you said, if you're not watching and you're just listening, you'd probably think that it's pretty treacherous batting conditions up here, but not quite. Still in it though. We've seen a bit more in it for the fast bowler than we've seen in the recent past. That's for sure. But I think both teams, absolutely contributed quite a few dismissals, quite a few soft dismissals. You think of that little flurry towards the end of day 2 yesterday when the West Indies, lost 6 for 40. That was a real collapse, just when you were looking, you think maybe the hard work had been done by maybe a Craig Brathwaite, even a John Campbell, soaking up the
You're talking about the opening pair?
Yeah, the opening pair,
okay.
And at the end of the day...
You're talking about on day one?
On day one.
Yes.
You're just talking about, the context and leading up to it. They would have soaked up quite a few dot balls, and to have hitters, or the more positive players coming down the order in a Kyle Mayers, even a Jermaine Blackwood. I thought he played really well, yesterday. But Kyle Mayers, you were hoping maybe they could press on and really... build an imposing total, but that wasn't to be. You have to give Bangladesh credit. Mahedi, who hadn't bowled that well leading up to his spell yesterday afternoon, but kept in the game, and that's what happens. They're still in it, and with one good day of batting here, pressure could be applied right back onto this West Indies team.
Now, we've seen some patches of live grass on the Sir Vivian Richards track as compared to when England played here, which was some months ago. Do you think that was a mindset game? Because when we recap and we look back in terms of how Craig Brathwaite got out, LBW, it was sort of in a mindset of him playing the ball. In fact, Craig wasn't really balanced himself. He got 94. But that little tinge of grass, especially when he was facing from the circle there and was in, sort of be a mindset in his approach, really. And sometimes when we look back at television replay and we saw how he got out, but the little tinge of grass what we're seeing here, you think that is still affecting the batters?
I'd say more so it's given the bowlers something to absolutely aim at. You know, they can see it. It's definitely getting darker as the test progresses. You know, when we came here on day one, it was almost like a bright green, but now it's just camouflaging itself into the wicket here into the pitch here on day three. And I think it's just actually provided a little assistance for the bowlers as well. You know, you think of Eberdat, you even think of Kumar Roach on day one. You know, just hitting that area outside that off stump, that little extra bit of grass, and just causing the ball to bounce a little bit. And it's continued throughout the test. But what we've seen, you've got to really bend your back and extract it. It's in there, but as a fast bowler, we saw Eberdat, and it's going to be imperative on Jaden Seals and Azari Joseph and Kumar Roach here this morning to make early inroads and make use of these conditions, because I think as the sun bakes this wicket out even more here on day three, I think conditions for batting will be easier. Not necessarily conditions for scoring, because what we saw, that back of a length, is, you know, at times a bit too pace. And the real scoring opportunities come when the bowlers really overpitch, and both teams actually have been quite disciplined with that.
So, if you heard it there from Mally Richards, the batter's going to have to spend some time and keep looking up the V, as you know, the old Austin Eddy used to say. You got to look up between, you know, mid on and mid off, long on and long off, and that's where you're going to be. And that's like sometimes, as you rightly said, Mally, certain shots are not on.
Right.
Yeah, when the ball is bowled back of the length, if we look at how Jermaine Blackwood got out yesterday, his right toe was pointing towards cover. Got to be a lot more straighter and looking to hit the ball straighter up in front of you, rather than, you know, looking to force square.
Yeah.
Unless it's really wide, where you can be able to get to, you know, swing your arms. More or less of the times you got to look to be a little bit more straighter and keep looking up that V there for a long time. But like I said, like you said, you know, there were little patches. You know, Campbell is under some really immense pressure. If West Indies don't bowl up Bangladesh under the deficit here, then he might get an opportunity to bat again. There's a talking point around the Caribbean. Is Kyle Mills ready for the number 3 position? You know, all these are talking points that are moving to. In fact, he's now transformed into a batter and not a bowler, because we would have seen straight away that
Kyle Mills or Raymond Reefer.
Sorry, Raymond Reefer.
Yeah.
He went straight into the number 3 position, and he hasn't bowled here yet. Maybe he might have to bowl in the second innings. But, hey, the good news is that the umpires are coming out. We'll pay some respects to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have the first ball live for you from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. If you're wondering what's happening, it's live cricket action. It's day 3 of the Padma Bridge Test match. 1 of 2. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Darwin Sammy National Stadium in St. Lucia is going to be where the second test is going to be played. Joel Wilson, one of the leading Caribbean umpires, stepping out, looking around there. And the fans are coming in here. It's a family fun day. Come on up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We pay some respects to our sponsors. And then when we come back, we start the ball by ball.
Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited, available only from Total Import Supplies.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and we just want to be able to thank Total Imports and West Indies Oil Company and all of the other sponsors who've come on board to give us assistance here for this important test match. West Indies versus Bangladesh, the Padma Bridge Test match. And the West Indies looking to start with their most senior bowler, Kemar Roach, 244 test wickets. Quiet morning. The fans are coming in here. The youngsters are coming in here. They're going to be excited. We'll be looking to have a full day's play. Here, 50 for 2, Bangladesh. Overnight, we start in day 3 with Hassan Roy, who was on 18 from 60 deliveries. 89 minutes so far at the crease with 2 boundaries. We say good morning to all the folks all around the world. Emerald Isle, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis. We glide around to Dominica, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Guyana, Turks and Caicos, Belize, you name it, Barbados.
Gentlemen, let's play.
Joel Wilson giving the okay. And Kemar Roach will start first up delivery around. And he's going to move in very quickly. Comes quietly forward as well. And 50 for 2. They trail by 112 runs. Kemar Roach just continues to just torment left-handers, Mali. And he goes around the wicket. I'll have to do some analysis in terms of how many wickets, his test wickets, most of them have been left-handers.
And how many times he's dismissed them from round the wicket as well. That'd be interesting.
It would be.
Oh!
And this one dropping in front of Joshua De Silva. It's day 3, so he's going to maybe have to just take a step up. Don't think Kemar Roach has the pace like an Alzari Joseph or Jaden Seals. So earlier clock, I think Joshua De Silva is the West Indies wicketkeeper. We'll have to know that, you just have to step up a little bit there, especially the bounce.
Shanto, we've seen quite a few batters display that indecision outside the off stump in this test match. Shanto there on that occasion, not quite sure whether to play or leave.
Driving down the ground, beautiful shot past Alzari Joseph for 4. That's a lovely shot. And when you get a half volley like that, you have to put it away. It's like yesterday, Philip Spooner was telling me, in the days of old, when Joel Garner and Wayne Daniel and those guys bowl your half volley, you got to make sure that you put it away because you're not going to get any more for the day. And loosen up there from Kemar Roach and put away nicely by Shanto.
And it's continued that theme that we were talking about in the just a little earlier in terms of the over-pitch delivery being the easiest to score on this wicket.
Again, in 2 minds. In fact, that drive down the ground on the offside, he got a good stride in. The stride was important, and the balance, his head was right past his front knee.
Presented a full face as well. It was classical from the left-hander. Showing a bit of talent here, Najmul Shanto, but still young into his test career and still trying to forge a successful one.
Certainly. Kemar Roach, the veteran. Comes quietly forward. That's a better stride. Hit well over the ball. Real solid in playing that shot. Score 54 for 2. Bangladesh.
And from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end as well, I think it may just be slightly easier for the left-handed batter. We've made a lot about the grass outside the off stump for the right-handed batter, but here in the left-hander, when a left-hander takes guard, there's no grass outside that off stump.
Good thing about this, Shanto is batting off of his crease. Here's this one. A little bit more effort from Kemar Roach, squaring him up, but he stayed and played it late as possible. First over for the morning completed. Bangladesh, after being overnight 50 for 2, they've got a first boundary. Now goes to 54 for 2. They trail by 108. And Shanto is 12, and so far it's looked organized. Jaw is 18.
Yeah, just one of the little intricacies of the game. Just different challenges being posed, whether you're right-handed or a left-handed batter. Just different challenges, especially depending on what end you're facing up to. So all these little interesting developments taking place here in this game as Bangladesh are trying to forge a formidable partnership here, trying to put some pressure on these West Indian bowlers. Later on in the day, maybe tire them out and really look to capitalize and impose and actually post an imposing total.
We come back now as we see West Indies starting with Jaden Seals from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Goes past umpire Gaffney to bowl to Roy, who comes quietly forward. I think what is going to be important, Mali, Bangladesh's highest fourth innings in the Caribbean has been 217 for 6 in Grenada, and that was way back in July 2009. So they've really never shown any inclination of really scoring big runs. They trailed by 108 runs here. We're talking about in the fourth innings. And so it's going to be a different ball game to see how the approach is going to be. But I think these two, it's important that they bat through the first hour. Seals comes into bow to Roy. Roy is quietly forward.
It's pretty solid though, isn't it? Good stride. Head position. Almost perfect. Well over that delivery there by Joy. Just from the first over and 2 deliveries, actually, it just seems like maybe it's just coming onto the bat a little quicker here on day 3. Not sure. We'll get a better indication as the day progresses, but just here early, it seems like the ball's just coming on nicely to the bat.
Just whipped that one away. Looking for the Yorker length there, and just turned it into the square leg area. Zal Joseph coming around, making some runs, just had a good run out. So straight away, Roy picks up his second run. He goes to 20, and the score goes to 56 for 2. I just want to be able to just thank our technicians here. Yellow and Taj, who have done an excellent job here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jupiter for Platinum FM 97.9, and Noah, thank you guys very much. The communication has been excellent, and all of the other workers, we thank you for making our life comfortable. Also the maintenance folks here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Ground staff as well, yeah.
Here is a good stride by Hassan Joy.
I did hear that there was quite a bit of moisture actually in this wicket leading up to this test match, and day 1 maybe we saw a little bit of a two-pace nature, a little bit of that as well.
I think I might send you a photo of the when I came here on 2 days before the test match. Had a lot more grass.
Day 2 as well, but maybe, just maybe day 3.
That's what we need.
Day 3 may present the best batting conditions.
We just never know. Comes quietly forward, Jaden Seals. Just love to see this young man. And once he just remembers, it's about muscle memory. And he gets that rhythm going all the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And he just remember what has to happen, get his stride pattern. But it's a work in progress for this young man.
As he gets stronger and fitter as well.
Looking at Joy's test career so far, 12 test matches, 318 runs. He's already got a best of 137, 250s so far. And the coaching staff of Bangladesh will be certainly looking for him to get a big one here today. Seals wide of the off stump. Over number 2 completed here. Bangladesh are 56 for 2. They trail by 106. And if you're wondering what's happening on your radio, Platinum FM 97.9 and ABS Radio, it's live ball by ball of the Padma Bridge Test match, West Indies versus Bangladesh. And as we speak, the match summary so far, Bangladesh 103 in their first innings, 56 for 2 in their second innings. West Indies 265 all out. The Bangladesh bowl 112.5 overs. They trail by 106 runs. And I'm alongside Marley Richards.
Yeah, good solid start from the Bangladeshis, not being overly defensive as well. When presented with the scoring opportunities, they're looking to put those bad balls away. So good start from them.
Shanto gets a delivery from Kemar Roach, is driving down the ground. Roach just rebounding. They were playing a little volleyball cricket game this morning down in front of the Sir Andy Roberts end. See Sir Curtly Ambrose, he just had a little light speech with some of the youngsters who are being drafted in here this morning from the respective academies in Antigua and Barbuda. So he's gliding around the boundary. Roach in and out of both lane. That's a good leave.
Good delivery. Good pace delivery as well going down.
Oh yes, that one was worked up.
Good shape as well. Maybe just started a little too wide, allowing the batter to allow it to go through to the wicket keeper. But good pace, good bounce from Kemar Roach there. just like I was saying earlier, there is a bit in this wicket still. You just really got to work hard to try and extract that movement.
Kamal Roach continues around the wicket. He's not bowled over the wicket yet so far in the spell. He might not either. On drive up to the West Indies captain Craig Brackwell. Good positive shot by Shanto. Mali, I've not seen you up at the technical centre yet, man. There's an over 40 football league taking place.
No, I haven't.
You got to come around on Sundays, man.
I've glimpsed a few of the results. I see Big Kirtley, as we see Kirtley on the screen here. He's been playing as well.
He's been looking good, man. We've got some. It's just wonderful to see.
What's
some
the
of
standard?
the
What's the standard been like? It's been okay.
It has been okay. They've got a couple of over 35s who are playing in it, just to be able to balance because of what has been happening. If you're over 40, 50, you know what's going to be happening. Could leave again by Shanto.
Sounds like my kind of league, actually.
No, you should come and play, Mali. Sylvester has been playing some good football.
Has he?
Yeah. Kerry Arab Skeppel, Kerry Jeremy,
yes.
Bobler.
Gene Small.
There's a number of guys. I mean, even the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister turns up.
I'm sure no one wants to tackle him, though.
No, he's got good skills.
Yeah.
He's got mad skills.
No one wants to 2-foot challenge the PM.
But there's no tackling in it.
Oh, it's not.
If you get a tackle, they'll drive you off the field. So you know what's happening. Roach comes
all
in.
Hands off.
To both the Shanto, back on the course and defending nicely. Just putting it down to the onside. But it's a lovely league. You know what I like about it, Mali? A number of the female footballers, male and female footballers, youngsters, get a chance to go now and sit down and see Mali Richards and say, I didn't know that Mali Richards could play football. I didn't know Keegan could play football. And some of the greats now, and some of the coaches. So the standard has been really, really, really good.
Also puts a bit of pressure back on these guys. They're going to have to maybe perform in order to convince these young ones of their past exploits.
Of course. Here is Shanto again defending a good length delivery, hitting the splice, but came down nicely on it. The West Indies vice captain, Jermaine Blackwood, a short mid-wicket fielded, and an over so far by Kamal Roach. 56 for 2 is the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the Padma Bridge Test match. So we say good morning to the folks in Barbados, Guyana, wherever you're listening to us on Platinum FM 97.9 and ABS Radio. Is live ball-by-ball coverage. Our panel today will include Jack Matthew, Garfield Burford, Darwin Telemark, Terry Laraja, and Mali Richards.
Yeah, just a little bit more fluency here on day 3 early in terms of the stroke play. Just maybe indicating that batting conditions are just getting a bit better. Oh, still got to play straight though, like you say. Hassan Joy just playing across that delivery from Jaden Seals. Big open spaces on the leg side, just 2 fielders, just a short mid-on and the fine leg fielder. No one in mid-wicket, in the mid-wicket position, so just missed out on a couple of runs there.
Just needed to just use the pace.
Yep.
I think he went for power.
Yeah,
really
tried to hit it a little too hard. Just lost his shape slightly. That head fell over. He's still there.
3 slips, a gully, a backward point cover, mid-on, mid-off. Came down the onside here by Jaden Seals, and the radar, the left hand, not staying long enough and sort of pushing the ball. The breeze has been light this morning, from east to west.
Not quite as strong
as the last previous couple of days. Yeah. I want to take some time out to say good morning to Dave Joseph with Dudley Parks. Tonight, have you been to the regular session yet, Mali?
No, I haven't.
Oh, man, you got to check that out, Mali.
I'm still inside,
It's a great line, Mali.
I'm still inside. Everyone's saying
you're still
outside.
inside?
Yeah, I'm still inside. It's still a pandemic to me,
Of course it is. It's not going anywhere right now in a hurry. Dot ball by Jaden Seals. And this time, Joy getting the big stride out there.
Good delivery, though.
Working up some pace here. And when he gets his rhythm right, he's such a beautiful bowler, Jaden Seals. And as you rightly said, Sir Andy Roberts always used to say this. It's interesting, Mali. You come to St. Kitts, and everybody will be saying that Warner Park is a batting paradise. And Mr. Roberts always used to say, what is wrong with the wicket? And every time he came to St. Kitts, he got wickets. His returns would be 11 for something, 10 for something, 8 for something, you name it. Back and across. But now these days, we hear bowlers complaining. There's no grass on the wicket. This is not happening. Mr. Roberts said, you got the ball in your hand? Make it talk.
Just sitting here listening to what you're saying, a thought came to mind. I probably would have started with Alzari Joseph here this morning, actually. considering how he bowled yesterday in the evening session and the pace that he worked up. We saw.
But I think Alzari Joseph is going to be the donkey horse bowler in this lineup.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, shouldn't. But that's the concept of the coaching staff.
Should be your genuine wicket taking option.
Comes quietly forward. Seals really working up some pace, really running in hard. You could see it, he's looking for it. But Joy and Shanto have come out positive this morning, especially in defence.
And there would have been nothing wrong with Jaden Seals, following an Alzari Joseph. He's still quite young into his career as well. They're both vying. It's friendly competition, but they're still both vying for spearhead status. And considering what you saw yesterday from Alzari, I probably would have started with him.
Bungs away. Ken just squeezed into the leg side here. The West Indies captain Craig Bradford coming around. And got to rotate the strike there. 57 for 2, so a single off that delivery there. Was searching there for the Yorker and being squeezed out onto the onside. The Bangladesh dressing room don't look too positive. Tamil is already back in the pavilion.
Big wicket that was yesterday, actually.
Yes, he's under a bit of pressure, man. He's a senior pro. He's got to step up.
And at times as well, these guys have been playing for a while, and
injuries
they're under immense pressure as well.
Even Shakib, the day before the test match was going through a little fitness run, but he says his fitness is okay.
He seems disinterested to me.
The politics,
just looking at him.
I think the politics in Bangladesh.
I'm not aware of the politics per se, but just looking at his body language on the field at times, he looks like he'd rather be somewhere else.
But he's in the Caribbean.
Yes,
he says he loves it. Kemar Roach comes in now to bowl to Joy. Joy comes quietly forward, good stride out.
Solid.
Yeah, looked at him this morning when I got in here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He was in the nets, and the coach was going through his batting phases with him. So towards the video analyst, kind of explaining to him that on this track here, you've got to get a bigger stride out. And so far this morning, he's put that work in so far.
And he's looked really solid. Really, really solid.
In fact, he's not going at the ball. He's playing the ball as late as possible.
And these Bangladesh batters have good techniques, I find. Oh,
that one beat him all ends up. Lovely outswinger there. And then he realized he had to fish for it because he was just around in that corridor of uncertainty.
He did just what you said on the previous delivery that you didn't want him to do. He didn't go at the ball, and on that occasion, the hands just got away from the body. Just had a little poke, a little naughty poke there outside the off stump. You've got to be decisive with your footwork. We know the quality of Roach, but maybe that one he could have left.
244 test wickets. He's wearing the number 24 again this time. Good leave by the young man. I'm impressed so far with him. I like the approach. I like the competitiveness so far. And even though you feel that West Indies will beat Bangladesh, you want to see a competitive fight. And these young brigades from Bangladesh have certainly stepped up in a very big way. Joshua De Silva has been having an excellent time in this test match as a keeper. 4 catches in the first innings. And a brilliant catch in the second innings.
I don't think that the victories, Windies' victories, a foregone conclusion, actually.
You don't think so?
No.
All right, Mali, 57 for 2. I'm not going to bet you this time around because you might take a case of Vitamin Malta for me, Mali. So I'm not going. I'll bet Terry. I won't bet Mali Richard.
You may be right, but I mean, at this stage, Bangladesh just clawing themselves back into the game. If you think of just how far behind they could have been.
That's true.
Being rolled
as compared to what happened the last time they played here.
And being rolled for 103. Yeah. A couple good sessions of batting here, and the West Indies will be under the pump themselves.
Roach would want to change that.
Oh.
Good delivery, beautiful. Well played, good cricket all around, because he would say to you that, hey, and you could see him talking. He's saying, hey,
he kept it close.
The coach was saying, very close.
Kept
but again, the hands didn't go. Head and shoulders, leading, he's peeping, he's looking through that grill just to see
a little naughty. But he managed to pull them back, pull the hands back in close to the body there. Hassan Joy.
This Jukes ball here. Kemar Roach is enjoying his spell here. He loves this of Everett Stadium. Back on across and just looking to punch that. Can't beat. Raymond Reef was darting in there from backward point. Over completed. Made an over here by Kemar Roach. And the latest score here at the Sir Everett Stadium in this Padma Bridge Test match. Day 3 Action 57 for 2, Bangladesh. They trail by 105 runs. Joy is 21, Shanto is 12, and the action continues to grow across. Mali, you're going to Carnival anywhere? You got the Sinkers Music Festival coming up June 22nd to the 25th. Vincy Mass, June 24th to July 5th. St. Lucia's Carnival, July 7th to the 9th. Antigua's Carnival is coming up July 22nd to August 2nd. Crop Over in Barbados, July 29th to August 1st. Grenada's Carnival, July 27th to August 9th. And Nevis Culturama, 22nd of July to August 2nd. But back with cricket action. Seals comes in to bowl to Shanto, wide, and it's gone across him.
For me, it's Carnival. See you in 2023.
2023, Mali is going to a carnival somewhere close to you.
2022, I'm going to give them a miss. By 2023.
By 2023, you will be out and about. There we go. There we go. It's all happening here. 57 for 2. Mali is being cautious. You know what I mean? But folks, hey.
Hey, but I hope to be at the greatest carnival in cricket, though. The CPL later on this year.
Well, you got to come to St. Kitts and Nevis, man. It's going to be the women's version also taking place.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That's going to be
3
interesting.
teams?
Yeah, 3 teams. That's going to be exciting. Shanisha, Brittany, Hector. Barbados is going to be representing the region at the Commonwealth Games. Jamaica will crown the women's champions in the T20 version. Let's see what's going to happen in the 50 over. So a packed summer. I think it is the tightest summer coming up. And just to let you know, at 12 o'clock.
For the West Indies, at least, that is.
The CEO of Cricket West Indies, Johnny Grave, will be live. We'll be having a conversation with him. Jaden Seals, lights away. Driven through the offside for 4.
That fluency we're talking about.
And Jaden Seals knew that. It was wide. And it really gave Shanto an opportunity to extend his arms, and he hit that through the offside area. Lovely shot for 4. Just look at that.
It wasn't quite a half volley, though, was it?
But the width.
The width, and also maybe just the increased pace in this wicket, allowing the batter to really throw the hands at it. Played slightly on the up, but found that gap. It made an enormous crack in the headphones, the sound off the middle of the batter of Shanto as he moves on to 16 of 38 deliveries. Fabulous cover drive. A bit airy, but perfectly placed.
A little huff here. Reefer's gone to the deep backward square leg boundary. Here comes Seals in now to bowl to him back and across and defending nicely. What I've been impressed so far this morning is the defense of both Roy and Shanto. They've certainly concentrated and not at times, yes, it's a new ball, it's a Jukes ball, it's going to be moving around, but once the ball has been pitched between wicket and wicket, they've been solid in defense.
Yeah, and minimizing their movement as well. Great efficiency of movement from both batters, not quite moving when the ball's being delivered, being still at the point of delivery. It's been good stuff from the Bangladeshi batters here.
Good morning, Basil Morgan. Here is the ball just turned, the climber. Got up like a tennis ball bouncer, and he had enough time to just roll the wrist into the vacant square leg area. And the score in the meantime goes up to 62 for 2. Good reply here so far this morning. All of the Basils in Montserrat. Good morning to you. Wonderful time. Folks, if you're listening in Antigua and Barbuda, you need to get up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bring the young ones out, the boy and the girls. We have bouncing castle. We have cricket matches. We got face painting competition. It's all happening here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And if you're listening to Platinum or ABS Radio, it's live ball-by-ball coverage. As Jaden Seals bounds away, he comes in now. And he's just turned into the onside by Joy. Coming around there. Quietly is Goodish Muti. Can't wait to see him get a ball here. Over-completed. They trail by 99. Bangladesh has 63 for 2. 26 overs bowled. Joy is 22. Shanto is 17. More comments from you, Mali. And then it will be the voice, for the first time for today, of Jack Matthew.
A little kick of frustration there on the turf from Jaden Seals. Not too happy with that over and that final delivery. Maybe just thinking he's presenting a bit too many scoring opportunities for these Bangladeshi batters, as it looks like Mr. Jack Matthew, a bowling change with Kyle Mayers replacing Kamar Roach from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Good morning to you, Marley, and good morning to all our listeners. Kyle Mayers, perhaps predictable that he would have He would be the first change, has the ability to move the ball late, and has the golden arm, they say. So he's on his way with his first delivery, and it's outside the line of the off stump. And Hassan Joy allows it to go by. 63 for 2. Bangladesh looking to get to that hurdle of 162 first off and try and make a match of it, but they have a lot of work to do in this test match. And
Karmez is just going to hone in on that little area outside that off stump with that extra grass, hoping to get any little movement he can get here to cause these Bangladeshi batters problems.
He's in once more, in line with the stumps, and the batsman Joy is defending, just leaning forward. The ball comes off the inner face of the bat and runs towards the mid-wicket position. The debutant Gudakesh Moti Kanai is in to do the fielding.
Interesting to see what role he'll play as well here today. Moti on debut. Haven't seen that much of him, but looking forward to it.
Outside the off stump, no shot offered, and it's taken by the wicket keeper. There are 3 slips in place for Kyle Mayers. There's a cover point, an extra cover, and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. More, not quite fine, more in the long leg area. As sunny conditions continue here, we see the flags on the far side fluttering in the breeze as Kyle Mayers runs away from us, goes past umpire Gerald Wilson outside the off stump, and much too wide to commit the batsman to a stroke, and Hassan Joy allows it to go by.
Not quite as hazy here today as well.
No.
Better visibility, and also we're not seeing any extravagant movement thus yet from Kyle Mayers. We've seen it in the first innings, but early in his spell here, not seeing too much off the seam or through the air.
Hassan Joy playing in his 7th test match, still in the early stages of test cricket. He'll get a run here, maybe a couple. Ball comes off the outer face of the bat and runs down to square third man. Raymond Reefer gives chase from the point area, and they'll settle for 1. 64 for 2. Hassan Joy on to 23. Shanto on 17 comes in to strike.
And that trail by under 100 now. The Bangladeshis trail by 98. Shanto and Joy starting pretty positively here as well. You know, when presented with balls to hit, we've seen them capitalize fully. A couple sweet drives to the offside, one down the ground as well. So the Bangladeshis are really looking to counter-attack and get themselves right back into this game.
Kyle Mayers is in, ball in line with just about off stump, and is forward and plays it to the captain at short extra cover. The over ends with Bangladesh on 64 for 2. Shanto on 17, Hassan Joy on 23. I share the thought that you expressed earlier on about Alzari Joseph not being used first off. Psychologically, I thought that the captain really missed it there because his tail would have been up. He had both wickets yesterday.
The way he got the wickets, the deliveries, ball, the pace, rhythm, just looked superb yesterday.
Yes, and he would have been keen to go as well. So I share that sentiment that he should have been the one.
Especially from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end as well, you know, with that little grass outside the off stump.
Here is a ball which comes into the right-handed Hassan Joy, and he defends the Bangladeshi opening batsman.
Kyle Mayers has been, superb every time he's been asked to bowl for the West Indies, no doubt. But you'd probably think you'd give Alzari the opportunity to really exploit those conditions, considering the extra pace and just how that rhythm looks so smooth and the fantastic athlete that he is. I would have given him the opportunity first up here this morning.
Watching Sales as he runs in, the sun comes out in all its brilliance, and the batsman is just pushed onto the back foot then hurries the defensive push into the offside. He goes away towards the extra cover position. Raymond Reefer is around 64 for 2, and it was disconcerting pace as well. And the ball that got rid of Tamim Iqbal, very, very experienced player, but he just could not negotiate that. It was too good.
Too good.
Too good for him.
Fantastic catch as well by Josh De Silva. Diving away to his left, one-handed. Great grab.
He crouches now behind the stumps, the silver, as Jayden Seals runs in, and this is a lift-in delivery, and Hassan Joy was prepared to just allow it to go by down the leg side.
And if you think back to when Bangladesh bowled, I think Ebrat Hussain, who was probably their best seamer, bowled first change. He didn't take the new ball, but on day 2, considering what we had seen from him the day before, he was given that opportunity straight up in the morning to come and back up that good work that he had done. So I think, maybe Craig Brathwaite maybe just missing the trick in terms of these bowlers selected and the ends they're bowling from as well.
Seals is in, and Shanto is Joy is defending. Just watching the ball onto the face of the bat. There are 4 slips in place. There's Alzari in a gully position, very, very close in that a backward point, deep gully area. There's an extra cover and a mid-on.
Well, I say that, and Alzari may actually prefer to bowl from the Sandy Robertson. I think did he get both wickets from the Sandy Robertson?
From the Sandy Robertson, yes.
So he's probably going to follow Jayden Seals.
Here is Seals, and a short delivery, and I think much too short there. And the batsman was early, going under that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. We know that batting is certainly key here for Bangladesh, and you would have been a batsman of some repute in your time, Marley Richards, the current record holder of the high score by a Leeward Islands batsman in the regional competition, 319. Now, in my
long time ago.
Yes, in my undistinguished softball career, I got 100.
Right.
And it took me a century to reach that century. So I'm going to take you back to the 319. Here is a ball which makes a bit of height on Hassan Joy, but he plays it well. He got on his toes and allowed the ball to come onto the face of the angled bat, and he dropped it in front of him. So he's on 23, 17 to Shanto, 64 for 2. How was that knock, 319?
It's actually difficult to remember now, to be honest. It's such a long time.
How long ago? It was 19, what?
It was 2003, I think. So what, 19 years or so? Wow. I was 19, I think, at the time, or 18, just about to be 19. It's always been, growing up in Antigua, and the tradition of cricket in Antigua, playing for the national team was always quite special. Something that young players always aspired to.
Kyle Mayers is in, and Shanto is getting one outside the off stump, doesn't offer, taken by the wicket keeper. And it was a case there where you got to 100, and then you got to a double 100. What was the record at that point beginning to surface in your mind?
I actually didn't think about it very much. I think I was on 100 and I think 90 odd overnight. And no one even said anything about a record. I don't remember anyone saying anything about a record. Just go back out the next day and do the same thing.
Kyle Mayers gets a good delivery.
Bounce.
That one, yes, it lifted outside the line of the option. The batsman was playing Shanto, and was certainly undone by that one. Good delivery there from Kyle Mayers, making height. Batsman pulling his bat in at the last moment from danger.
Oh, just that tennis bally bounce there from Kyle Mayers.
In fact, when I said my undistinguished career, it was in softball. You said tennis. The tennis ball.
The tennis ball, yeah.
Outside the off stump. And again, Shanto allows the ball to go by, taken by the wicketkeeper, 64 for 2. So the record was not on your mind.
No.
It was a case now just batting and
just batting the next day.
Admittedly, the attack wasn't the most potent. The British Virgin Islands.
The Virgin Islands, yes, maybe. I'd say maybe one or two decent bowlers, but not overall the most challenging attack at all. I would say yes, I would have played a special innings there.
Mayers is in and he's out caught. Wonderful delivery. That one bounced and left him. And there was Shanto playing at it. And it went into the hands of the first slip fielder. And it was Campbell who took the catch. So that's the end of Shanto. Caught at first slip by Campbell of the bowling of Kyle Mayers. And Bangladesh losing their first wicket of the morning. And the West Indies are absolutely jubilant They've managed to break the partnership. 64 for 3 now, with Shanto dismissed for 17, caught by Campbell off Mares, batted for 45 deliveries in getting to that 17. And the West Indies make the breakthrough.
Fabulous delivery there from Kyle Mayers around the wicket from this Sir Curtly Ambrose, and angling that ball into the left-handed batter Shanto and just getting it to go away at the last moment and bounce a bit. Carried quite comfortably down to John Campbell, who took a comfortable catch at first slip or second slip it was. First slip. Kyle Mayers picking up his first wicket. Just managing now into his third over here, I think, no, his second over here this morning. Just managing now to get that movement that we've grown accustomed to seeing from him, whether it's away or in, be it to right-handed or left-handed batters. He's proven a real handful to any batters that he's come up against, really, in his short career thus far.
Yes, and it will be Monimol Haq, who will come out to do the honours here for the Bangladesh team. Has had over 3,500 runs in Test cricket, so he has the experience. This is his 54th Test match, and so much resting on his shoulders. 181 his highest score, averaging 38. 1100s
as well.
Yes.
15
half centuries in Test cricket.
Class player, actually. He's been short of runs recently, or this year. But what we've seen from him in the past, we know he possesses that ability to really make big scores.
Kyle Mayers on his way to bowl to Monimol Haq. And here is the left-hander easing onto the front foot and playing a good length delivery back on the onside of the pitch. Reefer comes energetically from the extra cover position to pick the ball up ahead of his fellow Barbadian Kemar Roach. The West Indies on their toes here. They realize there is an opportunity to make further inroads. They have picked up the wicket of Shanto, caught by John Campbell, a ball just going into the midriff area. And he clutched onto it, a bowling of Kyle Mayers. Mayers in the same over is into Haq, and Haq is forward and strokes it nicely up into the onside to Kemar Roach at mid-on. A successful over comes to an end with Kyle Mayers removing Shanto. Haq is not. Hassan Joy is out in the middle with him, and they're looking to form a partnership there. Hassan Joy unbeaten on 23. Iqbal departed for 22. Mahedi Hassan made 2. And Shanto 17.
Bangladesh still essentially no run for 3 wickets down here. Still some way behind the West Indies, but from a West Indian perspective, they'd be happy to see the back of Hossain Shanto. He was looking quite good. Kyle Mayers managing to pick that wicket up as we see Alzari Joseph, who have been calling for our morning, actually coming into the attack now from this Andy Roberts end.
Yes, and hoping to have success as he had yesterday. Has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. Kemar Roach, who started the action this morning, 11 overs, 6 maidens, none for 23. Jaden Seals, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Alzari Joseph speeds in from the Sandy Roberts end. He's in to bowl to Hassan Joy, who is solid in defence, coming across his stumps and playing with an erect bat up into the offside, up to the mid-off position. And he can't score, so he's kept on 23 from 91 deliveries. It has been a vigil from him. He has been there since the start of the innings on a bright and sunny morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, looking to continue the battle for Bangladesh. And Kyle Mayers, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. And those are figures beginning to be reminiscent of the astounding figures he had earlier in the year against England. Here is a ball from Alzari Joseph outside the off stump. And Hassan Joy opts not to play. And the ball is taken by the wicket keeper. Terry Laraji has joined me. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Jack. And good morning to all our listeners. And good day to wherever you are in the world. But excellent delivery that by Mayers to pick up the wicket. Crucial wicket for West Indies. It was imperative that they struck as early as possible this morning.
And here is Alzari Joseph, goes past the umpire Gaffney and driven into the offside off the back foot, just jerking the bottom hand as the ball made contact with the bat. And he rushed up towards the wide mid-off position, Kemar Roach. And Raymond Reefer converging there. Ball being fielded and tossed back to Alzari Joseph. 2 for 14 in his 7th over, his first of the morning. And you see a few more spectators than at this stage yesterday and the previous day. It's a weekend, and we encourage others to come and join as the spectators watch the action, absorbing action outside the line of the off stump. And the right-handed Hassan Joy elects not to play and taken by wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
They've come for the face painting, Jack.
Yes, they're going to come for face painting. And it must be a tremendous ability to do that sort of thing, the face paint. It's a skill, isn't it?
Quite an art.
I can't just go and do it. You can't go. Yeah.
No.
Yes. So all that is on offer. The bounce castle. We see the children bouncing as Alzari Joseph comes in. Here's a short ball outside the off stump. And Hassan Joy was prepared to fight fire with fire. He had a go at it, looking to hit the ball up and over. But not being able to make contact. The shot you would see in the T20 format. And really, he was looking to have a go. I think he was undone there by the height and the pace of that particular delivery from Alzari Joseph. No contact made and taken by wicketkeeper Joshua.
Yes, he got a big glare from Mominul Haq from the other end. Still trailing by 98.
So here's Alzari Joseph. He runs in and turned away by Hassan Joy down to the backward square area. He's looking for the rough second run. That's Haq really was turning, but not being able to go back for it because it was not on. Philip, who is on as a sub, was there to do the fielding. That was the last ball of the over. 65 for 3. Bangladesh losing the wicket this morning of Shanto. He was caught at first slip by John Campbell off the bowling of Kyle Mayers, and he went for 17 when the score was on 63.
Yes, interesting shot selection there by Hassan Joy, but luckily for him, he got away with it. Didn't take the edge. But as I say, his more experienced partner in Mominul Haq gave him a glare. If to say what you're doing, they need to bat or try and bat as long as possible to get themselves out of this and clear that 97. See what they can set West Indies. But West Indies done a good job this morning so far. And Mayers keeps troubling the batsmen with little in-duckers and away swingers. And I think the previous ball to the wicket.
So Kyle Mayers runs away from us. He is into Joy outside the off stump. 4 slips waiting, and the batsman doesn't play. Kyle Mayers, the figures I was referring to earlier, the figures I referred to earlier, being 5 for 18, his best figures against England in that Test match.
Yeah.
West Indies winning that series 1-0.
And we're just looking at the setup that he gave to Shanto, the previous 3 deliveries going away. That one, the caught the edge, came back in, and the bounce also troubled Shanto. Good catch by Campbell.
Mayers right arm over the wicket and pushed into the onside by Joy. Kyle Mayers following through. They thought of going for single, but they had to quickly change their minds because the bowler was around ahead of the mid-on fielder.
It's good to see the energy from the West Indies this morning. They know they're in with a big chance here of finishing this match sometime today.
You think it will?
I believe so. What do you think, Jack?
I think it will. It depends on what Shakib Al Hassan does. But I can't see him batting with
Forever.
support from the others to push the match into fourth day. Outside the off stump, playing and missing is Hassan Joy, taken low down by wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva, falling away to his right. Yes, it will need a special effort based on what we have seen so far. Remember that area, and perhaps that ball just pitched in that green area where we have that patch of grass. And when the ball hits that area, it has done something different.
Yeah.
And so, given that, and even from the other end, we saw Alzari Joseph getting some ball to rise very, very disconcertingly. Ball is pushed on the offside of the pitch. Mayers following through picks the ball up and there is no run, 65 for 3. So given all those situations, I think that Bangladesh will be hard-pressed to force a day 4 test match.
Yeah, it will take a very committed and strong-minded effort by Bangladesh. But just at the moment, if you have a look, Mez, they're not quite sure whether the one's going to come in, whether it's going to go out.
So here is a ball which takes him on the pad, loud appeal. They will scramble what may well be a leg pie. The signal now comes from umpire Gerald Wilson. It is a leg pie. And so they add to the score. Bangladesh now 66 for 3. That probably would have been missing leg stump. It was angled in. Yes, clearly missing leg stump.
But and as you say, and quite rightly so, Jack, that the tinge of green or the green patches on the pitch is still there. They're not as green, obviously with into the third day with the hot sun on them. But there's still ridges there, and also Captain Craig Brathwaite saying that the pitch is still playing relatively slow. Yeah,
Kyle Mayer's around the wicket, and Hack is defending, coming nicely onto the front. But you could see the experience showing in the way he's approaching this. He looks to be relaxed, looks to be comfortable, diminutive player, but he just eases into position to play those strokes. And those years of playing at the highest level of over 50 test matches really in evidence out there.
Definitely, and he's experienced, as you say.
Here is a ball which he's cut at and well fielded, brilliant fielding there by Gutekesh Moti at that backward point position. He really had a go at it, hit it hard, Hack, but Gutekesh diving away and clutching the ball with both hands. The over ends, and Bangladesh in their second innings trying to erase a deficit of 162. At the moment, they are 67 for the loss of 3. More from Terry, and then it will be the voice of Vernon Springer.
And Momonu will be saying to himself too, in using his experience at the highest level, saying to himself that Bangladesh need to bat for as long as possible. He hasn't had the best of years, as we all know, especially that last series against Sri Lanka, when I think he only made about 11 in the 3 innings. So it's his chance to bat himself back into form and Bangladesh back into the test match.
Here's Azari with his first delivery after the Kyle Mayer's over. And once again, coverage continues here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We want to say thanks to Total Imports and West Indies Oil Company for coming on board this coverage. It's the third day's play of the Padma Bridge Test match, West Indies versus Bangladesh. I'm alongside Terry Laraja. Coming up next is Garfield Burford. Will be our panel today. We'll be joined later by Darwin Telemark, Marley Richards, Joseph. Now to bowl to Joy looking to undrive. Can't go past the West Indies captain, who's very close at mid-on. 2 slips. Gully, backward point to cover, mid-on, mid-off. Feel at the short leg area. Not really quite close enough, but just about into the mix. Looks like it is Bonner who's gone under the helmet. I was questioning why Raymond Weaver was under the helmet, but I now know the big question. He's been turned into a batsman who can bowl. Joseph glides away. Back and across and defending nicely is Joy. 67 for 3, the trail by 95. Kamar Roach down in the final leg boundary to conclude the field. Just having a conversation. In the meantime, the action is warming up here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Steel banners in place. The bouncing castle is moving. The face painting is actually taking place. And behind the scenes, we've got some little mini cricket games taking place. But the youngsters get an opportunity. It's a family day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And we just have a little problem with the side screen. But that is quickly adjustment being made. 3 T20s and 3 ODIs coming up right after this. The people of Dominica will get an opportunity to see international cricket for a very long time. 67 for 3. So the cricket being moved around, Terry?
Yes, I was at the last test match, Dominica, against Pakistan when Shannon had a rush of blood. That went down in history, didn't it?
Everything is history. Even your commentation
Sure.
right now is history.
Short legs. I'll come back to it after this.
Zari Joseph moves in to bowl to Joy. Joy is backing across and defending nicely. Good pace here by Zari Joseph. Back the link delivery, pushing him back.
The short legs these days are a bit gun shy, that they stand very far away from the traditional short leg position.
Not the ones in India.
Well, no, well, the thing never gets off the ground, though, does it? But, but is it because of the invention?
Maybe the West Indians, short leg feelers, but the Indians and the Sri Lankans and the Bangladesh, they're very, very, very close. I think they have a special insurance policy. Over completed, 32 overs bowled, 67 for 3. They trail by 95. Joy is 24, and Mahmool is on naught. Back to you, Terry.
Well, I was going to say, is it the invention of the helmet? Because, as we all know, since the helmet has come into cricket, more people have got hit because, they feel they got the protection on, they're safe. Did they have that same philosophy when they're fielding that short leg, which is more of a short square leg, or you're in no man's land?
Did you ever get a chance to look at somebody who fields a short leg and all the gear that they have on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Whereas a Logie or a Desi Haynes or something who was right there, next to you? Right.
Different era.
Right.
In fairness, really. But we also have to seriously think also about safety. Terry, whether you like it or not, those risks, those chances that those folks in the days of old, if they're 40 years ago, it almost was like a risk factor, and you'd look at some of the after facts of what is happening. Another wide delivery here by Carl Mayers. I'd like to see him to come over the wicket to the left hander. I don't know how you feel about that, Terry.
Yes, no, I'm in total agreement with you, Vernon. I think these days that as soon as bowlers see left-handed batsmen or right-arm bowlers see left-handed batsmen, automatically they come round the wicket. And I think you start off over the wicket, and if you want to try something different, but it shouldn't be your first go-to approach.
I'm going to say something to you, Terry, and I'm saying this from not only a ball-by-ball person, but somebody who's a cricket coach. If Kyle Mayers, there's a tinge of grass on just right in front, let's say when the right-hander is batting. If Kyle Mayers comes over the wicket, he's quite capable of getting that ball to land in that area and go across the left-hander. He's shown that he has that skill for that. His skill set is set for that. As it stands right now, I know what he's working on, but I just feel that when a left-handed batsman is batting and you come over the wicket, it's almost coming on the batter's blind side, which means that he's peeping out of his weaker eye. And I know you can come around, and that's Kemar Roach, that's his speciality. But I just would like to see Kyle Mayers come over the wicket. And I'm tired of having this conversation.
Yeah, because I don't know a left-handed batsman that doesn't like the ball moving away from him. Whereas if you come round the wicket, you need to do a hell of a lot more to get that ball to move away from him. So generally the ball is coming in and they're more comfortable coming in, especially when he's bowling at somebody like Mominul who's struggling for form. He's still on naught. Take it away, you've still got the ability to bring it back, the odd one back.
Mominul for inside it, down to the boundary for 4. And cricket is cool like that. Sometimes maybe Mominul lead that sort of luck. Over completed here, 71 for 3, 33 overs bowled. They trail by 91. And it's an interesting period of time. Mominul is on 4. Hasten Joy is on 24 from 107 deliveries so far. Kyle Mayers and Craig Bradford having a discussion, but I just would want to see him go over the wicket to the guy. And once again, we just want to salute our sponsors, Total Imports. Today is Father's Day, so maybe you might just need to go down to put Total Imports in
tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
remember, get your gifts today.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Somewhere around the world, somebody will be already celebrating Father's Day. But in Antigua and Barbuda, for sure, we know that we'll be celebrating officially Father's Day tomorrow. So go to Total Imports and, surprise your daddy, surprise your uncle, surprise somebody. Joseph comes in. Again to bowl to Hasten Joy. I got some time for this young man, Terry. He looks very balanced. In his approach sort of remind me of Nasanko from Sri Lanka. Same short stature. When I say short, Nasanko was a little shorter, but his ease. We now see the short leg now, Terry. He's not forward, he's gone a little backward.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's why I say he's in no man's land.
You never know.
No,
Alzari Joseph has got that pace, he might still carry to him. Got the bounce there. Here is a young man, Joy, punching that, but can't beat Raymond Reefer at cover.
I'm just wondering that last ball of May's previous over, and he looked straight at Roach, who was fielding at mid-on after he got the inside edge, and pointed as if to say a leg slip. Maybe Roach did mention that to Mays, and then he had a long discussion with Brathwaite, so it'll be interesting the next over that Mays bowls.
Here comes Alzari Joseph. 2 slips, a gully go down. Backward point to cover, mid-on, mid-off. A short leg which is more or less backward. I don't want to say a real leg slip, but they maybe must be working on something. The video analysts will have done some work. Just to let you know that at lunchtime, we're going to have a special guest. Garfield Burford and myself will be having a conversation with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Johnny Grave. So you can't miss that conversation. 71 for 3 in the Padma Bridge Test match. It's day 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's a family day. He's driving beautifully down the ground for 4. No, he really have the pull back a little slow feet, but that's a lovely on drive there. Good balance. And didn't try to hit it, overhit it. He just kept the form, lead with his head on his shoulders and pushed it. And Craig Brathwaite had some running to do, but he only get 2. Didn't have the slope to go down for 4.
No, but an excellent shot there by Joy, and as you say, he looks quite composed and compact at the crease. He just used the pace of Joseph on that occasion. Hit it well.
He's letting the ball come to him. 73 for 3. They trail by 89. A long way off, it seems, in a test match. Gets a wide delivery, more or less, coming back in. Alzari Joseph hitting those straps, hitting the areas.
He's looked good, Alzari, for,
IPL back.
Quite
IPL
a while now.
Champion.
Yeah.
2-time IPL champion.
Right. And his pace is up. His rhythm looks good. His approach looks excellent.
He's got a bright future.
Definitely.
He's been around West Indies cricket for a very, very long time. He's also an ICC Under-19 World Cup winner. KC Carty getting his opportunity also for the West Indies at their level. Here is Joy just turning into the onside, into the short middle area. Good rotation of the strike there. Over comes to an end. In the meantime, the score goes up to 74 for 3. They trail by 88. And a lovely morning's play so far. West Indies only been able to pick up 1 wicket. As we say good morning to all of the Basils around the world. You know a Basil in Montserrat by the name of Basil Morgan?
I do, yes.
You do, personally?
No, because of you.
Terry, you're getting aggressive, Terry.
Me, aggressive?
I'm going to have to fire you sooner or later. I'm not going to be betting you any more on anything
No. No bets. All bets are off.
Family Fun Day here, organized by Cricket West Indies. Bring the young ones, boys and girls, come to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's action, it's carnival. We have music, and if you're listening to Platinum FM 97.9 and ABS Radio, we're bringing to you live ball-by-ball coverage of the 3rd day's play of the Padma Bridge Test match. Carl Mayers into both to Joy. Joy is sneaking into one. Somebody's in trouble. He hits his run out.
Close.
No, I think he got in.
I think it's close.
I think he got in. The reason why I think he got in is because Raymond Reefer took a long time to aim.
True.
I think he gave him that chance.
And De Silva asked Bonner, who was standing at slip, and Bonner said no.
I think he got in. I think there was a hesitation.
It bounced too high.
No, because there was a hesitation.
Yeah.
Raymond Reefer got around. He didn't swoop around like a Keith Atherton, where he swooped around and then just fired at the stump. He sort of looked to range like in practice, and I think that's what... and he knew that too, because he was putting his hand up like, my gun reaction, my trigger movement should have been a lot more sharper. But good cricket all around by the West Indies.
And at least he was alert. They've been on their toes this morning, which is great to see.
Oh, you're on top.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You,
Bangladesh
you
is
just don't let things happen.
Bangladesh is trailing by 88. Look at it again, Terry.
Yes, he did. You're right.
Right?
He took his time, aimed,
And nothing
lined
is
it
wrong
up,
with that.
lined it up before he aimed.
He's
Yeah.
not a Kid Atherton.
No.
Kid Atherton was swooping around, and you would have been in trouble there because he would have been on the strong side. You would have been cut-ins. Here is Kalmar searching again for another wicket. The wicket takers so far have been Alzari, Joseph, and Kalmar with the golden arm. Terry, I want to pique your interest here. Let's look at this West Indies team. Kalmar is originally a batsman who can bowl.
Right.
Raymond Reefer is originally a bowler who can bat. There's a reverse now. He's turned into a batsman who can bowl.
Right.
We still have Jason Holder, who is not in this team, who's the number one ICC Test all-rounder in the world. We're back with that.
That's close.
There is a delivery pitched up, but going
Gave
on is
him.
given out.
Gave him. It was look close. He came a long way across.
There is going to be some problems here. Let's see what's going to be happening. Are they taking this one? Mamamul
I don't think he'll review it.
perform continues.
No, he did.
No, he's gone for it. I think that would pitch between wicket and wicket.
I think he's
It
dead.
just might be going down. But umpire's call. Let's wait and see the angle of that delivery. Let's take a look at the screen, Terry, and see if our judgment was right. I don't know if you want to Here comes Hassan Joy waiting. This one is punched into the square cover region. Can't score. Straight to the point fielder. There is no run. 86 for 4. They trail by 76 and looking to force the West Indies to bat again.
The way Mez is moving his ball around, though, this morning, you pointed out that Das is leaving a huge gap between bat and pad. He needs to be very careful with that ball moving around.
Absolutely. Here comes Mears looking to, and this one outside the off stump, left alone by Hassan Joy. Hassan Joy has shown remarkable concentration, remarkable tenacity. He would want to be almost like the Rock, for the same way the Rock was for India, in the person of, I know you know who I'm talking, essentially playing that kind of role for Bangladesh here. He just wants to be the one who just lays down the anchor and everybody bats around him. Here comes Hassan Joy waiting now for Kyle Mears. He's up to the wicket and balls, and this one is punched through cover. He won't go. They will get at least 2 runs here. Kemar Roach does the fielding and they get 2 runs for that one. So the score now moving on to 88 for 4, and Hassan Joy moves on to 30. That one is just a checked drive through or a controlled drive through the cover area. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, is in a very short cover position, a catching position. So the 2 slips to gully, very short cover, and Craig Brathwaite. There's a point who is a little bit deepish. There's a mid-off, mid-on. The mid-off fielder is Kemar Roach. Mid-on is Alzara Joseph. There's also mid-wicket and a deep fine leg. Here comes Carl Mayers. Starts to move it again. The slip fielders go down. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is punched through cover, and that through backward point, down to the boundary for 4. Brilliant shot there by Hassan Joy, getting on top of that one, a controlled shot. Just cutting it through backward point, down to the boundary for 4. No risk there involved. Getting right on top of that one and punching it through backward point.
No, excellent shot, and he's just picking up the line very quickly and putting a bad ball away. That was a bit wide there by Mez, hanging it out there just to see what Hassan Joy would do. But there's nothing wrong with trying to build yourself as the anchor of a innings or a batting lineup for people to bat around you, as long as you bat within your limitations.
Here comes Kyle Mears. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and Hassan Joy looking for another punch through the offside. This one didn't quite time it well. The ball just trickles out into the offside of the field. There is no run. The end of the over, 7 runs from that over. Mears 2 for 16 from his 8. 92 for 4 Bangladesh. They trail by 70 now. Hassan Joy on 34. Das on 11. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
They are a very interesting team, though, Bangladesh, you'd have to say, Garfield, in the fact that, you went to New Zealand, you won a test match in New Zealand, you nearly took the series off them, which, whether you're top or bottom of the table.
That's when I became
nobody
very impressed.
Does.
That's when I became very impressed with Ibadat Hussain.
Right.
He bowled extremely well there.
Right, exactly, and looking good. But then now they're saying they got problems, so...
Here comes Alzara Joseph, moves in from the Sir Randy Roberts and bowls. This one, Dastus turns this one into the mid-wicket area. They get an easy single. The deep fielder just comes in and does the fielding. There is 1 run. I think both these batsmen are looking quite comfortable. I think that apart from the initial scare for Das, I think that he's looked better. He's looked more comfortable of late. And certainly Joy has looked a joy to watch.
Well said, Garfield. He certainly has, but any moisture in this wicket is definitely gone now. So day 3, with 3 days of sun, or 2 days of sun into the 3rd day, should be good for batting.
Here comes Alzara Joseph. He moves in and bowls, and this one is punched off the back foot into the cover, square cover region. There is no run. Hassan Joy is getting onto the back foot and punching that one. He looks a very, very solid player indeed. And so far, there's no run. 86. So he moves. He's on 34. 93 for 4. They trail by 6-9.
It's just unusual to see, I was going to say, after that New Zealand victory, and a good tour in all, that they've struggled, especially with their top order. So many collapses since then, both home and away.
Here comes Alzara Joseph, starts the move in again, passes the umpire, bowls, and this one is punched down to a mid-off. Coming around to his right to do the fielding is Kemar Roach. Can't stop the single. Very good running there by the batsman. Hassan Joy moves on to 35, 94 for 4. Actually, it was Jaden Seals there who was doing the fielding. Just rubs the ball, polishes it vigorously on his flannels now as Alzara Joseph walks back to his mark. He gets back the ball now.
I've been impressed with the West Indies in the field, both in the first innings and here in this second innings. They look more alert. They look far more energetic than what we've seen in the recent past. And
here comes Alzara Joseph. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and again Hassan Joy is very solid on the back. Actually, this is Das this time. It's very solid and pushes it into the covers. There is no run. Raymond Reefer does the fielding. There is no run. 94 for 4.
And basically have taken the majority of their catches. I think only one went down, and it was a difficult one off Alzara Joseph by Jaden Seals on the first day. So all in all, they've looked sharp as they look to press home this advantage here.
I'll tell you what, the bowling figures after this delivery from Alzara Joseph. Storms in from the Sir Randy Robertson bowls, and this is a pleasant shot to backward point by Das. There is no run. A shot that you perhaps it does a little bit of an injustice to him, because you would have wanted him to have at least gotten some for that. That was just leaning onto the back foot and just punching it to Gudakesh Moti, the debutant at backward point. There is no run. The bowling so far, Kemar Roach, 11 overs, 6 maidens, none for 23. Jaden Seals, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Alzara Joseph, he's in his 11th over, 3 maidens, 2 for 29. Carl Mayers, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Here comes Alzara Joseph. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this time he gets 4 runs. Punches it to past the backward point fielder to the right of Gudakesh Moti and down to the boundary for 4. Lighton Das looks far more comfortable now. He moves on to 16, 98 for 4. They trail by 64. Short ball outside the off stump. And given the treatment, 4 runs. That's the end of the over from Alzara Joseph. At the end of it, Bangladesh looking to push on and looking to force the West Indies to bat again. They are 98 for 4. And that's the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, and good batting there by Das. The previous delivery hit straight to point and knew he'd missed out. That one he just delayed the shot a fraction and got it behind point for a boundary. And it looks like we're going to have a ball and change, are we? It looks like we're going to have a ball and change and spin. I was going to say, when do you think, Moti?
Gudakesh Moti will be coming into the attack now. What do you make of his contribution so far? He didn't have a long bowl in the first innings. In fact, I'll tell you about his bowling figures in the first innings. So Gudakesh Moti in the first innings had a solitary over, just one over, which was actually actually just cost him 1 run. So 1 over, 1 run in the first innings. So he'll have a bowl here. What do you think of this ploy by Crick Brathwaite?
Yeah, I think it's the right time. This partnership is just starting to get going, if you like. Why not try the spin of Gudakesh Moti? There's no point picking a spinner if you're not going to bowl him. And we saw the success that Mehedi had for Bangladesh. So there is something in the wicket for him. Let's see how he goes. But he's playing on confidence at the moment from the first-class season, so that's great.
Here comes the first delivery of this innings for Gudakesh Moti, pushed back along the pitch by Hassan Joy. There is no run, 98 for 4. Hassan Joy on 35 from 124 deliveries. He faces up again. This time he leaves it to be taken by wicket-keeper Josh De Silva outside the off-stump. There is no run. He seems to, as I said, almost in the mold of a kind of Rahul Dravid for India. Very, very stoic in defense. Picks the right. His shot selection very, very good so far. This delivery foolish and squeezed out onto the onside. Straightish mid-wicket does the fielding. There is no run. The score remains on 98 for 4. Certainly Hassan Joy would want to bring some joy to Bangladesh. They've had a torrid time in this test match. Here comes Gudakesh Moti, left arm spin. He's up to the wicket and bowls. Well forward comes Hassan Joy, pushes it back along the onside of the pitch. There is no run. Doing the feeding off his own bowling is Gudakesh Moti.
I'd just like to see him settle down and take his time a bit more, Moti. Give the ball a bit of flight.
Let's see what he does in this one. He does put a little bit more flight on this one. He was listening to you, actually, or being telepathic. This one is pushed back along the pitch. There is no run. 1 ball left in this over.
He'd be ill-advised to listen to me, Garfield.
Let's see, a solid slip, a backward point.
in place. Here comes Gorakesh Moti bowls, and this one is well forward. Comes Hassan Joy, bat and pad very close together. The end of the over, maiden over from Gorakesh Moti. His first in this innings, 98 for 4. Bangladesh remain. Hassan Joy on 35, Das on 16. They trail by 64. More comments from Terry Lamarji then a little bit of time for Jack Matthew.
Yes, and not a bad first over there by Gorakesh Moti. Only the second one for the match and the first one for this innings. But as I say, I always like spinners just to give it a bit of flight, especially when they first start their spell, and let the batsmen see if they can hit them over the top. If they do, well, that's fair enough. That's good batting. But you're giving yourself a chance by letting the batsman play some shots. You're giving yourself more of an opportunity to take wickets. So that's what I would like to see. I think he just rushed that first over a bit much, but he'd still be nervous though, Jack.
Yes, and it's going to be interesting to see how he performs with the ball. A young man playing in his first test match. The butterflies would have been certainly flying in his stomach on the opening day when he had that solitary over. But he is a player certainly for the future. So we're going to watch Kemar Roach is back into the attack. None for 23 from 11 overs. Will bowl from the far end. On his way from the Andy Roberts end. On his way now to bowl to Das. And Das is getting a ball which makes a little bit of height, but is solidly across and gets it away towards the mid-on position to the captain, Craig Brathwaite. And there is no run.
I think that slipped. It was a full ball. I think it slipped from Roach that time. But interesting though, he's changed ends. He started off from this end, Jack, this morning. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Now he's changed to the southern or Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yes, he's on his way in bright sunshine at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He runs in to bowl to Das, and Das is clipping the ball away through the forward square leg position. Mid-wicket giving chase. They'll get only one. A little bit of fumbling there on the part of Jaden Seals, it looks like. Or is it Philip, the substitute? But they got only a single for it. And the score is now on to 99. So on the brink of the half century, that's Philip. Substitute there, who's off the field. Trying to determine who is the player off the field as we look around. I can't remember seeing Nkrumah Bonner. Probably he's the one who is off. As Kemar Roach comes in now to bowl, and it turned away, this time backward of the umpire, and the substitute Philip is around to his left, to his right, correction, to do the fielding, and Hassan Joy is on to 36 with that single. The 100 comes up, coming up in the 40th over for Bangladesh as they look to chip away at the deficit of 162.
Yeah, still a long way away. 62 runs, 6 wickets remaining. These two would want to stay at least till lunch. That would be the first priority.
Kemar Roach with other ideas is into bowl, and he's edging and caught.
Early lunch.
So he plays at that one outside the off stump, Das, and the ball rushed to the field at slip, and that's the end of Das. He has been caught off the bowling of Kemar Roach, and he departs for 17. And Bangladesh in all sorts of trouble at 100 for 5.
Yes, a wide ball there and chased by Das, but he was playing that type of innings. He played some lovely, delightful shots mixed in with some shots that he'd rather forget about, and that last one was exactly that. But well caught again by Mez. West Indies well on top. 5 down before lunch.
It was a loose shot by Leighton Das. Experienced player in this Bangladesh team.
Yeah, you'd expect more.
Hassan Joy batting very well, sound at the crease, looking to build a long innings here. And he needed the support from someone of Das's experience, but he was rather loose outside the line of the off-spin. He did not have to play at that delivery, especially approaching the luncheon session. He should have really been looking to be more discreet, but he was rash on that occasion, and he paid the price. So he has gone, and I think with him, a fair measure of hope for Bangladesh, because the captain, who is coming out now in Shakib Al-Hassan, so much resting on his shoulders, and they'll need a long partnership here if Bangladesh are going to have visions of at least saving the match or winning it against the West Indies, and that's a far cry from their position now.
But Jack, you're quite right in what you're saying, that he didn't need to chase it, and the hierarchy in the Bangladesh squad, should be telling him about game awareness. You're far behind the game. You have been since day one. You've got a chance of batting time. You've got a guy set, or more or less set down the other end on 36. He's been out there for 130 deliveries. Looks rock solid. Just be aware of your surroundings and aware of the game situation. There's no need to play rash shots like that, especially when you played a couple of nice shots to get the partnership rolling.
Shakib Al-Hassan, the left-hander, and Roach goes around the wicket into ball tip, and he's across his stumps and carefully plays the ball in front of him towards the short extra cover position, and there is no run. He's kept on naught. 36 is Hassan Joy, 100 for 5. Joy has been there since the start of the innings, and he has seen the departure yesterday of Tamim Iqbal. He was caught by the silver brilliantly, falling away to his left of the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 22. Then Mehedi Hassan, who came in at number 3, the off-spinner. He was caught by Mayers of Joseph for 2. Roach is in, and he's playing loose outside the off-stump, flashing at that delivery as if it was a T20 international. And he went by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. A really irresponsible stroke from Shakib Al-Hassan. He could have been dismissed with that particular delivery. But he survives, and Bangladesh are 100 for 5, heading towards the luncheon interval and in serious trouble.
And we saw this in the first innings, Jack, by Shakib also. And he played a T20 type of innings like there was no tomorrow, even though his side were 40-odd for 6. He's come out here today, he's done the same thing. But there's a couple of Bangladeshi journalists here covering the series, and they were saying he just simply doesn't have the confidence of the batsmen or batters that come after him.
So Gudakesh Bhoti continues, and here is Shantu adding to his score, pushing the ball into the deep cover position for single. He's on to 37, 101 now for 5 is the Bangladesh total. The lead 162. That's the deficit for Bangladesh, and the lead on first innings for the West Indies. And the question now, will they be able to get beyond that deficit? Gudakesh Bhoti bowling over the wicket left arm, and Shakib Al-Hassan gets inside and just turns the ball away. We'll see if there is a bit of touch. No, there is no touch. In fact, the signal of bye comes from umpire Joel Wilson. So the extra added to the Bangladesh total. And Marley Richards is back.
Bit of turn there from Gudakesh Bhoti. Just turning from off stump down the leg side there. Good signs.
He's into Joy, and Joy is forward. The ball just bubbling there, looking as if it may have come from the bat onto the pad and going behind the batsman. Picked up there by the slip fielder as Joy settles over his bat now. And here is Gudakesh Bhoti. He's into ball team. He gets a full length delivery and drives. He goes on the bounce back to the bowler. Goes back to the top of his mark in his first test match. Looking here for success. Faces the bowling of Joy and faces the batsman Joy and bowls, and it's just pushed away towards the mid-on position. It will be a joy for him to get his first test match, and especially if he picks up the wicket of Joy.
Yeah.
It will be double joy.
It's been a joyful watch this morning from Hassan.
Here is Moti in, and Joy is driving and dropped, I think, at slip. Oh, that one was tossed up, and he went into the drive, and the ball took the edge and went to the slip fielder. There's a signal of bye, so there was no touch. It was all spin. So again, there was prodigious turn there for the left arm spinner. 103 for 5. Hassan Joy driving and missing outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, big turn and bounce there from Gudakesh Bhoti, looking quite threatening here into his second over on day 3. But haven't seen that much of him. But what I've seen though, He looks quite an attacking bowler. He's looking to take wickets, not necessarily looking to play a holding role only, but he looks like he has that ability as well to take wickets, and that's something that the West Indies have been definitely looking for. A spinner that comes into the game day 3, day 4, day 5.
So we're watching as the fast bowler Kemar Roach bowling over the wicket, and there is the batsman just coming forward, Hassan Joy, and driving towards the mid-on position for the captain in Craig Brathwaite to do the fielding. What do you make of the decision by the selectors to go for Gudakesh Moti ahead of Rakeem Cornwall and also Jomil Warwick? And those were the two spinners on that tour of Bangladesh and were impactful during that tour. Joy is driving pleasantly into the offside, an elegant-looking stroke, but he can't get it past the mid-off fielder, and he's kept on 37.
I think possibly. I mean, we've seen quite a few spinners. You mentioned Rakeem, Jamel Warwick, and Versami Pamal as well. Bishu, not too long ago as well. We've seen quite a few spinners being tried, but I think just off the naked eye, Moti looks probably the best.
Roach is in, and it's defended by Joy. Goes towards a straightish short mid-wicket. The fact that both Cornwall, he got 9 wickets in the last Test match early last year on that tour. Jomil Warwick in the preceding Test match was also among the wickets, and they've gone here for Gudakesh Moti. Do you think because they were looking to the future, what do you think is the reason behind it?
Well, I think they've been Test matches that have taken place since that Bangladesh tour, and I think form has a lot to do with it.
Roach is in, full-length delivery, and Joy is driving. Goes down to Craig Brathwaite at mid-on. There is no run.
So, against this opposition, they may have been successful last year or whatever, but we've seen quite a few Test matches since then. And I think maybe we've just struggled, our spinners have just struggled to take the wickets, especially even in favourable conditions at times, just struggled to take the wickets that's been required to get the West Indies a victory at times.
Roach just outside the line of the off stump, and the batsman is playing just a little bit of inward movement, and Joy is playing defensively, good length ball, and the selectors perhaps widening the net as well, looking at many spinners as possible to try and bring them into the fold and to come up with the spinners that can really continue and produce consistently at the Test level, and at the same time they may be able to go back for Cornwall and Jomil Warwick and that sort of thing. So they'll have more spinners at their disposal. He's playing and missing outside the line of the offside. That was a good delivery from Kemar Roach. It touched down. The batsman was playing, not being able to make contact, and it was taken by the wicket keeper. The over ends with the score 103 for 5. Hassan Joy has 37. Shakib Al Hassan, the captain of Bangladesh, with so much resting on his shoulders, is yet to score.
But what you want to see from your spinner as well, Jack, is your spinner actually looking to spin the ball and actually spinning the ball. We've got a lot of so-called spinners, in the world of cricket today, but not many prodigious turners of the ball. And I think that's a fantastic sign that we're seeing from Gudakesh Moti here. On Test debut, and still not afraid to really give this ball a twerk.
First delivery of an over is pushed gently into the offside by Shakib Al Hassan. Had a half century in the first innings. Very, very experienced player. Settles over his bat now, and here is Moti on his way to bowl to him, and he's back and turns it away into the mid-wicket region. They hustle the run. The return comes to the bowler's end. Moti flicks it onto the stumps, but Shakib Al Hassan had made his ground very, very quickly indeed. 104 for 5.
And I think probably Moti would prefer to bowl to the right-hander here from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end with that grass, that spattering of grass just on that off stump or just outside. We've seen him already, the turn that he's got to both right and left-hander, but in this case, I think the fact that he's taking the ball away from the right-handed batter just a little more threatening.
He's in, and Hassan Joy is right forward, getting to the pitch of that delivery and playing a purely defensive shot. There's a slip in place. There's a short leg as well. Those are the close catches as he goes around the wicket, left arm spin. And Hassan Joy goes back now and punches the ball away towards the deepish cover position, just jerking the bottom hand at the point of impact to collect a single. 38 he is now, 105 for 5. He's been there for a long time, since the start of the innings, has faced 143 deliveries, and has really grown in confidence and has looked the part. Now it's Shakib Al-Hassan who is the focus of attention as Moti goes in to bowl to him, and he's playing an unusual stroke. Shakib Al-Hassan was really trying to hit the ball into the vicinity of wide mid-on and playing across the line of it, and yes, it hit the inner face of the bat. So Shakib Al-Hassan faces Moti once more, and he's beaten by this delivery. Went between bat and pad. He was late on that one. Moti Kanhai would be very, very encouraged by that particular delivery, beating Shakib Al-Hassan. All ends up 105 for 5. Shakib Al-Hassan yet to score, and Bangladesh looking to dig themselves out of this hole at the moment.
And if you think back as well to the test match here against England, maybe slightly better batting conditions, but if you think back to Veerasamy Parmar's performance, not only did he not take wickets, but he struggled to really to provide that holding role, that control that the captain would have wanted. But here today, Moti not only threatening with his prodigious turn, but also the natural variation as well. You know, just going on with the arm there, beating the outside edge.
Kemar Roach speeds in up to Hassan Joy, and he drives, coming nicely down to the front for there, hitting the ball hard into the ground, and on the bounce to the bowler. Roach clutching onto the ball, and then just tossing it away to be worked on as he strides back to the top of his mark. 105 for 5. Hassan Joy on 38. Would have visions of a half century here as he settles over his bat, a right-hander. And here is Kemar Roach into bowl to him once more, and he's driving into the offside. Doesn't get the timing into the stroke, but it was nice down to the front foot. He seems to be seeing the ball quite well, seems to be relaxed at the crease, growing with confidence with every delivery.
Solid, compact technique. You know, he's essayed quite a few forward defensives that most batters would be proud of. Just to get back to the spinners as well, just quickly, Rakeem Cornwall. He's always been more of a package deal, you know, in terms of his batting.
Ball cut into Hassan Joy. Looked to have hit a painful blow just above the pad, and just goes for a little bit of a walk, a hobbling walk, to get rid of the pain there. That one nipped back at him and took the inside edge and just above the pad, and just feeling the pain there. That doesn't seem as if it will be enough to cause him major concern, and he will continue his innings 105 for 5. Sun blazes down here the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Roach is into Hassan Joy, and he gets another good delivery. Looked to have hit the inner part of the bat onto the pad, maybe. His back is to us and rolling along the pitch to be picked up by Craig Brathwaite at that mid-on position. So Kemar Roach bowling the in-cutters and presenting a little bit of a problem. Yes, inside and onto the front pad for Hassan Joy.
Well played, though. He's stayed quite relaxed. You know, we talk about that efficiency in movement, not moving too much, that head still at the point of a delivery, and he's doing a very good job here for the Bangladeshis.
Roach is in outside the off stump, not cutting back sufficiently, and taken by the wicket keeper. Hassan Joy was happy to see that one go by, because previous two deliveries certainly provided moments of discomfort for him. But he's battling on here.
And he's in now, actually. 148 deliveries is probably maybe the best batting conditions we've seen in the test thus far. He's in now, and it's imperative upon him to go a long way here in this innings.
Roach into him, and he clips it away nicely down to the backward square position. And there's only one. Alzari Joseph speeds around to his left to cut the ball off. The over ends. Bangladesh 106 for 5, more from Marley Richards, and then to take us all to lunch, it will be Vernon Springer.
Yeah, just to get back to the point on the little debate about the spinners. Rakeem Cornwall, in my opinion, has always been a package deal. He's never been, in my opinion, either just a bowler or a batter. It's always what he can bring to the table in terms of his all-round ability. And I just think slightly maybe in the last year or so, we saw how he played in getting that half century here against Sri Lanka, but didn't really build on that per se, not in first class cricket or even in the remaining test matches. I think he has to get his batting back up to that level.
You know, it's interesting that you said that. We say thanks to Jack Matthew and to our sponsors, Total Imports and West Indies Oil Company, for coming on board to support us with this coverage here of this Caribbean test match between West Indies and Bangladesh. And we're talking about spinners. And, you know, being a selector, we're critical sometimes of the selectors. And we, as broadcasters, we have a responsibility. The selectors have a responsibility. And so, too, the fans. And so they will be clarion and calling. Rakeem Cornwall, 23 wickets in the just concluded tournament. We'll come back to that, Mali. Gurish Moti, on debut for the West Indies, has earned his call. Maiden 100, and you can't fault him for that. 110, 225 runs, to combine that with 17 wickets, at a healthy average of 24.76, and his batting average was 45.00. And so you're so right in terms of putting pressure back on Rakeem Cornwall, who sometimes I think we will put in the same context of a Raymond Reefer. Rakeem Cornwall can bat and just needs to bat when the time arises. Here's Moti bang on target.
I think it's actually him just being quite a good-natured fellow as well. You know, he doesn't possess that selfish streak that's maybe required at times to really tell guys, you know what, I'm going to bat in the top 5 this year. I'm going to get my runs. I'm going to get my wickets as well. He's definitely thinking about the team more often than not. And it's probably just hurt him a little bit, especially at the first-class level here recently.
Well, the good thing for Mali is over comes to an end here. 45 overs bowled. Bangladesh are 107 for 5. They trailed by 55 runs. Hassan Joy has certainly looked well. And when I say look well, real organized. I like his composure. Match summary so far, Bangladesh 103, 107 for 5. It depends on their captain if he wants this game to go out today, because he certainly looked like he's in a T20 mood. So he'll have to be able to change that approach.
He's looked that way since the first day, hasn't he?
Right, in terms of what's happening. I think the competition for places has been good, Mali. What is confusing me in terms of the rhetoric that I'm hearing coming out from Desmond Haynes as the chairman of selectors, if batsmen or bowlers are performing, then we need to be able to pick them on form. I'll come back to that. Kemar Roach, 245 test wickets. He comes in and he's just glided away beautifully into the leg side area. Vast acres of land here. After it looks like Jermaine Blackwood. He looks like he will be running the flats for the West Indies team in a relay competition.
He's quick across the ground.
Yeah, Joy goes up to 42. And the score goes up to 109 for 5. Now listen to this, Mali Richards. Tejurain Chandapal completed this series with 439 runs and an average of 73, highs of 184. Kyron Powell, 405 runs, average of 57.85, high score of 139. And the incumbent, John Campbell, 398 runs, an average of 49.75, high score of 127. Roach,
Gone.
He's out caught behind.
Yep. Just hanging the bat out.
He is upset with himself there. Roach picking up his 246 wicket. And, Hassan Joy, he will be very upset. Lapsing concentration right there. Just as we were talking about how well he's batted all day, the West Indies have picked up another wicket and a good catch again by Joshua De Silva.
Poor shot.
The first poor shot that he's played for the day goes back into the pavilion.
And he knows it. You can see with that reaction there, the frustration, just knowing he played a bit of a nothing waft outside that off stump. Ball was actually quite short, but he didn't really throw the kitchen sink at it, almost was in two minds there, whether to leave or actually play. Made that late decision. Only managed to get a thick edge down to Josh De Silva and Kamara Roach. You know, since replacing Alzari Joseph from that Sir Andy Robertson, he's bowled a fantastic spell here. He's been quite testing. He's gone past the outside edge and even the inside, threatened the inside edge at times as well. And he's now picked up his second wicket here today. He's got 2 for 28 off 14.2.
109 for 6. Still trailing by some 53 runs.
Ball still moving as well.
Noel Hassan comes out. He's only played 6 test matches. Nothing much to shout about. A best of 64. So as a young man, we'll hope that he'll be able to get some runs. But coming back to John Campbell. John Campbell's last 5 test scores before this test match. 42, 11, 35, 6, 4, 10, 35, 22, 5, 10. I'm still bemused as to why John Campbell is still playing in this test match. But
what were his scores in the first class competition when they got back?
I'm just saying to you, he scored 298 runs at an average of 49.75.
Right.
So if we're picking folks on form, then he really should be here. Devon Thomas, in the meantime, scored 414 runs, high score of 112, 59.14. Right, so if we're rewarding certain players, then we need to be able to look to be consistent in our approach. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off. Roach comes in out, about that kept down. Did he drop in front of Joshua De Silva? Or he just missed the stumps? Which
Possibly, I think he just missed the stumps. Yeah, came back sharply.
He did.
From outside that off stump by Kamara Roach. Oof.
Look at Jaffa there. Had some work and that landed in the right area. Just missed the off. It would just shave the off stump. But sometimes you need that sort of
really
luck.
Getting some extravagant seam movement here, Kamara Roach.
Yeah, well, he just loves to bowl at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium because he hits the right areas and he's the most senior seamer for the West Indies, and he's certainly proven that. Poking up, pushing at that one there. And this game looks like it's maybe not going to last till after lunch.
I was more thinking possibly we won't be back tomorrow. But you're saying after lunch, you're willing to have a flutter or not?
Well, based on the approach here, he's going to, if he's poking and pushing at that, and the way how Shakib is playing, I don't know.
They're definitely up against it.
We might have, certainly, as Vince Demon would say in St. Kitts and Nevis, in an early beach day here. We never know. He comes quietly forward and looking to jab this one. And so we got to look around and see in terms of what's going on. But coming back to the 4-day competition, Kimmer Paul was rewarded and got an opportunity to go to Pakistan with 20 wickets to join the West Indies in the one-day team. We still don't see any reward for Jeremiah Louis, who's picked up 18 wickets so far. But it's going to be, hopefully, we hope we'll have a A-team tour.
So that people that
you might get a link up in terms of what's happening, back with the action. But you were talking about the spinners, Mali.
And the amount of cricket
that is expected to be played
this year as well.
Yeah. We're talking about the spinners, over-completed, 109 for 6. We're talking about spinners. And you would know that Versame Pomal picked up 19 wickets, Rakim Cornwall 23 wickets, Kudish Moti 17 wickets. So in the spinning area, more or less, or as we would quote it, Ruston Chase was a little bit way below par. He seemed to have gone off the boil. Kudish Moti is a good addition here. I just hope that they will continue with the investment in a Kudish Moti.
But if you actually think about the Ruston Chase, quickly, Vernon, he has never really gone off the boil with the ball. His bowling has actually gotten better and better. It's his batting that's gone the other way.
Okay.
And that's posed a real problem now in terms
of him getting a selection in the team.
Yeah.
46 overs ball. Moti is in now to bowl to the captain, Shakib. And he comes back and across. At lunchtime, we'll have a conversation with the CEO of Great West Indies, Johnny Grave. Kudish Moti on debut. Back and just cracking that into the offside. So finally, Shakib is already off the mark. It's his second run. Nurul will now come into strike.
At least he's Slightly different approach here from Shakib.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean,
wait until the next delivery.
I mean, think about what we saw in the first innings, though. He was charging, he was doing all sorts, living quite dangerously.
But that's Shakib. That's Shakib for you, Ali. We're expecting a high expectation that he's going to play like a Jeffrey Boycott. Or...
Not necessarily, but you expect him to play like a leader. He is the captain.
But that's his style of fighting fire with fire. 110 for 6. Here is a delivery.
I think a young player can say the same thing. You know, if he sees a Shakib go out and play quite irresponsibly, he sees, he takes that. He can say to the management, "Hey, well, if the captain's playing that way,
he might be dropped the next game." Here's a punch.
Definitely,
offside down to Azari Joseph picking up 111th run for Bangladesh, as we would say, Nelson. You know, Mali, I was talking to you about. You played in Nevis, right?
Yeah, man.
What was your atmosphere? What was your...
It's always been quite contentious playing in Nevis.
You remember a gentleman by the name of Zumbai Digai?
I've had quite a few words with a few spectators down there.
And drive down the ground.
Been heckled.
Oh, yeah. You know, we were talking a little bit about how important that man is. And once he came to Grove Park, in fact, now El Camino will park with his dolly, then things sort of always happened, you know. Whoever was playing, whether it was Willett, Parry, Dean Thompson, Ronald Powell, you name it. Well, he's a pitching for Culturama for this year. We say congratulations to William Zumbai Digai Dur. Lovely opportunity. Bang on target again. There's another delivery as he comes out. So overs completed here. 47 overs. Bowled 112 for 6. They're trailed by 50 runs. And for the family and the kids here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, we'd want this one to go all day, because they're really turning out in their numbers on this family day.
But quite encouraging stuff, actually, from Gudakesh Moti here on debut. He's been quite controlled, and he's spun quite a few of these deliveries as
more
well.
More than Pamal.
Yeah, quite sharply as well. He seems to have the right pace in which... He's found the right pace in which to bowl on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium wicket, and... It bodes well going forward.
I can't wait to see him, his career go from strength to strength once he remains fit. But here comes the veteran, Kumar Roach. He's a servant of West Indies cricket, and he's leading this young pack coming around the wicket.
Answered quite a few questions as well in this test match, hasn't he, in terms of the fitness questions that were asked,
Well, he's not been tested by the Bangladesh batsmen.
I mean, he's still... Okay. I mean... You were asking the question on day one, whether he was worth the risk. I think he's come through. He's come through. Yeah.
And his next big tour won't be until Australia, so he'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, a good call by the management.
That's why we say so. We have to reward the selectors. There's a little huff here as Reefer is pushed back into the deep backwards curly boundary. I know Roach is not going to bowl a bumper, but we never know. Stroked into the offside. The West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite picking this one up. 2 slips, a gully, a cover. Sweep on the offside. Short extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on. Deep backward square. And Moti down in the fine leg boundary. Now, I'm trying to work this one out. What do you think is going to be happening here, Mali? He's going to go across? Shakib?
I think he's got that man down on the mid-wicket boundary just to let Shakib know that possibly the short ball could be coming.
But Shakib is driving beautifully out into the offside. Coming around nicely is Azari Joseph. Is going to get onto the ball now and lobs the ball return. No effort, just flicked it up straight to Joshua De Silva, who's in an excellent game behind the stumps here so far.
Actually, just trying to catch Shakib on the crease with that delivery there. Kamaru set the man out at the deep mid-wicket boundary, but just went for the bluff, went for the full delivery. But Shakib, good enough, big stride out, and played a nice cover drive there, picking up 1 run.
Well, for the new batter in Newell, they have strengthened their slip cordon, so we now have 3 slips a gully as they all go down. And he's driving, but can't beat Raymond Reefer, who's a short extra cover, backward point, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-off very close. Azari Joseph, the lone feeler. Philip Spooner coming around the boundary edge there. I haven't seen him in our media center for the morning. He's done an excellent job. Philip Spooner has kept us grounded. They trail by 49 runs here. Bangladesh.
Did you need to be grounded? Were you?
Yeah, sometimes I do.
Were you getting a big head?
I get a little passionate about what's happening. You always keep me in check, Mali.
Yeah, for sure.
113 for 6.
It's something I enjoy actually.
113. I had my days of keeping you in check as a coach.
You're right. The role's slightly reversed now, isn't it?
113 for 6. So all happening right here. It's day 2 of this important. Day 3, sorry. Moving ahead of myself. Roach bongs away nicely. Good leave here. And every time the ball lands in that area, it just does something there.
Just comes back as well.
Yeah, 48 overs completed. 113 for 6, Bangladesh. Roach continues his good bowling form here. 2 for 29. And this, I think, will be the last over for Moti for lunch. Just letting you know that we'll have a conversation with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Johnny Grave, and we'll be talking about this packed summer program for West Indies cricket. Under 15, under 17, under 19, women's under 19, women's tournament taking place. They've been, I think it's the packest cricket season that we've seen for Cricket West Indies in a very long time. And a number of governments have to be given really credit. Well, the world has changed, and after COVID, you know what happened, Mali. 27 months, what you can expect, everything is coming back.
For sure.
Gurish Moti searching for his first test wicket. He's going to come in out the boat to Shakib, and Shakib is just a little late cut, tapping it around, giving Kemar Roach some work to do. You only get 1. And the score in the meantime goes up to 114 for 6.
Nice control, little late cut there by Shakib. Not that... I tell you, the approach is a little different here in this second innings. Not quite as haphazard, not as chaotic.
Don't talk too fast yet, Mali.
Yeah, I'm maybe trying to put the commentator's curse on. So let me
go. We saw what happened to us on Joy, right? Joy, he was batting so well, and then
we were talking him up. Yep.
Yeah, he just made one blunder. So what happens here now? Let's see what's going to be happening. Moti looking for his first test wicket. A slip, a gully, silly point. Short extra cover, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. And we have a man under 45, but he's deep. Moti. Beautiful shot by the young man. That's a lovely cover drive there. Alzara Joseph will have some work to do. Shakib is not interested in 2. So I think Nura will have to get back into his crease because Shakib is not running 2 here today.
Nah, he's ready for lunch, actually. Shakib not running too hard, not showing any real positive intent thus far in his innings, but he's only 18 balls in.
115 for 6. He's driving, and that always happens, Mali. Once you're a spinner, you feel like you can take on a spinner, and use nice use of the feet right there.
Orthodox as
yes,
well.
He feels like, hey, I'm going to get this one. Backing across and defending nicely.
I like that pace, though, that Modi bowls, and then he, I think, bowls the odd slower one, which just grips, and we've seen a bit of bounce as well. He looks a good prospect.
Backing across comes this delivery right there. It's over its lunch here on day 3 of the West Indies versus Bangladesh series. Bangladesh trail by 47 runs. At lunch, they go 115 for 6. Shakib is 5. Nurul is 2. And Moti has looked impressive so far here. Very, very, very impressive.
He hasn't, but Kemar Roach probably been the pick of the bowlers here today. Thus far, he's bowled from both ends. 2 spells already, putting in that work. No short amount of skill as his pace has just dropped slightly over the years. He's had a few injury issues and he's come back. His skills though have definitely improved, and he's so good on in conditions that favour seam bowling, and here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium it's been quite favourable conditions for a bowler such as himself, and he's exploited those conditions, and he's gone into lunch 2 for 28 of 15 overs.
Well, 29 overs have been bowled in the morning session. 65 runs have been scored. The West Indies have picked up 4 wickets, and the current run rate is 2.24. So it's been an encouraging sign in terms of what's happening. We look at the scoreboard. Iqbal 22, Joy 42, Hassan 2. The bowling figures for the West Indies have been led by Carl Mayers, 2 for 16, Kemar Roach, 2 for 29, and Azar Joseph, 2 for 33. No wickets yet for Moti and Seals in this innings. Wickets falling at 33, 35, 64, 75, 100, 109, 115 for 6, 49 overs bowled. We will pay some respects to our sponsors, Total Imports and West Indies Oil. And when we come back, we'll be having a conversation with the CEO of Cricket West Indies as Mali has the final words.
I'll say Kyle Mayers as well, actually, not to forget him. His spell here this morning was also fantastic, and picking up 2 wickets as well.
So there you heard it. Our commentary team this morning included Garfield Burford, Jack Macho, Terry Laraja, and Mali Richards. And we'll pay some respects to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll be having a conversation with Johnny Grave, the CEO of Cricket West Indies.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited, available only from Total Import Supplies.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our lunchtime chit-chat live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I'm Vernon A. Springer along with Garfield Burford, and we have the privilege of speaking and having a conversation this afternoon with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Johnny Grave. Johnny, good afternoon. Welcome to our studios here live from Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
How is everything?
Yeah, very good, thank you, yeah.
Lots of
Very
cricket.
good to have you, Johnny.
Lots of cricket.
It is, yeah. It's the start of, as you said just before I came on, it's an unprecedented amount of cricket that we're going to have in the Caribbean between now and the Caribbean Premier League at the end of August and September. And, it's exciting. We've been massively hampered, as most people have been under COVID. And, the handbrake is well and truly off.
All right. So first we'll start in sequence. So we'll start with the role of the government, and we'll start right here where Cricket West Indies is located in Antigua and Barbuda. And in 2021, at least there were about 80 matches played in Antigua and Barbuda, Johnny. I was counting them after a time I lost count. We had the ICC's Americas T20, you had the Super 50, you had the Sri Lanka Test match, you had the various camps. And during that period of time, Antigua and Barbuda stepped up to the plate and said, hey, we're going to work with Cricket West Indies, while a number of the other Caribbean countries were not open, to be able to make sure that cricket was being played. And that doesn't go unnoticed with all of the other governments around the region who then followed suit and made sure that, hey, cricket was reeling with Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last 2 years of COVID has really helped our government relationships, because we couldn't operate or do anything without them. And in particular, the ministries of health were absolutely crucial in terms of being able to get people in, keep them safe, and ensure the cricket could be played. And and the cricketers and everyone else that comes. It's all the off-field people and the broadcasters that need to come to make the cricket happen. So, we played a huge amount of cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda last year, and obviously we've got now 2 internationally accredited stadiums here, at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, but also down the road at the airport, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and that affords us, to be able to use both facilities that are world class and
join
host
us
teams
for the
here.
next episode of The Right Show.
And then also, what's also interesting too, Johnny, is that the Prime Minister, you had Craig Brathwaite, Joshua De Silva, and Devon Thomas, who paid a courtesy call on the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and he did indicate that the government of Antigua and Barbuda with the UE5 Island campus will be rolling out another venue maybe over the next 2 years. So that's almost more good news for Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, look, facilities is a massive part of the cricket infrastructure that you need, and we just had the West Indies Championship, as you know, in Trinidad and Tobago, using the new facility there at Diego Martin, and I know Guyana are planning venues in Berbice and Essequibo, to complement Providence in Georgetown. So, look, it's a big part of what we need to do. We need to have a facilities upgrade across the region, particularly at grassroots level, and it's something that hopefully as we come out of COVID is one of the things that we will start to look at, and that partnership and those partnerships that we forged with the governments of the region will be absolutely key.
Folks, if you're wondering what's happening on ABS Radio and also on Platinum FM 97.9, is a conversation with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, the man himself, Johnny Grave. We're also joined by Garfield Burford. But before Garfield gets in, I just wanted to also talk a little bit about the relationship again and how important the relationship is with the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We're now going to have a launch. Johnny, tell us about the plans. We've seen some development plans taking place and the time frame for the upgrade of what is going to be happening at Coolidge.
Yeah, so the Coolidge Cricket Ground plans have started to sort of get on the front foot, I suppose, using cricket parlance. So we've had that partnership with the government since 2017, where we acquired the site from the receivers. We've obviously upgraded the cricket facilities to such an extent that it, as I said earlier, is now an internationally accredited venue. We're going to have our first cohort of the West Indies Academy joining there at the end of this month, which is exciting. And we've had the design team that we've formed using expertise here in Antigua, but also international expertise to build a master plan for the redevelopment of that site, because we have very ambitious plans for that to become a world-class high-performance centre and really a flagship project for the region that we will then hopefully be able to roll out, so that each territory can have a high-performance academy for our best young players to go work and train and become world-class players.
Johnny, just following up on the point that on the question that Vernon asked, the plan, the modalities for the high performance center, is it that it is going to become the central location where all the emerging players from the region come to Antigua, or is it going to have satellite facilities across the region as well, or so how decentralized will it be?
I think the first phase is to get it up and running and become that central hub, the finishing school for all our best young talent, male and female, as well as existing players to come in between tours and work on technical aspects of their game. And then hopefully what we'll do is we'll be able to roll that blueprint out and have those satellite centres so that young players from under 13s, 15s, 17s and 19s will be able to train in world-class facilities and with good coaching support and medical support behind them, so that we can produce, as I said earlier, more world-class players.
It is going to be developed not only as a high-performance centre, but a heritage centre as well. Let's talk with us about the heritage component, Johnny.
Well, look, it's 22 acres of land, so whilst the cricket facilities, we'll probably focus on in phase one in terms of enhancing, particularly the training facilities. Obviously, we've got we're going to redo the square at the end of July and put in some new pitches. We're then going to look to expand the practice facilities out the back of the ground and build an indoor facility and a high-performance gym and rehab centre for physiotherapy. So that's sort of the cricket aspect. And then because that has all to be paid for, we want to have a sustainable cricket venue. So we'll use as much of the other acreage and buildings to create revenue streams. So one idea is to create the West Indies experience, which would be a tourist attraction for people to come visit and learn about the history of West Indies and cricket. And it's an exciting project, and one where we think it will be a major tourist attraction within Antigua and Barbuda.
And the timeline, Johnny, in terms of being ready to accept the first set of emerging players to finish up, as you said, their technical skills and so on. What's the timeline for that?
Yeah, so the Academy is going to launch on July the 1st. So the selection panel, the youth selection panel, are just going through the final stages of selecting those first players, probably a pool of about 15. And then next year we'll look to have a pool of male emerging players as well as female, and then continue the expansion of those programs.
Johnny, let me move on to another point before Vernon comes back in with his points. COVID-19, we're still in the pandemic. The pandemic is still not over. We're still in it, but hopefully we are past the worst of the pandemic. Hopefully. Of course, there's still a risk that another variant could emerge, which could upend the apple cart again and put us back into where we had been over the last 2 years.
We hope not.
We hope not. But of course, while we hope for the best, we prepare for the worst. Just talk with us about the impact that would have had on Cricket West Indies revenues and development programs. So, of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, they had a significant impact on games, on playing, and of course on revenues. How significant was that impact?
Well, the impact to start with was pretty severe. In 2020, we didn't host any international cricket, and obviously the model and the world cricket runs is when you host cricket, that's when you generate revenue. When you play away from home, the home board keeps it. So in 2020, we went away to England. We then went away to New Zealand. Obviously, we were able to have the Caribbean Premier League, which was great, but that was pretty much the only cricket we played in that year. So that had a big impact on our revenues, and it obviously came, as I said before a few times, that came at the worst possible time for us because we were in between our broadcast deals. We just finished a 7-year agreement with Sony 10 Sports, and we were in negotiations with new rights holders across the world. So that was, a pretty difficult period for the organisation. But then looking into 2021, as Vernon said, we were able here in Antigua to host Sri Lanka for a 3-format tour where we used both venues, and that obviously kick-started our revenues and led into a busy summer where we hosted successfully South Africa, Australia and Pakistan. So hopefully by the end of this year, obviously we're coming on the back of a fantastic England tour where we hosted 5 T20s and then those 3 test matches, and winning the T20 series was fantastic, and crowds coming back into Kensington Oval, and then the three test matches, culminating in that victory in Grenada, and as we took to the Prime Minister this week, now the proud holders of the Richards Botham Trophy. So that's been a big boost to our revenues, and hopefully by the end of this summer, with the visits of Bangladesh, India and New Zealand, we will have hopefully steadied the ship and almost be back above, head above water from a financial perspective.
And from a financial perspective, are you satisfied with the share of revenues that the West Indies gets at this point from, for example, those hosting activities and generally from world cricket, or is there room for that to be improved?
Oh, there's definitely room for that to be improved. But, we've not been quiet in our opinion about how the revenues of the game needs to be shared, and how it's important that the big 3 in particular share revenue amongst the other boards, because, we all want competitive balance. We all want to watch good competitive cricket with, the jeopardy of both sides having a fair chance to win. And, certainly in the last few years, it's been the case where that big 3 have taken a lot of the revenue of the game, and hopefully as we continue to work with our other full members at the ICC table, we can ensure that there's enough. There's plenty of money in the game. It's just how it's shared, and we continue to lobby and come up with ideas that we present to ICC and the full members as how we can start to address that balance in a slightly fairer way.
No. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, it's a conversation with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, and we're live on ABS Radio and Platinum FM 97.9, and we're collaborating on this coverage here, West Indies versus Bangladesh, and we're talking to the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Garfield Burford from ABS, and Vernon A. Springer from Pointville Communication. Johnny, you were talking about rights and what happens, and this is an education for many folks. When we have players who play in the respective leagues, IPL, Bangladesh, Big Bash, what happens? What's the process?
The process is the individual player will either directly or through their agent would negotiate the terms of that engagement with that overseas team, and they would then submit an NOC, so a no objection certificate request into Cricket West Indies, and based on what the schedule is and who the player is, that NOC will be granted or not through a process where we have an NOC committee that review every NOC request that comes in. It has representatives from the selection panel, men's head coach, for example, or women's head coach, depending on where the NOC is coming from. Obviously, sports science and medicine to make sure the player is fit or doesn't have injuries. And then eventually the NOC will be given after a fairly simple and quick process. And then the player goes away and comes back and hopefully continues to play cricket within the region.
So in terms of the let's say Garfield Burford is playing for his club in Jamaica, Lucas. Will that club benefit from him playing in the IPL?
It will in the IPL, yeah. The IPL have had release fees, a sort of solidarity payment to the member boards that give players up to the competition. And, in that case, we get those and collect those on behalf of the region, and then the board at Cricket West Indies decided to share those equally with, in the example you just given, the Jamaica Cricket Association would get an equal share along with the club Lucas. So, it's been an important part of, as I said, making sure that the money that's in the game is shared on an equal and sustainable basis.
Coming back to Cricket West Indies, we go to selectors now. Ramit Sawan, West Indies searching for a new selector. Is there a time frame? Is that going to take some time, another 2 months out, or will it be quicker than we think?
Yeah, there's a board of directors meeting next Thursday, so hopefully we'll agree the process there and then and can get straight into it. But at the moment, the lead selector of the youth panel, Robert Haynes, is acting as an interim selector alongside Desmond Haynes and Phil Simmons, and that will be the status until such time as the selectors appointed.
All right, so we have a women panel, we have a junior panel, and we also have a senior panel.
Correct.
Who's in charge of the women panel?
The women's panel is Andron Brown as the lead selector, and Travis Dowland, and obviously Courtney Walsh as the head coach.
All right. So, folks, if you're wondering what's happening, there's another conversation. Johnny, we're going to be rolling out some youth tournaments. Under 15, under 17, under 19. What are the dates? Not the dates, but at least youth cricket is coming back also to the Caribbean.
It is, yeah. I mean, we've got the women's regional, as you know, taking place in Ghana at the moment. A bit disruptive with bad weather. We had a great T20 blaze, and obviously, congratulations to Jamaica for winning that. And then we're now into the CG United Super 50, and that's taking place, all the games at Providence, which hopefully means we can get the cricket on, which is good. And then, looking ahead into the summer, we're going to have, Barbados will go and represent us as a region in the Commonwealth Games. We've then got our under-17 boys and our under-19 girls happening in Trinidad in July. We've got the under-15s in August in Grenada, and the under-19s in St Vincent and the Grenadines in July and August. So, that's a big programme of youth cricket, and it's the first real programme of youth cricket we've had since 2019 because of the pandemic. We're also going to host Bangladesh A in the region in St Lucia in July and August. So, it's a big programme of cricket, but it's what we do, and it's important that we get every level of our system back up and running, and by the end of the summer, that will be the case, God willing. We can really look forward to then hopefully, a more sustainable programme moving forward, and particularly looking into that academy and how that operates with that group of emerging players, where hopefully they will not just come in for high-performance camps here into Coolidge Cricket Ground, but also have the ability to go on tour and play international emerging teams as part of their 12-month programme.
Now, the women's programme, I know Cricket West Indies is looking to roll out a new development pathway for women's cricket. First time we're going to be having a Cricket West Indies under-19 tournament. This is in build-up for the ICC Under-19 Women's World Cup. What are some of the plans for women's cricket going forward?
Yeah, so we're going to have that tournament in July in Trinidad, and then a pool of players will be selected. From that, the best players will then form a team to go to Florida for a high-performance camp there, and then play 5 T20 internationals against the USA Under-19 team. obviously then we've got, and we're really excited about the opportunity to launch the Women's CPL this year. So, first time ever, we're going to have a 3-team Women's CPL. And that's a really exciting initiative that we've been working on a long time. And, we had some trial games in 2019. And this is a big expansion. So the Guyana Amazon Warriors, the Barbados Royals and the Trinbago Knight Riders will have, 4 women's teams with 3 overseas players partaking in that tournament. It will be a full, production, 20-odd cameras. It's going to be Hawkeye and DRS for them. So, I think we presented that last week to the women who've been selected, and we saw the teams being announced last week. So I think there's real excitement about what that tournament will do. It's obviously another earning opportunity for our female athletes, but also it's it's a huge part of our cricket plans moving forward to establish that and then expand it over the next few years.
Now, CPL, we're celebrating 10 years this year, Johnny, and the relationship has tremendously improved since you have come into office. What is going to be some of the expansion plans for CPL and Cricket West Indies as we look to go forward?
Yeah, look, it's a big part of our system, our programme. The relationship's very good. We've got a number of initiatives that we're working on. We're working on joint production from a TV perspective. I think Kent Crawford and Travis, the ground staff under our contracts, will go and work on CPL this year, which is great. In the past, they've tended to use some overseas people to come in and help them, but they're going to use Kent and Travis to help them, and that's just another indication of Cricket West Indies getting closer to CPL and working more in collaboration, and this launch of the women's version is very much a part of that collaboration. So, Cricket West Indies wholly owns the women's CPL, and we're just working on this on a trial basis with the six existing franchises and CPL as an organisation, and hopefully we'll be able to sort of move forward in partnership and, as I say, expand it so that we've got 6 franchises, 6 teams, and it'll be a big part of our women's programme moving forward.
Johnny, let's look at now. I'm pretty sure a lot of our listeners, both in Radioland and also on Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, will be asking the questions subliminally. When is the West Indies when are you targeting for improved performances for the West Indies so that we climb the ladder in terms of all the rankings across all the formats, especially Test? Of course, because they would remember the halcyon days or when the West Indies were kingpins. What's the time frame that you've set yourself for the West Indies to regain, at least to be in the top 4 again?
Well, obviously, we're currently in a decent position this Test match. We're coming off, beating Bangladesh away from home this time last year. Obviously, we've beaten England in the most recent series, and we're looking for improved performances as we move forward across all 3 formats, across our men's and women's programmes. We're in the business of cricket, so that's why we're so busy with our cricket programmes, and we're in the business of winning. So we want to be climbing, but we want that success to be sustainable. We want it to be across both the men's and women's programmes, and we want it to be across all the formats. So it's not easy because you're competing against some of the biggest countries, and everyone wants to win, and every single match is hugely competitive and important. But I think what we're certainly trying to do is build that pool of players and get more competition for places, which I think we've done to a certain extent, and then make sure that the younger players that are coming through are more prepared for the challenges that international cricket presents. So, and that's why the academy is such a key component. But look, it's very much work in progress. We are behind from a high performance perspective other teams in the world, and they're all moving on and investing in their programs, and that's why we have to do it consistently. We can't go from boom to bust and have these peaks and troughs of when we invest and when we don't. So hopefully, as I said earlier, we're stabilising the business, and what stabilising the business will do will allow the cricket side of the organisation to have very robust and consistent programmes across all levels of the system, and that we're not having to compromise on that. So we're not having to not play A-team cricket or not play emerging players cricket or not host tours. And certainly in the last few years, we probably played more cricket than we ever have in previous periods, and I think that's testament to the strategy of we want to have full programs and players developing their skills across being able to play in different countries and in different conditions and not have huge periods where they're inactive.
John, let me ask you this one. This is a controversial one. Putting you on the spot. What's the West Indies' strategy in relation to the rotation of players across formats? In other words, there are some, let's say, for example, Kane Williamson in New Zealand, who has done very well across all three formats. And there are several other players like that. England, for example, has taken a little bit of a different approach in relation to some of its players. What is that a settled policy now for the West Indies in relation to which players are used across all three formats, or is that going to be worked on more?
No, look, I think we're looking to develop all format players. There will always be players that specialise, I guess, between the red and the white ball in particular. But you only have to speak to the lead selector, Desmond Haynes. We've got probably more alignment than we've had in the past between our test team and our one-day international team, and then we're seeing again all format players come to the fore. We've always had Jason Holder. We've now got Jayden Seales, who's playing across the formats. Carl Mayers, who's playing across the formats, we've seen that in other players. So I think it's something that we're very focused on producing players that are multi-format players, and certainly moving forward, that's the way that we want to go.
Before Vernon comes back in, Johnny, on the matter of all format players, do you think we have access to the best players who, let's say, for example, Shimron Hetmyer? He's one of easily the most talented players we've produced in the West Indies. Very naturally talented. And, I mean, even some of the former greats have pointed to that. But he's nowhere in the test setup. He's pretty much had a decent season in the IPL. What about him? And on that matter, in relation to fitness, are the standards set in stone, the fitness standards, or are they going to be tweaked?
Well, I think the fitness standards will continue to become more onerous on the players in terms of we're going to push those standards higher and higher. We are nowhere near where we want to be in terms of our fitness and conditioning standards across the region, across both cohorts of players, male and female. And we need to, if we want to be world class, as you said earlier, if we want to be at the top of the tree, if players want to play all three formats with the schedules the way they are, they're going to have to be incredibly fit. We won't compromise on those, and we're continuing to support the players. So look, we're looking to get strength and conditioning and physios in across the region. So every single territory will have access to a full-time physio and strength and conditioning coach. We want to provide that medical support to our players, and the education will go all the way down to the under-15, so that the younger players that are coming through will understand what the demands of playing international cricket are. We just come back from Pakistan, where they were playing in 40+ degrees heat, with 90+ degrees humidity, in a play, rest, 50 over, 100 overs in that heat. If you're not physically at the top of your game, you're not going to be able to perform in those conditions. And then, for the likes of Jayden Seales and Carl Mayers, they came back, and within 2 days they're playing a test match. So,
and Zara Joseph as well.
Correct. And the demands for them physically are huge, and if you're not fit, you're not going to be able to get through that. In the case of Shimron, he's unfortunately come back injured from the IPL, and again will need to go through that rehab and then build his strength and conditioning up to get to the level that he'll need to be at to play international cricket.
So the fitness standards will be, you're saying, going higher?
If
anything?
Yeah, if anything, they will, yeah.
Wow. Vernon.
Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, we want to be able to give major credit to our sponsors, West Indies Oil Company and Total Imports Limited, for this conversation here and our coverage. It's day 3 of the West Indies versus Bangladesh, and we're having a conversation with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Johnny Grave. It's live on ABS and also live on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel and Platinum FM 97.9, a Pointville Communication and ABS production. Johnny, WIPA, the West Indies Players Association, you're talking about education, and sometimes Garfield and myself in the media, I don't feel that we see enough or we hear enough of WIPA in terms of the education, and maybe this is something that we will maybe start engaging them some more of their role. But the relationship with the West Indies Players Association and Cricket West Indies has improved. How can we be able to now move into a media drive where we begin to understand the role of the West Indies Players Association?
Well, I think I guess that's a question for them. They're a separate organisation. But yeah, the relationship between Cricket West Indies and WIPA is one of mutual respect, and it has been very positive since certainly I've been here. And we have regular meetings with them and good communication. We don't always agree, but we've always been able to move forward in the interests of West Indies cricket, which I think is the most important thing. And look, player education and developing players who understand what it means to be a professional cricketer is really important. We just done a seminars, myself, Jimmy Adams, and our sports science and medicine manager, Dr. Goulson, have been in and presented to all the players in Trinidad and Tobago around the fitness and conditioning policy, the selection policy, the NOC policy that I spoke about earlier, making sure players understand it. The under-19s are going through education, and emerging players will on leadership and nutrition and financial planning and all these things that are now sort of a requirement, I guess, of an international player. Whether you're a male or female player, you're going to now the rewards of playing international cricket are vast. We've had players just come back from the IPL from both a men's and women's perspective, and they're going to be millionaires over the next few years. And with the last IPL media rights deal closing just a week ago and generating 3 times the amount of money, $6.2 billion over the next 5 years, just from the Indian market alone, it's
extraordinary.
The player wages in that league are only going to go higher and higher. So, that comes with its own complications, and we have to make sure the players are ready for international cricket, but also ready to deal with some of those off-field things that now are great opportunities, but also need to be carefully managed and advised.
Sport is a billion-dollar industry, and you hit the nail on the head there, Garfield, and we've seen that the Indian Premier League is moving in that process. But before we go to the relationship with USA Cricket, I want to touch a little bit on the umpires and the pathway for more umpires, because we have more cricket. We only have 1 female umpire so far, and I know that the umpire body is trying to work to be able to get some more females involved, especially on the international level. Jacqueline Williams from Jamaica so far has done an excellent job. How are we looking with the umpires going forward?
Yeah, equally we have a very good and open and respectful relationship with Wicket, the Umpires Association in the Caribbean. As you say, we've got the senior panel and the junior panel. We have a number of them on central retainer contracts. We're very proud of what Jackie's been able to achieve, and certainly with Peter Nero, who's our umpire trainer, who goes around making sure that the umpires are being trained and getting the attention that they deserve and need. And obviously COVID has also provided a great opportunity for all of our umpires at the top level to officiate on international cricket, with the fact that it was just home match officials for such a long period of time during COVID. So, yeah, look, it's attracting people to the game to work within the media or within ground staff or within umpires or scorers, both at the top of the game but also at the bottom of the game, is really important.
How many players will be, both male and female, will be contracted for the new contractual season for Cricket West Indies?
Well, that's going to the board next Thursday. That's on the agenda, along with the cohort for the academy. And I'd anticipate we were, I think, 18 last year across our men's team and 18 across our women, and I think it will be a similar number looking ahead to the next 12 months in both the women's and men's.
Now, and finally, just before we get off to get ourselves organised, the West Indies and USA will be sharing the ICC T20 World Cup. What are going to be the relationship going forward with the USA cricket? And already, as you indicated, we have the West Indies under 19 girls will be in the US, so already you've seen a pathway. Originally, before you would have had USA cricket, would have been playing in the Super 50. Is that going to be something we're going to be forging ahead to build?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we will invite all the US national teams, along with probably the national teams of Canada, to come down and play in our youth tournaments. It provides different opposition for our players and more games in those tournaments, so it's a big win for us, and also gives us the option to go on reciprocal tours with our best players. So it's something we're definitely looking to expand. We focus very much on the under-19 women's this summer, but hopefully looking ahead to next year we'll be able to expand on that. Unfortunately, the Super 50 won't involve the United States team, because they'll be in World Cricket League 2 over in Zimbabwe at the same time, so there's a fixture clash there. But we've got 2 games against India and Florida in August, and I'm off to the US next week to look at some of the venues along with the ICC for that 2024 event. And we're moving forward very much in partnership, and we're excited by the opportunity to work closely with the United States and the other countries within the ICC Americas region in which we sit. And certainly the 2024 World Cup coming to the Caribbean in June is going to be massive, and I think we're all excited by the opportunity of
One of the things that we have found, Mali, from the Sir Andy Roberts end is that when you try to bang the ball in, it is almost like a tennis bounce. And we've seen this even when Jaden Seals was bowling. You hammer it in a particular area, it almost comes up real slow. Shakib there getting a short ball from Alzari Joseph and was just only able to just roll the wrist over. It didn't even go past Bonner, who is very far, as we would say, at short leg.
Yeah, ball's just sitting up when hammered halfway down. Catch it.
This one is out.
Oh, is that helmet? I think he's been hitting the head.
Helmet. Yeah, so that one rushed him a little bit more. Zara really didn't go up. Are they going for the review? No. I think he came off of the helmet.
It's going to be concussion protocol now, I think.
Yeah.
Shakib doesn't look too worried, though, to be honest.
But they have to check.
Yeah.
Jermaine Blackwood and also the West Indies captain Craig Bradford just coming up to ask him if he was okay. He says yes. The physio has to go through the normal procedures, ask him a couple of questions. What's your name? When was the last time that you would have seen your mom? A number of questions. You think you can recall the last time you had a 6 on the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? Shakib is answering. Boom, flush into the helmet. Didn't find
right
the
on
badge.
the badge, actually. Just done for a bit of pace there. Just a little two-pace nature of this wicket. We've seen the majority of the balls hammered in halfway down actually just sit up on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium wicket. But what I've also noted is that the margins for error are getting smaller as this test match progresses. It's for the bowlers, that is, as these batting conditions get even better here. That margin for error just getting smaller. Can't afford to overpitch too much. And even the short deliveries, we saw, I think it was Joy this morning, play a couple pull shots well in front of square. So West Indies here, it's still very favourable in terms of a West Indian positive result. That's for sure. But we know this game of cricket has glorious uncertainties, and with Shakib at the crease, 45 off 69, and Nurul looking pretty solid as well. This partnership critical, like I said previously.
The team spirit so far in this test series, based on what I've seen, has been very, very, very excellent. I can't overemphasize so far the keeping of Joshua De Silva. Some 6 catches in the match so far. The one he took yesterday of Iqbal, of Alzari Joseph, that was
a stunner.
Oh,
reminiscent of
Jeffrey Dujan.
Yeah,
not the late, but the Sir Jeffrey Dujan,
the great.
Not a short ball here from Alzari Joseph. Shakib, just is testing Shakib's back to see if his back is really.
And his
hurting.
back seems okay when it comes to evading those short deliveries. He's getting down. He's getting real low, like you said, almost in line with the stumps. At times, but just affecting, just impeding his running here.
This is the 21st over being bowled in this session so far. 20.3 overs, some 75 runs scored by Bangladesh. So there is a fight. Another short ball by Alzari Joseph. And this time Joel Wilson and Mr. Gaffney comes up now to says, well, listen, hey, that's 2. And 2 for 51 is Alzari Joseph. 190 for 6, a lead of 28.
And it also just seems like he's not as comfortable from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end as he is from the Sandy Roberts. We saw him bowl a short spell from the Sir Curtly Ambrose, but quickly switched back.
Back on the course comes Shakib trying to turn that one. But Mali, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the field placing of Craig Bradford for Shakib. West Indies, I would say, on top. Mm-hmm. Is that fair for me to say to Mali?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a mid-wicket, we have a sweeper on the offside, we have a third man, and we have Roach down on the fine leg, and we almost have not a fly slip, but more or less a deep gully, a leg slip. A little strange, mid-on and mid-off pretty close. So I think the objective is here to Shakib, not to pitch anything up, but to bowl back of the line length, over completed, 70 overs bowled. Bangladesh 190 for 6. They lead by 28 here on day 3 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the afternoon session. Please bring your children to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium because the folks who are here, they're having a whale of a time. I can tell you the bouncing castle, the paintings, you name it. There's cricket action taking place in the car park. And we have to thank our sponsors, West Indies Oil Company Limited and Total Imports.
Yeah, we're just seeing the West Indies just searching a little bit for wicket here. Vernon, you mentioned the field placings. When you see it, you're not exactly sure what the plan is from the bowler. You know, it maybe suggests the odd shot delivery and a straight an attack, a line of attack actually within the stumps, but we haven't actually seen that consistently.
The other thing which is a little strange for me is that I think some pressure maybe needs to be eased off of one of these bowlers, maybe Al-Zari, and maybe bring on the left armer in Raymond Reefer, who has not bowled in this test match here.
That's quite surprising, actually, to be honest, not to see Raymond actually bowl yet in this match. Like I said yesterday, it probably suggests, I'm not sure if he's actually carrying an injury or something that's preventing him from bowling, but it probably suggests that he's now seen as a batter who bowls a little bit.
Shakib turns a multi-delivery down to Kyle Mayers. And in the meantime, the score goes up to 192 for 6.
You would have thought he would have bowled by now, though, to
well,
be honest, if he was going to bowl, considering we've always known him to be a bowling all-rounder.
In fact, in this team, in this test match, he's playing as the number 3 batsman.
Number 3 batter and not bowling at all, so that's been quite surprising. I'm not sure if there's a specific reason for that.
Here comes Nurel, comes quietly forward to Moti.
And it seems that pace, that when he bowls above 80, 83, 84 kph, it seems just a little easier for the batters.
That's a better line, better delivery there. I would like to see him come between the umpire and the stumps, Mali. I think this as a left armer, this straight on, you know, Willett used to bowl, partnership.
I know 83. You mean you do get
to put your body
into it and really come across your body.
Find all of the coaches, the modern day coaches now have the spinners coming in this, straight on. You've got to put a little bit.
You get that side on position and really get your body into it. That would really allow you to get more revolutions on the ball, like you say.
Partnership, Mali, is 84 of 152 balls. Has been a very, very, very important partnership. This is Test cricket, and this is what you want to see from Bangladesh. Some fight. Here is Shakib driving down the ground on the offside to Kamar Roach. We'll get an easy single. Over completed. 71 overs bowled here so far. Lead of 32. And Moti not for 27 so far on debut for the West Indies at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And maybe we have called too long. We've called right. Raymond Reefer finally will bowl.
After 71 overs. So, it looks like Raymond's now coming into the attack. Interesting to see how he gets into his work here. Haven't actually seen him bowl for a little bit. So it'll be interesting to note how the ball is coming out of his hands. I've always had a concern about whether he'd have the necessary penetration in order to consistently trouble international batters, but I'll get my a pretty good indication here.
Well, if you're a left armer, and we could go way back to Bernard Julian and to Pedro Collins and company coming up. A best of 1 for 36. This is his second test match in his career. Started in New Zealand. Looked like a long time ago. But if you're a left armer in the Caribbean, you really have to do something extra with the ball. You realize someone like a Krishna Santoki who only played white ball cricket would have struggled even playing 4-day cricket. And Raymond Reefer, almost put in the same pedigree. But let's see if he's got something else up his sleeve. He starts from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he quietly rolls over his hand. And Shakib comes quietly forward on 47.
One thing's for sure, he's quite an enthusiastic character. and he'll be relishing this opportunity actually to make an impact with the ball here for the West Indies. He didn't quite make that impact with the bat. He looked pretty good, looked pretty solid, compact. He actually looked like a number 3, but here he's been presented with an opportunity with the ball.
Reefer comes into bow to Shakib. Shakib is driving, ricochet, feeling the excellent piece of work there from the West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, parrying that on the offside. And Azari Joseph just coming in. But the good thing about it, right, they got a single. Shakib got to the other end.
I mean, he got a half century in the first innings, didn't he? But
51.
I think in this innings, he's actually played better. He's gone about it in a better way. He was pretty lucky in that first innings, rode his luck a few times, played some ill-advised strokes, but here his shot selection has been a lot better in the second innings.
Norrell waits for...
Oh, if that's Pad.
There.
Oh,
Gaffney is not interested, and I think the West Indies might
the
be...
Silver likes that, I think.
Yeah, they're taking the review. Reefer wants a wicket, and he's beckoning to go up the review.
I think two things here.
Craig is a little reluctant.
Two things here. I think it's whether it's hit the bat and whether it's actually pitched in line, left arm over. It's just whether it's pitched within the line of the stumps as well.
Well, let's find out, Mali. You're the analyst.
I think it looks like pad first. It does look like pad first, unless it's the thinnest of edges. It's and it's back foot as well. So Raymond Reefer proven to be a bit of a golden arm here. Springs, you were calling for him. It's looking like he's going to be the man to whether it's pitched on or not. We haven't seen that yet. But in terms of the impact, he looks to be hitting middle and leg.
195 for 6. We're waiting on the decision.
There's no bat.
No bat. Ultra Edge is talking.
No, he hasn't pitched on. That's the thing.
Just as Mali is talking about. Pitch out just outside.
Just outside. Left arm over. It's so
good. Mali, I can't emphasize the umpiring in this game has been fantastic.
Yeah, good decision there by umpire Gaffney.
By Gaffney and Joel Wilson. And you have to call a spade a spade. That is a very, very, very good decision. And really, your eyes have to be real good to pick that up.
You do. Great decision there by umpire Gaffney. Just pitching outside the line of that leg stump.
And you could tell that Raymond Reefer thought that he had him.
Yeah,
I mean, it looked. Yes,
it looked that way to the naked eye.
Certainly. So Norrell survives. This time, Mali
advancing.
He bats off of his crease and he comes right out to make sure that he negotiates to anything, any swing, any movement. West Indies have lost another review. That's what happens. That's the pressure that the left armour brings to bear.
They're now without. They have no reviews remaining.
Yeah.
Which
that's the suicide of the happening. 195 for 6. Here goes Reefer. And you will again coming forward. Getting themselves organized. Coming up next will be a double change, Mali.
Yep.
It's Mali stays, and it will be Garfield Burford, who will take us into the tea time era. You think he can deal with a bumper, Mali?
Who, Darwin?
Yeah. What do you think? He says on the computer.
I think he deals with them every day. He just evades them every day, doesn't he? He knows how to bob and weave.
He knows how to bob and weave.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Norrell is 39.
Once again.
Yeah, but he's all the way
advanced.
Yeah, he's advanced, and he's not going to get that. The West Indies don't have any more reviews.
They don't. That's the thing.
That is basically what I think Craig Brathwaite was sort of looking for. I saw a wasted one this morning, Mali. You remember that one Jeremy Blackwood was beckoning for after Joshua
I think this one probably would have pitched in line, though. I think this one would have pitched in line To be honest.
And they know that, and so the West Indies is going to be put on the up out here. So more comments from you, Mali, and then it will be the voice of Garfield Burford, the man who maybe will bring some luck for somebody.
We've seen both teams actually just squander a few opportunities in terms of the DRS. You think of Bangladesh in the West Indies first innings and Kumabana nicking behind another batter, pretty plum LBW, and the captain not deciding to use the review system. Here we saw Jermaine Blackwood in this innings really implore the captain to go up for an LBW review, which looked marginal at the time. So will that come back to haunt the Windies?
Here comes, good afternoon to you, Mali. Here comes Gudakesh Moti bowling a new over from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, bowling to the left-handed Shakib Al Hassan, 48 years, so on the cusp of another half-century. Shakib Al Hassan faces up now again to Gudakesh Moti. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and he advances down the wicket, has to play that one quietly back along the offside of the pitch. He was looking to advance from his crease there a while ago. Perhaps that is telegraphing something of a sort of intention going forward. Here comes this delivery, this glided into the point area. The fielder just backward of point does the feeling there's one run. So Jaden Seals there as backward of point. One more run to Shakib Al Hassan. He moves up to 49 now on the cusp of another half century. Nurul comes back into strike. Here comes so Gudakesh Moti with a slip. Rather interesting offside field. There's a slip. There's a short extra cover. There's a short cover. There is a backward point. Here comes Gudakesh Moti. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is punched down to the aforementioned backward point fielder. There is no run. And Nurul remains on 39 of 95. Shakib Al Hassan 49 from 80, 196 for 6. The lead is 34. I'll run you through the scorecard in a short while. Here comes another delivery outside the off stump, well left by Nurul. Picked up the line very quickly, accounted for the spin. I was hoping that was not the one that would go the other way, Mali.
Yeah, it's just those deliveries in between 78 and 83 kph. Those seem to be the ones that the bowler actually gets the most out of this wicket.
Indeed, that delivery ball, but is a dead ball signal as the batter just backed away a little bit. Perhaps he was a little bit discomforted by something along the side screen. He just backed out the last moment. So, dead ball signaled by the umpire, Joel Wilson. Here comes another delivery, which is flighted outside the off stump. Well left again by Nurul. Didn't have to play at that one. Perhaps thinking now with tea in mind. And certainly 196 for 6. The end of the over there from Gudakesh Moti. He is none for 28 from 12 overs so far. 1 run in that over. The lead is now 34. 73 overs gone. 196 for 6. Bangladesh looking to push on the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And how well Nurul has played alongside his captain. They've really had a substantial partnership. Just what Bangladesh would have wanted, 6 wickets down, really staring down the barrel. But they've now established a 34-run lead. Still got 4 wickets in hand. And I think from a Bangladesh perspective, they'd hope that these two are there at stumps today.
Absolutely. So Bangladesh 103 and 196 for 6. West Indies 265. Bangladesh leading by 34 runs. The summary of the match so far. Day 3, the post-lunch session. We're going into tea in another 10 or so minutes. Raymond Reefer will be picking up the attack from the Sir Randy Roberts end. His second over, rather eventful first over. He had a few appeals, went for a review, lost it. Here comes Raymond Reefer, bowls and putting his back into that, banging that one into the pitch. And standing up straight and punching that one to short extra cover was Shakib Al Hassan. There is no run. Tommy McBull caught the silver ball, Joseph, for 22. Mamadul Hassan Joy, he looked good until a moment of indiscretion. Blood got to his head and he played a rash shot, and that was the end of him. Caught the silver ball, wrote 42. Mehidi Hassan Miraz caught Mayers, bowled Joseph for 2. Najmul Hossein Shanto caught Campbell, bowled Mayers 17. Monimol Haq, LBW bowled Mayers for 4. Here comes the bowler who punches, the batsman punches this one through the covers. Getting 1 run is Shakib Al Hassan from that delivery from Raymond Reefer. Nice punch drive through the covers for that one. He's looking more comfortable, Shakib Al-Hassan, and certainly far more responsible and mature in this innings. Rather a captain's knock this time.
Yet another half century, I think, as well.
Absolutely. So 50 up for Shakib Al-Hassan from 82 deliveries. 82 balls faced in that 50. And Shakib Al-Hassan looking to push on here. 197 for 6. The lead is now, I'll tell you in a short while, 50 runs for him, 82 deliveries, now 39. The lead is now 35. Raymond Reefer to starting again. A little bit of an overcast. Or the sun has gone down, really, not a overcast condition. This one does down the leg side and not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper, Joshua De Silva. But no harm done, no bye. So the score remains 197 for 6.
But what we've seen from these two batters when facing Raymond Reefer, especially Nurul, after the initial LBW scare, just advancing down the wicket, really looking to smother whatever movement Reefer may possess, and it just shows a real awareness, a match awareness. Just adapting to the situation really quickly.
Here comes that Raymond Reefer balls, and this one taken on the pad.
I think he hit that one.
Not only that, but I think the wicketkeeper was also saying going down the leg side. He was signaling that he was going down the leg side. Either way, the West Indies have no reviews left. So even if they get a decision that's not in their favor, so hit on the back leg, but obviously going down the leg side. You could see the two stumps. You can see in the middle and off stump, and that one going down the leg side. So.
Posing a few problems, though, Raymond Reefer, isn't he?
Indeed. He seems a little bit zippy, a little bit of zippy action, and he's just kind of
getting it to skid through.
Yes, absolutely. Here comes that Raymond Reefer. Starting again, he's up to wicket and bowls, and this one just advancing 1 or 2 steps down was Nurul. A little bit of gamesmanship there, a little bit of a cat and mouse. He advanced Nurul down, 1 step down, possibly trying to negate and trying to nullify that sort of zipping, skidding action of Raymond Reefer, trying to smother that. And so Raymond Reefer fielded the ball off his own bowling and threatened to throw it on the stumps. There was Nurul scoring back into his crease. All happening here, 197 for 6.
And also knowing that Raymond Reefer doesn't possess the pace. If he does decide to bowl a short delivery to really trouble him, he knows that all he has to do is pretty much advance to Raymond Reefer and get outside that line of the off stump, hopefully, and he'll go a long way in negating the threat.
And there we're looking at good initiative shown there by the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, realizing what had happened in the previous
trying
delivery.
To keep him
absolutely keep him tethered to his crease. So he comes up to the wicket now. Here comes Raymond Reefer bowls, and this one is played brilliantly through backward point for 4. Outside the off stump, not a bad delivery actually, but well played through backward point. Down to the boundary for 4. Nurul rushes up to 43, and that has brought up the 200 for Bangladesh. So Bangladesh 201 for 6. The lead now 39, getting one outside the off stump and just placing it delicately, wonderfully through backward point down to the boundary for 4.
Just spoiling a good over there, Raymond Reefer. Just a little too short, a little too wide. Nurul well set, 43 off 101. Just guiding that down to the backward square boundary. As the lead now goes to 39. As we see the second new ball available in 6 overs. I wonder whether the Windies will take it as soon as it's available, or whether they'll wait. Interesting to see what Craig Brathwaite would do.
So not as if the ball is reverse swinging or anything. So I think that possibly they would want to go for it. If the ball had been swinging, you could possibly
especially with Roach being rested for a little while. He hasn't bowled for a little while as well.
Absolutely. New over here started by Gudakesh Moti. This one turned neatly down to the square leg position by Shakib Al-Hassan, getting one more run, just walking the single for most of the way. He's not been in the best of physical shape. He's had some stretching and some massaging of his back. He's had some back challenges, and so he doesn't really want to run the quick single, so just ambling as much as he can, walking and loping as much as he can. 202 now for 6. Shakib Al-Hassan moving on to 51 from 83. Nurul on 43 faces up, and this one is hit for 4. One bounce into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, that one was a short delivery, rank long hop, begging to be hit. Nurul just rocking back very quickly and just playing that one in the air down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And no movement there from Jaden Seals on the deep square leg boundary because that one is rushed 1 bounce before.
Yeah, and he picked that length really quickly, though. Was quick to pounce on that one, deposited it to the boundary.
Here comes this delivery. This time it's a low full toss. Is playing this down to the mid-on fielder Kemar Roach, who was interested in not the non-strikers end, but the strikers end, because that's the end to where Shakib Al-Hassan was running. And of course, he's not necessarily the best. In fact, the little bit of exertion that he put out to get that run seems to have got him into some trouble. He looks to have been much the worse for that single. So now he's crouching and hunching over a little bit because he's not well. And
it's the quick singles,
absolutely.
You know?
And I think that good presence of mind by Kemar Roach to have noticed what was happening,
forcing him
the ball to the
exert himself there on that run. Shakib Al-Hassan, and what we're seeing from him as well, he's had such a massive workload, such a heavy workload for Bangladesh over the years, and over the last couple he's tried to manage himself.
This delivery is just taking a few steps down the crease was Shakib Al-Hassan just playing this one into the short mid-wicket position. There is no run, so just advancing a little bit just to make sure that he got to the pitch of the delivery, turn it into the onside. There is no run. Gudakesh Modi, one ball left in this over. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is turned very, very neatly and is gliding it to the point, the vacant point position. Running around from that short cover position was Jermaine Blackwood. No, my bad. It's actually John Campbell to do the fielding. 1 run to Shakib Al-Hassan. He moves up to 52. The score 208 for 6, 46 the lead.
And Moti only in his first test, and I think he'll learn. He'll adapt. He'll get to grips with the realities of international cricket, and really.
Here comes this delivery. He's just turned into the onside, looking for the quick single. He has to run back to his crease in a row. He has to remember. He doesn't seem to remember.
He's forgetting.
Precisely. He keeps forgetting that he can't take those quick singles because Shakib Al-Hassan, the non-strikers, then is in no position to be scouring down the wicket. At the end of that over from Gudakesh Moti, 7 runs from it. He's none for 35 from 13. The lead 46, 208 for 6. Shakib Al-Hassan 52. Nurul with him on 48 on the cusp of a half century as well. The lead 46 and the partnership 99.
And I don't think Moti has done a bad job here. On debut he's actually bowled some pretty good overs and at times some really threatening deliveries. But just recognizing, like we said, the realities of the international game and Test cricket in general, and just how hard it is at times to remove players of international quality. But I think what we've also seen from him bodes well, for the future. He's still provided a level of control.
Here comes Raymond Reefer starting a new over and punching at this outside the off stump, living dangerously with Shakib Al-Hassan just when we thought that he was actually settling down to a more mature innings. Every now and again he plays those airy-fairy shots. That was one of those ones outside the off stump and wafting at it.
Yeah, and it says 120 kph on the speed gun, but just bouncing and carrying through, almost doing Shakib for a bit of pace, actually.
Precisely. It actually surprised him, Here comes Raymond Reefer starting again from the Sir Randy Roberts end. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is just glided through down to the backward point position. Alzari Joseph does the fielding down there. There is 1 run to Shakib Al-Hassan, and as usual, he just walks up to the non-striker's end because he's not in a position to be running at all. Wants to conserve as much, not only, energy really, but the main thing is that he doesn't want to put too much pressure on his back, doesn't want to exert too much because he's certainly having some challenges.
And as we see Josh De Silva actually going back now, I think on the last delivery of the previous over from Reefer, he wasn't too happy actually with De Silva coming up to the stumps, and now we've seen De Silva go back.
Well, here comes Raymond Reefer starting again. He's up to the wicket, around the wicket and bowls, and this one is just turned into the short, straight mid-wicket position. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, does the fielding, the underarms at the stumps. But, of course, there was no challenge for Nurul to be in his crease. No run.
But to be perfectly honest with you, Garfield, if I was the captain here, I'd tell Raymond he'd have to find a bit more. Then if you don't want the keeper up to the stumps, because the batter is actually looking to advance to you, and negate the movement that they are providing.
A 100-run partnership is up. 181 delivers. Here comes another delivery from Raymond Reefer. Coming well forward was Nurul, playing it down to the short mid-off position. There is no run. The score remains 209 for 6. So the 100-run partnership is up. Very good for these two to really put up this 100-run partnership, to give their team some sort of respectability, at least forcing the West Indies to bat again. And possibly, who knows? They might want to look in, trying to push up the lead to, say, 70. And then from there to 100, and who knows after that. Here comes Raymond Reefer starting again to bowl to the right-handed Nurul, who walks down, advances, and just pulls this one down to the fine leg position. Kemar Rudge is down there. We're about three-quarters of the way to the boundary. Does the fielding. There is one run. So Nurul looking far more comfortable, looking more and more comfortable. He's now on the cusp of a half century. He's 49, the lead 48.
And at 109 for 6, when these two came together, you were hearing whispers around the ground, whether this game would last, whether it would go into a day 4. But these two have really put their heads down. Captain Shakib has led from the front. He's really been up for the fight, even though he's been inhibited by a back injury. He's still there, 53 off 87, and Nurul as well has backed him up.
Raymond Reefer bowls, and this one is just punched off the back foot, just punched up to mid-off. That's the end of the over, and that's the end of the session. That's tea here. It does appear, absolutely. Umpire Gaffney just takes all the bails. That's tea here on day 3. The end of the post-lunch session. Bangladesh 210 for 6, 76 overs gone. The lead is 48. Shakib Al-Hassan on 53, Nurul on 49. This session, 27 overs, 95 runs, no wickets, and the run rate 3.5. So Bangladesh certainly would have won this session, and possibly they would want to see it as an incremental little sort of mini victory that they would want to build on. But certainly foundation, 27 overs, no wickets, and they certainly put on quite a few runs as well. So 210 for 6. Their camp certainly in the pavilion applauding a fantastic effort, a 100-run partnership between the captain Shakib Al-Hassan and Nurul, making sure that it's not going to be over so quickly, if it is going to be over for them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about early in the day in terms of leading from the front, from a Shakib Al-Hassan, probably the most experienced player in the Bangladeshi lineup. He's been on 2-3 tours, or I think 3 tours of the West Indies already. You've got some young players in there, maybe on their first tour of the West Indies, and the way he went about that innings in his innings on day 1, it didn't really suggest that he was as experienced as he is, but he's really righted that ship in the second innings thus far. He's come out, he's been more composed. The shot selection has been top-notch, and he's timed those balls when he's really gone after them. He's timed them through the offside and at times through the leg side. He's played shots on both sides of the wicket, and Nurul as well, going in at 49 not out of 107. He's provided some real stability at the other end, and both of them together have put on over 100 runs. And like you say, who knows how much of a lead could be challenging for this West Indian batting lineup.
Extraordinary. So a session that has certainly gone in the favour of Bangladesh. Perhaps the only session that has gone in favour of them so far in this match, indeed. And they'll be certainly wanting to build on that. Sage comments there, Marley Richards. Just let me run you through the scorecard so far. So, as I said, this is day 3, the afternoon session having just been completed. Of course, you're in tune with coverage right here on ABS Radio 90.5 FM and Point FM, giving you a comprehensive coverage on across radio as well as online. The West Indies, of course, in terms of what happened on day 2, the end of day 2, Bangladesh, the second innings, they were 50 for 2. Mahmudul Hassan Joy was on 18. Najmul Hossain Shanto was on 8 after 20 overs in their second innings. That was the start of day 3. Bangladesh with 50 for 2. Well, what happened since then? Bangladesh have now progressed to 210 for 6. 210 for 6. Tamim Iqbal caught the silver, bowled Joseph for 22, faced 31 deliveries, 4 fours. Mahmudul Hassan Joy, he looked good, caught the silver, bowled Roach for 42, 153 delivers, 3 fours. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, Court Mayers, Bold Joseph for 2, 6 deliveries faced. Najmul Hossein Shanto, Court Campbell, Bold Mayers for 17, 45 deliveries faced, 3 4s. Monimol Hack, LBW Bold Mayers for 4, 12 deliveries faced, 1 4. Lighton Das, Court Mayers, Bold Roach for 17, 15 deliveries faced, 3 4s. Shakib El-Hassan is not out on 53 from 88 deliveries faced, 4 4s. Nohrul Hassan, he's not out on 49 on the cusp of a half century, 107 deliveries faced, 8 4s in his 49. So he's been far more attacking even than his captain Shakib El-Hassan. Shakib El-Hassan had been far more enterprising in his first innings, enterprising to the extent of being impetuous and rash and reckless. By this time, he's reined in those attacking intentions, certainly playing a far more responsible and mature knock, a captain's knock he's playing, certainly giving his side an opportunity, possibly a glimmer of hope, if not to win the match, and certainly not, if not to save the match, but at least to give them a moral booster going into the second test. So 76 overs gone, the run rate 2.76, but in that session just completed, the run rate was 3.5, and they did not lose any wickets. So Bangladesh certainly would be buoyed and heartened by what happened. The fall of the wickets, 1 for 33 when Tamim Iqbal went, 2 for 35 when Mehdi Hassan Miraz went, 3 for 64 with Najbul Hossein Shanto's wicket. Monimul Haq made it 4 for 75, 5 for 100 Litan Das, and 6 for 109 Mahmudul Hassan joined. That was the last wicket. 6 for 109. That's when these two came together, and they certainly have pushed on. 100-run partnership of 181 deliveries. Bowling so far for the West Indies, Kemar Roach, 19 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 40. Jaden Seals, 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. Alzari Joseph, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 51. Carl Mayers, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. Gorakesh Moti, 13 overs, 2 maidens, none for 35. And Raymond Reefer is 3 overs so far, none for 8 from those. But he certainly was a live wire, and he certainly pushed to try to get a wicket. Good to see that sort of spirit indeed. That's a look at our coverage so far for this session. Of course, we'll be joining you at around about almost 3 o'clock for the start of the last session of day 3. The West Indies will be hoping to dismiss these two very quickly and to get further into the tail. Our coverage on Point FM and ABS Radio 90.5 FM is brought to you with the kind compliments of Total Imports Supplies for the best brands in the cleaning business, and West Indies Oil Company, ultra low sulfur diesel, the cleaner, more efficient diesel, available at all West Indies oil service stations. Marley Richards, if you didn't know before, and by the way, there's a little bit of a drizzle here. It doesn't seem like it's going to last very long. Just a passing shower. The covers are actually being brought on. We didn't see this one coming. It actually came out almost of a blue sky, figuratively and literally.
Didn't the meteorologist said 0 chance of rainfall?
Absolutely, but then again, it just goes to show that they didn't quite have their crystal ball, Marley. They were just going based on what they saw. Right. They didn't quite see this one, but it doesn't appear that it is going to be a long interruption at all. Just a passing drizzle, just a few cumulus clouds is passing by, but not made. In fact, to our left, that's the east, right, Marley?
Right, it is.
Yeah, there you go. I'm very bad with my cardinal points. Better with clouds than with my cardinal points. Blue skies to our left, but certainly that's where the rains come from. But it should not last very long. We're going to be hearing from our sponsors in a short while. And as I was saying earlier, if you didn't know, Marley Richards is a son of Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards. Well, we're going to be hearing from his father, because both his father and Sir Ian Botham, both two of the greatest players who play the games, of course, with West Indies and England, respectively. They had a chat recently, and we're going to be hearing that from both Sir Vivian Richards and Sir Ian Botham. We're going to be taking a break, though, and when we come back, we'll have that short feature for you during tea time. Stay with us.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited. Available only from Total Import Supplies.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
My time at Somerset ended through the way that he was dealt with, and I thought it was appropriate for me to retire from Somerset. I didn't want anything to do with them. I was horrified the way that Viv and Joel had been treated after all the years that they'd brought success to that club. We hadn't won anything for 104 years or something prior to the arrival of that team under Brian Close. And for one player to decide that he was going to run it all and we'll get rid of Viv and he'd get rid of Joel, and I think he thought that I would stay, but he soon got the message on the last afternoon when I walked and thanked each corner of the ground, and I had no intentions of playing under that bloke. So I went to Worcester, he went to Glamorgan. We still played against each other quite a few times, yeah, we had a great time at Somerset, don't get me wrong. About 15 years I suppose in total there. Won a lot of trophies, and put the club on the map. But no, when the way he was treated, I wasn't going to stand by and watch that. So
that was a huge statement that Ian would have made, because we lived together. We did almost a lot of things together. We wanted a lot of things together. We shared the bad times together as well, you know. So for him to have done that, and that to me sort of opened up the doors, telling me what Ian was all about. You know, you look and see the work that he's done for his charity, and some of the guidance you try and give some of these young individuals. It's not how you start. Maybe you try and concentrate on how you finish. And to me, when you hear Ian speak about maybe condemned flat, these are all the starts that you need in life for you to correct things. And when you do get an opportunity to grab them with both hands, you know, and you know. That's the perfect example. So to me, I grew up in an environment where there was a guy who believed, you know, and I myself, and I guess maybe that was would have drawn us together, and the winning habits, the ability to compete, face competitors. Yeah, I think we drew off each other in that particular way. So I guess we were destined to meet on that particular day and to be here presently in our lives. Yeah.
Well, look, when you're on the field of play, you're on the field of play. And then when you come off, we go sit down and have a beer together or go out for something to eat, whatever. And, you know, there's 6 hours, 7 hours of being competitive. And, you know, I remember many a time watching him go to 100 and 120. And got him out a few times, but he actually got me out once in a test match, and in Trinidad, and he danced around me all the way to the English dressing room, and I felt that was just a little over the top. No,
because what was said to me, right? Because him and Jeff Boycott always used to look and say, "You bowled that little Mickey Mouse stuff," you know, and when you get him out, you know, because Ian, as I said, he gives you a chance, and that's why he's a great, because he took chances and he made good use of them. And he took a chance that day, and I had him, and I did the flip, and I was like, I was somewhat on the gymnastic floor. I was rolling and doing the tumbling and all that stuff, because to me, it's, when you get Ian Bottom's wicket, that's a prize wicket, you know, so I totally enjoyed that.
I taught him a little bit about the difference between Cabernet, Sauvignon, between Pinot Noir, Shiraz, Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc. We had a great time. The school of life.
I'm going to give you a joke about this guy. We used to be involved in a pint of lager here, a pint of scrumpy here and there. So we had to sometimes indulge. But Ian found his new love, a glass of red. He read this article that said that red wine is good for the heart. And wow, when Ian said it, well, anything that's good for the heart, maybe I'm on board. And I remember when he came at first, and he had a few, and I started to enjoy it, and then I keep going back. Ian, have you got any more red? And what Ian didn't tell me, that article said, he left out the most important bits. A glass of red wine or two is good for the heart. He didn't tell me about the bottles bit, you know.
Well, look, first of all, it depends how big the glass is.
So, but he's ever been on that since, and I remember seeing him on programs with the wine connoisseurs and stuff like that, and saying, wow, here's the beef, you know. But certainly he's got me involved with the red wine, and it's done a lot for me, really. It's, as you said, a good glass of Shiraz, some Merlot or whatever, goes on, you know.
Well, it's just a great honour. It was talked to us a while back, and then COVID came along and everything got put on the back burner. But no, it's nice to actually see it. It's come to fruition, and we looked at it. I only saw it myself yesterday, and Viv hadn't seen it until today.
Yeah. Actually, I had it on my
phone,
my WhatsApp.
WhatsApp or WhatsApp?
WhatsApp, my WhatsApp phone. You know, I had a little bit of a view, and I felt that said it was sterling silver. I'm extremely happy, as you said, for both of us. You know, we have come a long way, and to be considered putting our names to me, that's huge. Game that we played and loved and enjoyed, game that would have given us so much also. You know, I'm thankful, very, very thankful.
The legacy is that, from my point of view, and I'm sure from Viv's, is that we enjoyed a great game, and we played it highly competitively. Whether we're playing with each other or against each other, it was full on. And what I learned from there is how a team works, comradeship, team spirit. Not everyone has a great day, and lifting the people that haven't had a great day. So to actually have a trophy as distinguished as this, taking over from the Wisdom Trophy, is a great honour. So I would just like to say to the kids, it'd be a nice moment when you can lift that trophy for yourself. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Thank you, Beef.
Bro.
Hey, Lord Walton.
Actually,
excuse me, sir.
Yeah, you must ride out and protect me.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited, available only from Total Import Supplies.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. as we bring you exciting commentaries on the West Indies Bangladesh series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators for the ball-by-ball commentaries.
And we're about to see the resumption of play after tea with a fight back being staged here by Bangladesh. They're 210 for 6. They lead by 48. An unbroken stand of 101 between the captain Shakib Al-Hassan and the wicketkeeper batsman Nurul Hassan. They came together when the score was 109, and they're still together batting until the tea break, and we will see a resumption shortly after that. Play delayed just a few minutes because we had a drizzle during the interval, and that occasion the cover's been brought onto the playing area. That bit of covering is being peeled off now and being pulled away, and so we will see the emergence of the two umpires, followed by the West Indian fielders and the two batsmen for Bangladesh. It's the captain who has really been batting well. Hassan has been excellent as well, getting to 53. Shakib Al-Hassan getting to what was his 29th half-century in Test cricket, and he'll be looking to convert that, and who knows what they will set the West Indies to win in this Test match. And Nurul Hassan looking to get up to his best in Test cricket. This is only his 6th Test match, and his highest score being 64. He has just over 200 runs in his Test career, and will be hoping to make this innings his best. He's unbeaten on 49, so on the brink of what would be his second half-century in Test cricket. And he really deserves it because he has batted particularly well. He has been sound, he has grown in confidence, and he has defied the West Indies attack, the pacers, and the spin of Gudakesh Moti. And they'll be looking to continue the fine work after the break. The West Indies will have the option of the second new ball because so far 76 overs have been bowled in the Bangladesh innings. So the second new ball due in 4 overs. And based on what has happened so far, and based on the composition of the West Indies bowling attack, I think that will be readily taken. I've been joined by Darwin Telebat, former Windward Islands opening batsman. Darwin, good afternoon.
Hi, good evening, Jack. Good evening to our listeners. West Indies certainly finding themselves with a little bit more fight than they bargained for in a match that seemed to have been going easily their way. It's still a game for West Indies to win. However, the Bangladeshis are putting on quite a fight. Nurul and Shakib Al-Hassan. Hassan quite injured. Not playing normally. He seems to be in enormous pain. He can't hardly run a single. There was one instance when there was a second run taken and he had to stop, bend over, and really was grimacing in pain. So he's out there fighting for his team, and West Indies hoping to get a breakthrough here and wrapping up this innings and maybe trying to close up this Test match today.
It's a case where the West Indies are hoping that this is not another Gordon Greenwich in terms of Shakib Al-Hassan being injured, because we know that Gordon Greenwich, whenever he was injured batting for the West Indies, he would really put on a show for the Caribbean side, and he has scored a lot of runs while injured out in the middle. And so the West Indies fans and the West Indies team will be hoping that this is not a case here where Shakib Al-Hassan is discomforted, is inhibited, but he'll battle on and get a big score for his team.
Well, he is batting on. He's gone over 50. He's now on 53. And I must say, Nurul came back pretty well. He was not scoring very quickly, but since he's 1 run short of a well-played 50.
Moti Kanai will begin the action after tea. He'll go around the wicket to the right-handed Nurul Hassan, and he gets a delivery in line with the stumps. Just stands up straight, allows the ball to hit the face of the bat, and it runs out to Nkrumah Bonner, who is at a very short mid-off position for the up-pitch drive. Gudakesh Moti Kanai looking for his first Test wicket, none for 35 from 13. He's in, and Nurul Hassan is back and cuts, but goes straight to Raymond Reefer at point. And the first-class leveler has had 117 wickets, best figure 6 for 20. The sun comes out in all its brilliance after that slight interruption for rain. And this ball is turned away down towards the forward square leg position, and they'll get a single for it. Jaden Seals is around to do the work.
50 to Nurul.
So he gets these 50. Well played 50. 50 of 110 deliveries. And really he has batted very, very well. It has been a sound batting effort by Nurul Hassan, reaching that 50 mark by clipping the ball away through the forward square leg position. It's 211, 50, 134 minutes, 8 fours for that 50, 110 deliveries. Good work by Nurul Hassan.
Good test innings. He started off very slowly, but you can see he's a different player now that he's in.
Hassan is driving and missed that mid-off, and the ball has gone away for 4. I thought there that Kemar Roach was a difficult catch, but I thought he saw it late. He moved certainly late for that one. It was hit hard and away to his right. And he went for it with one hand. And the ball eluded his hand and went very quickly behind him for 4 runs. So Shakib Hassan stepping out and driving eerily and getting a boundary. He's on to 57.
Yes, and wasn't that much of a difficult catch, Jack. I think Roach just didn't think it was coming that quickly and didn't respond fast enough. And it got away.
215 for 6. He steps out again. This time he's hit painfully on the right glove, on the right hand. Sorry, the left hand. The left-hander being hit on the left hand. That's he. After wringing his hand, he's now looking to settle once more. But significantly, he stepped out, hit a 4, and then the next ball he was stepping out again, but not quite close enough for him to execute. And the ball just fell away into the onside. So, interesting ploy right after tee. 215 for 6. He's on 57. And this time he's in a defensive frame of mind. Just comes forward and the ball rolls along the pitch. The last ball of the over. The first over after tee. Shakib has 57. Nurul Hassan is on 50. 215 for 6. The 50-run lead up. 53. Bangladesh lead the West Indies by.
Well, certainly, I'm sure Moti is trying to get his rhythm right. It's his first test. He's on debut here. He would love to get a wicket. There's still a lot of nerves. Am I doing it right? Am I really on the field with a maroon cap on? There's a lot of stuff going on through his mind. And I must say that I'm sure he's really not getting all the mechanics right out there just yet. He has a long way to go playing this at this level. But it seems a little flat. It seems varying a bit. Sometimes it's up a little. Haven't seen him doing too much flight in here, but I'm sure the young man is trying to get his legs and his mind wrapped around the fact that he's finally out there representing the West Indies team.
So Raymond Reefer will begin his 4th over, none for 8. And I believe he will be bowling what may be his second to last over, because I think the new ball will be taken abruptly. He's on his way to bowl, and this is a defensive shot from Hassan coming onto the front foot. The ball goes back along the pitch. Because really, you think that the West Indies will use that option almost immediately, yeah?
It's difficult to say. You have 2 batsmen who are in. You could take the new ball. They could put a quick 50, 60 runs on, and you could regret doing that. It depends on how much they score in the next couple of overs with the old ball, and we'll see what Craig thinks.
This is over number 78, and Hassan is defending right out to that particular delivery, looking to be no trouble whatsoever. Ball hitting the middle of the bat and going up to mid-off. So he's in a settled position right now, entrenched, along with Shakib. Unbroken century stand. 215 for 6.
Right, and Jack, I don't see the quicks loosening up either. If they're going to come on in an over or 2, we'll see them flexing. We're not seeing that happening just yet.
Raymond Reefer, left arm around the wicket, and it's clipped towards the mid-wicket position. Craig Brathwaite half stops. Ball fullish length, and Nurul Hassan just flicking the ball away. And then he just flexes his right fingers. Maybe the shock there of the ball hitting the bat.
Yes.
I don't know.
Possibly. Reefer, though, is a very live wire. He seems excited to be there. He looks like he loves his cricket.
He's playing only his second test match. He's on his way to bowl to Hassan, and the right-hander is defending right in behind this, and the ball goes up towards the mid-on position. And again, he's just flexing those fingers, and he has called for some assistance from the dressing room. So just maybe just a slight bother for him right now. 215 for 6. He remains on 50. This is only his second 15 test cricket, but he's new to the game. Only his 6th test match. And he's punching this off the back foot, jerking the bottom hand, and he goes out to the extra cover position. And there is no run. So a lot more spectators in for today than was the case for the first 2 days. And
Jack, there's a lot of people who are actually wondering, should I come? Should I not? Is it going to happen? The game is in a very odd position. Can West Indies wrap this up in an hour? Does it make sense to go to the stadium? I'm sure lots of similar considerations is going around, and the black clouds looming around here doesn't seem to help that either.
Well, the forecast is not for rain, so I don't think we'll have any downpour, maybe a slight drizzle or two. The ball is defensively played well up to him, and again he wrings the right hand, really discomforted by the situation. So the overs come to an end. We have had 78 overs completed now, and Bangladesh battling on 215 for 6. At one stage it was 109 for 6, but this unbroken 7th wicket partnership has given Bangladesh hope. Shakib is on 57, Nurul Hassan on 50.
Well, I'm not so sure if they've got hope. I think 53 runs, certainly even if it was 100, obviously they would believe it's not enough. But cricket is a very odd game, and
okay, I'm glad you asked that.
You just never know. You think that the momentum is on one side, and something happens. You wonder, is it the same game? So as much as we believe that this is going to be a walk in the park, it still has to be played. The guys has to put their best foot forward, because it ain't over until the fat lady sings, as they say. Tanti is still in the Oval.
I was reflecting early on when I was on with Terry that there was a famous test match between India and Australia. Australia were touring India, and they imposed the follow-on on India. So India were following on a massive lead, a massive deficit for India, massive lead for Australia. And there was a guy by the name of VVS Lachman. He made a double century.
Yes.
And Australia had a target, and they were beaten by India. So that was a total transformation of that test match. Now, I'm saying that because you were saying, look, you don't think that they have enough and maybe they won't be able to do enough. But you never know in this game of cricket. They can extend this 100 and odd run partnership to 200, and all of a sudden the West Indies are facing a target close to 200 to win the match. And then the other batsmen will come and they'll add 30, and the West Indies have 230, 240 to win.
Well,
and
certainly, yes, and you're never to ease the pressure, and this is why I think your consideration for the new ball is something worthwhile thinking. Will they do it? Are they going to give Moti a chance to continue to try to get this breakthrough for them? If they get a new ball, he'll be taken off. Is that going to be good for his whole psyche? He's only bowled 7 overs.
He has bowled 14 now.
14
he has had a long bowl, yes.
Yes, 14 overs. And and I'm sure Skipper Bradford would like to see something more productive from him, Jack.
Well, he's looking to be productive here as he starts after a break with treatment for Nurul Hassan. The other Hassan, that's Shakib Al-Hassan, turns it away down to the fine leg position. A long run here for Reefer. The batsmen go only for 1. 216 for 6 now. Shakib on to 58. So Moti Kanai, the lone spinner in this West Indies side. When I say lone spinner, the lone recognized spinner, if you will. There are several players out there who can spin the ball Craig Bradley, the captain. There's Nkrumah Bonner. Who else would do a bit of spin?
Craig Bradford is no Puran, man. Come on.
But he has had success at the test level, Craig Brathwaite. And just let's look at his...
I was just kidding. Because
yes,
Puran just took the ball the other day and seemed like he was baffling everyone.
Yes. But Craig Brathwaite managed to baffle one or two persons before. Here is the batsman coming forward. Nurul Hassan out to the said Brathwaite, moving around from extra cover. His best figures in Test cricket, 6 for 29 as an off-spinner. Craig
Brathwaite?
Yes. So he has that option, and there's Nkrumah Bonner as well. I think Jermaine Blackwood does a bit of spin as well. And this is stroked down to long off, where there is Kemar Roach, and the batsmen are through for a single, 217 for 6. Nurul Hassan on to 51.
I'm sure there's some of Brathwaite's schoolboy friends who tell him, you can't get me out, man.
Motikana is in, and it's defensively played by the left-handed Shakib Al-Hassan.
It happens a lot, Jack. When you're not a real bowler, everyone thinks, you can't get him out. But it's just one ball, poor decision, bad shot.
Moti's in, and Shakib steps out, but the bowler saw him coming, pulled it back, and so he was not able to get to the pitch of it, and just worked it into the onside for a dot ball. 217 for 6. Shakib remains on 58. Nurul on 51 as they continue to provide this rearguard action against the West Indies, defying the West Indies and all that they have thrown at them so far. And they've managed in the process to accumulate over 100 runs between them as the West Indies look for success after tea. And we just wait to see if that a new ball will be taken. There is one more over before it's due. 79 overs gone. Kemar Roach has had 2 for 40. Jaden Seals, none for 43. Alzari Joseph, 2 for 51. Kyle Mayers, 2 for 30. Moti, none for 42. And Raymond Reef has had 4 overs, none for 8. And it will be Reef who will continue from the Andy Roberts end. He's in to bowl to Nurul Hassan, and he's flicking at this ball. It goes very, very fine and beats Kemar Roach by some distance, and there is the signal of 4 runs. So he got a bit of bat onto that, and it went just to the left of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Very, very fine. And Kemar Roach at that final position had absolutely no chance. 4 more runs to the cause for Bangladesh, 221 for 6.
Nicely played there by Hassan, Nurul Hassan, and he's scoring at quite a clip now.
Reef is into bowl team once more, and he's defending a good ball in line with just about off stump. Comes off the outer face of the bat and goes down to Moti at backward point. So we early on had a ring of feelers in the slips area, in the slip cordon. But now we are down to 2. There's Kyle Mayers at that first slip position, and Jermaine Blackwood is there. What would be a second slip area, close to the third slip. And this is turned away by Hassan, Nurul Hassan, turning it down to Kemar Roach this time, and the batsman amble the run. His 56th round, 222 for 6. They lead up to 60.
Yes, and as I was saying, Shakib Al-Hassan has scored 58 of 94 balls. There was a moment when Nurul Hassan was on 5 with 38 balls. And he's now got 56 of 122. So his strike rate has gone up significantly. He's feeling way more comfortable getting his eyes in, feeding the pitch, feeding the pace, and looking pretty well set there to dominate the West Indies bowling.
Just look at the state of the pitch now. As Raymond Reef comes in, he's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Shakib outside the off stump and stayed away down to the backward point position, 4 runs. So he had the width outside the line of the off stump. He got on top of it and he steered it away. Not a lot of bat movement, but just guiding the ball. Not a full-blooded cut shot. Just getting enough onto it to guide it away from Alzari Joseph at the deep point area down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, one of the innovative shots that Shakib Al-Hassan plays. It's not a typical orthodox cricket shot, but he played it well and got 4.
He's into the 60s. He's on to 62. 226 for 6. Refa is in. And Shakib Al-Hassan is defending. Ball comes off the interface of the bat and goes away towards a straight mid-wicket. So the West Indies here would be feeling a bit concerned at the moment, given what has happened so far in this Bangladesh second innings, because it's a magnificent revival here by Bangladesh. 109 for 6, now 226 for 6. There must be a concern on the part of the captain and the team. This is driven hard, and it knocks the stumps at the far end. Had it beaten the stumps, it would have been 4 runs. It was hit very, very hard by Shakib Al-Hassan. A ball of foolish length from the bowler Raymond Reefer, and he really put bat to ball. The over has come to an end. None for 17 Reefer now from his 5 overs. 226 for 6, 62 to Shakib Al-Hassan, and Nurul Hassan has 56.
We have a decision pending, though. The question is whether the bowler did touch the ball. It doesn't seem to, from what we're seeing, that he got a hand to it. It went past his fingers. There's no touch on the ball. And so I think we need to move on. The bowler didn't touch it. And it's clear that whether the batsman was out of his ground or not, that the batsman would be considered not out. It didn't touch his hands. It didn't touch any part of the bowler. It's one of the things you have to be careful with as you're backing up as a non-striker. You have to be careful that you're not out of your crease.
Was it something you were always mindful of?
No, I think there was one inning I remember very, very well in Border, Windward Islands playing Guyana, when Roger Harper, smart guy, he's always trying to figure something out. And they did take the new ball, by the way. Kemar Roach is going to get the cherry from the northern end. Zari Joseph takes the ball from the umpire. Or which one of them is it? Kemar Roach is standing at the top and he tosses it to Joseph, so it's going to be Roach. And Skipper Brathwaite taking it right away. He's figuring out that this is a chance. He's got 3 slips and a gully in. He's going on the attack. Will it prove to be fruitful?
Only time will tell. Only time will tell, Darwin. So Kemar Roach, the most experienced of the West Indian fast bowlers, is on his way. Goes past umpire Gerald Wilson. And the first ball with the second new ball is outside the line of the off stump. And Nurul Hassan, just a little bit watchful, a little bit cautious, was looking to play, but eventually pulled the bat inside the line of that ball. There was a little bit of inward movement. Kemar Roach gets the ball to seam about, and it went by into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
Yes, and certainly he did commit. He pushed at it. He was right out at it. When it went past him, he sort of pretended to have been shadowing it.
And he fooled me, didn't he?
Yes.
Here is Kemar Roach, and he's driving and missing outside the line of the off stump. Beaten there by the pace of that delivery. He was late on it. It was a full length, almost of Yorker length, but outside the line of the off stump and taken by the wicket keeper.
Yes, and certainly you're now having a harder ball. You're getting the quicker bowlers, and Nurul Hassan has to make some adjustments here. He's been beaten outside the off stump twice. Very good sign from Roach. He's happy and pumped by that. No doubt he's going to continue along that line.
He's on his way to bowl to Nurul Hassan, short and wide, very, very wide, and perhaps lucky to get away with that. He was almost off the pitch. And belatedly, the signal of wide comes from the umpire. 227 now for 6. So he lost control there, Kemar Roach.
Well, that was quite odd. The previous 2 deliveries were well pitched in line. The batsman missed them both. You were expecting one just on about the off stump all the way up, and it was just halfway down the pitch.
Roach in once more, and Nurul Hassan is flicking the ball away down towards the square leg position. A challenging run here for the fielder. He doesn't make the save, and that's 4 runs. Jaden Seals coming across, sprinting around from the fine leg position towards the backward square area, and it was always going to be a difficult ball to stop. managed to get there, but because of the pace on that ball, he was unable to make it, just missing it, and has gone away for 4 runs.
You're being quite nice to the fielder. If he should have picked that up. That's the sort of support your teammates needs to give. These are the runs you don't want to give away. They may prove to be crucial. Everything needs to be tight. We're hoping that we're not seeing the West Indians getting so lax in their approach out there on the field. They have to tighten things up here.
He's on to 60, 231 for 6. Roach is in, and he's right in behind this delivery, showing a lot of confidence, being asked to face this second new ball. And he has responded well. That first shot off his pads was elegantly executed, just whipping it down to the backward square position. And the very next delivery right in behind the experienced Kemar Roach. So the lead has climbed it to 69. As Roach walks back to the top of his mark, bowling from the commentary box, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's on his way to bowl to Nurul Hassan, and he's a forward, and he goes out to Raymond Reefer at point.
One of the things that we've gotten to see Roach do is to put the ball exactly where he wants it to go. And we've seen that in numerous test matches over and over again. He's cut down on some of the focusing on heavy pace, and he's been pitching the balls where you want. We haven't seen that so far with this new ball. He's been full, he's been back of the length, he's been short, and he's trying to get the line and length right here. Hope he gets to.
He's on his way once more to bowl to Nurul Hassan, and he's defending to the last ball of the first over, with the second new ball taken right away after 80 overs. And Bangladesh leading by 69, 231 for 6, 62 to Shakib, and Nurul Hassan has 60, more from Darwin Telemak, and then it will be Vernon Springer.
Yes, and Roach, certainly the one that Skipper Brathwaite would be hoping could come on and establish the West Indian intent. The intent would be to push the Bangladeshis back, restrict scoring, get some wickets. And in that first over with the new ball, we didn't see a very consistent approach here from Roach. And we saw Seals with the old ball having a lot of difficulty. Young man does have some pace. He seems to be bowling the quicker of the fast bowlers. And it's going to be left to see now whether he can take the new ball, Springer, and do what his skipper is asking him to do. Get it on the stumps, just outside off stump. Let them play. We have the slips in. Give yourself a chance. And in the meantime, enjoy it while you're doing it.
Trying to search around here, find out if Azari is on the field. Is he still on the field, Darwin? Because I would have gone for a different option. This morning we started with Seals. He's been struggling. I would have gone for Azari Joseph with the second new ball. But Craig Brathwaite has other ideas. Joseph comes off the fine leg boundary now, picks up the delivery. And something they feel is going to be happening. But sometimes you just need to just change your fortunes. We saw what happened yesterday, Darwin. You weren't here. Seals and Roach started. And then Azari came on and picked up 2 quick wickets. Sometimes you just need to turn the tide around. 232 for 6, they lead by 70.
Well, definitely it would appear in this team that the new ball bowlers would be Seals and Roach. And that is the approach they've taken. They're maintaining that as well. I do agree with you that they could have looked at a different option, but that seems to be the idea that they're going to work with.
Noel Hassan plays inside the line of an outswinger. And Joshua De Silva was kept well so far. The West Indies with 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover. More or less catching cover. Mid-on, very close, mid-off. And Kemar Roach is a little way back. He's toiled so far all day, Darwin. Maybe put him in a position. I see Gurish Moti's down here on the final boundary. So that's a lot of work there for especially a man coming back from an injury, Kemar Roach. But maybe they'll have to sort that out in the next over or 2. Moti really one of the better fielders. Not a delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Has to get him to play, and the batsman not inclined to play. Nurul is clearly bent on staying out there. He's seen all of it. He's now gone into a new ball. He's able to negotiate the pace, negotiate the line very well. And he's looking like a stubborn character out there, and West Indies ought to pay close attention. This guy could cause him a bit of problems.
Maybe the Jack Russell of the Bangladesh team, Noel Hassan. He's on 60. He's batted well so far, Darwin, regardless. And like I said, you weren't here when he started. And he came out first. I said, well, this game maybe might be over. But he's grown in confidence so far and he's grown in stature. And Shakib has batted like a man, like a true leader. He's come out and put his hand up here. And even though he's injured, I think you would say that he's the Michael Jordan of Bangladesh right now. He's like a wounded soldier, but he's fighting here for his country. Tamil Tigers, as you would say. Again, ball outside the line of the off stump, and the confidence level is just not there. I wonder in Darwin if the jet lag and everything, because Seals was in Pakistan, is working on his brains here right now, but he certainly has not been able to pick the rhythm up. 3 days.
Don't think it has anything to do with travel. It's a game of cricket. Sometimes your form affords you to be a little loose, but you can pull it back. And sometimes if you're really not having the confidence and the form, it takes a longer while for you to get all the mechanics right, and he's having a bit of a challenge today.
Ken, outside the line of the off stump, Darwin wants him to get a new ball and attack the stumps more. Over 82 is completed. A maiden over, not for 44 Seals, 232 for 6. Bangladesh lead by 70. Shakib is 63. The Bangladesh captain, Nurul, is on 60. Very important partnership here as we go into the evening session. And Darwin, I had a chance to walk around the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. There's got an exciting 5-day test match taking place in the back there of the Bouncing Castle.
Yeah.
Very competitive.
I was trying to get a knock.
You were?
I didn't get a hit.
You didn't get a hit?
No. And then I tried on the eastern side.
The eastern side, yeah.
And the little guy who was smashing it everywhere wouldn't give up the bat. No knock for you here, sir.
So there's a T20 right here, and then there's a 5-day test match taking place right there. Roach around the wicket. The ball to Shakib is up. Caught! Shakib is upset with himself. He's disappointed. He hit that straight to his opposite number. And Craig Brathwaite, what a catch. This is the turning point of the game. Shakib goes back, caught brilliantly by Craig Brathwaite, and the man himself, Kamar Roach, strikes again.
Yes, you have to let the batsman play. I was lamenting a while ago that Seals bowled 6 deliveries. The batter just allowed them to go outside the off stump. And Roach came back. Didn't bowl the lines the previous over very well. The line was not too good. The length was all over the place. This time he came and attacked the stumps. Shakib came in and leaned into it. Nice fluent cover drive just off the off stump, and skipper Brathwaite took a very fine catch. Well done.
And you've been told by the late Everton Weeks, you always hit the ball on the ground. If you hit it in the air, somebody's going to catch it.
Well, you can't say that to Shakib Al-Hassan. Not today. He certainly isn't listening to anyone with regards to how to play underground in the air. He is his kind of man. As a matter of fact, he won't even listen to whatever the game, the position of the game. If wickets are falling, he's going to play the Dilshan scoop. Did you see when he tried that in the first innings? It's kind of like crazy how he sort of approaches his game, but that's the way he plays, and it's done him well.
So 3 for 45. Ebadat Hussain walks out, and by his stature of his matches, played some 16 test matches. He has nothing really much to worry about in terms of what's happening. 63 of 99 deliveries. And all of a sudden, maybe the West Indies can maybe just look to wrap this up this afternoon. You never know. No? Shakib, more or less, Darwin just trying to got you in an elevation shot.
Yes, he was trying to do an up and over,
and
it didn't really go the way he wanted. He knew he was in trouble from the time it left his bat. He knew he didn't get the sort of elevation that he wanted, and straight away skipper Brathwaite put in some pressure on the new batsman. Good move. We have a short leg as well, Springer, and 3 slips and Bonner in the gully.
Roach to bowl to the right-hander. Wide. Joshua De Silva just collects. 232 for 7. Bangladesh's 200 came a long time ago. 445 balls, 307 minutes with 25 boundaries. They're now 232 for 7. Iqbal 22, Joy 42, Hassan 2, Shanto 17, Haq 4, Das 17, Hassan 63. And now Hussein, who's just come out, Ibadat Hussein, he's a knot. And that's conjure him. He doesn't know anything about that in swinger. And he's coming out to have a chat with Nural. What is he going to say to Nural?
Well, you want to watch that delivery. Did it come off the ground? And it kept a bit low.
After pitching?
Yes. It didn't come up at all.
Yeah.
That is not a good sign.
for 45. And the man, I think, to walk around with the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is Kemar Roach. He so far picked up from 9 test matches playing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 48 wickets. That's an incredible strike rate for a young man.
Yeah, he loves Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, that's for sure. Does Kemar Roach, but great to see him come back. He's asked by his skipper to make the new ball work. He's done that so far with the important wicket of Shakib, who I thought played the innings that I think we all expected him to play in the first innings. Head down and really grafted out a very good 60.
Roach bungs away, and Eppadot just stands up and plays that right up to the cover fielder in the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite. 3 slips, a gully, and then Kumabana, a backward point, and the left-hander Moti on debut for the West Indies team. And down on the fine leg area is Jaden Seals in the mid-on. Very close is Azari Joseph.
Looks like he's going to employ a leg slip now. Took Blackwood from third slip into a leg slip.
Somebody maybe just clean across there, which just not apologizing, the batter. The breeze blowing from east to west, he had to pull away and he just apologized very quickly. Sportsmanship between these two have been pretty excellent so far.
It's been a good day's play. It's good to see Bangladesh just didn't. They could have easily laid down 4 wickets falling in the morning session. Certainly put them on the back foot and still 40 odd behind at lunch. But they fought back, which sets up the rest of the series.
Certainly does. It's only a 2-match series, so the West Indies would want to go 1 up before they get to St. Lucia. But they'll have to play some sharper cricket here to first dismiss Bangladesh in this innings. And I really didn't like some of the out-and-out field placings by Craig Brathwaite, especially when Shakib was batting.
Yes.
At a point in time when the West Indies were on top, you got 6 wickets down. You got to be able to really go for it. And I just thought the defensive fields, I didn't really support them, especially when you were not under any pressure at all. It was Roach starting that one, was a little frustrated there, trying something, and he just kicked himself there and said, well, hey, that is doing too much here, that Jukes ball.
I think, and he's asking the question, he asked for the leg slip, they gave it to him, but only for 1 delivery, and then moved Blackwood back to the third slip. But I totally agree, it frustrates me also, Vernon, that when you've got a team down, instead of going for the jugular, you tend to back off a bit. And also, if a recognised batsman is batting with a so-called lower order batsman, they relax against the recognised batsman.
Roach, Ken, that's doing a lot there. He's trying a couple of things there.
Definitely.
That one was wide of the off stump, and just for a moment, Joel Wilson was looking. Kemar Roach is saying, well, maybe today's my birthday. Got away with that one. That certainly was wide. 3 slips. McGully, backward point. Brathwaite persisting with attacking for the new ball. And here comes Kemar Roach. Maybe it's time for Azari Joseph from the Sandy Roberts end. Down the onside now. So something has just not been right at all here with this Duke's new ball. It's just been doing too much. I know the breeze is picked up here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Kemar Roach is saying to Craig Brathwaite, I don't know what's happening. It's just not coming out of my hands nice enough.
Yeah, he's sprayed a few this over as Roach. As we see Azari Joseph there mid-on. It's warming up, so we suspect that he will replace Jaden Seals from the Sandy Roberts end the next over. Roach still with a delivery left. Lead of 71.
Swinger. So the last 12 deliveries has been a torrid time for the West Indies team for the second new ball. 85 overs bowled here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh at 233 for 7. They lead by 71 runs. I'm next to Terry Laraj. ABS Syndicate Radio. Terry's a lovely time time. You didn't get a chance to walk around Terry and witness the test match?
I've been around.
You went around?
I did. And great to see so many youngsters around and enjoying the bouncy castle and the trampoline. Game of cricket by themselves. Excellent to see. But it hasn't been too bad of crowds, though, for the 3 days so far, which is encouraging.
I think folks are just starved for sports in Antigua and Barbuda. Tomorrow, on Sunday, I can't look forward to go up to the Antigua and Barbuda Technical Center to witness the over 40 competition on Father's Day. But Azari Joseph has got the ball in his hand, and he maybe want to give me an early Father's Day gift.
I was going to say, you keep going to that. You're trying to encourage them to let you participate.
Nah. I got to get myself in some shape if I want to play in that over 40 competition, because the competition is really very, 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 very tight. I could tell you there's been some world-class players from Antigua and Barbuda who are playing in that league. Sour, Dublin and company. Oh, trust me, it's been competitive. Ken, wide delivery. Everybody seems to be struggling with the second.
Yeah, well, there's something out there. I'm not too sure, but Alzari is a bit closer than
most.
And he looks purposeful, though. Big chance here of taking his first five for a course. The 3 wickets to wrap up the innings, and Joseph has taken 2 for 51 in his 17th over, so 3 wickets for his first five for, which will be huge when he does.
3 slips and a gully and a fielder right out on the backward point area, but right out on the boundary. Mid-off is Jaden Seals. Mid-on is the West Indies captain, and they've now placed a short leg in Raymond Reefer. I still keep asking myself all the time, why are they putting Raymond Reefer in that position? If Bonner is on the field, and he really needs to go to that position, because if Reefer is a bowler, and you're putting a lot of strain on a young man to go into that position.
And also, I know he got selected as a batting all-rounder.
No, he got selected as a player.
Right, okay, well, that's what I was going to say. Then I would have given him the ball a lot earlier during that partnership.
Here is Nurel. Just being squared up here by Azari Joseph, but he kept his eye on the ball. I'm a little surprised, Derry. Tell me about Moti, who is all the way on the boundary.
Waste. Because, Alzari is doing the right thing and make a new rule play. The importance of Shakib's wicket was the fact that it was the captain as well, and he was really talking Nurul through that partnership. So now it's Nurul's got the responsibility of trying to shepherd the lower order. I'd have everybody round the bat.
Here is Nurul drive into cover for 4.
Good shot.
That's a lovely shot by the young man. He goes to 64. The lead goes up to 75. And I hope Craig Brathwaite is understanding what is happening here. You can't afford to allow Bangladesh to get anywhere close to 125, 150 on this pitch when you're batting last. You already see it playing mind games. Out comes the short leg. Raymond Reefer, he now goes to cover. In fact, I couldn't understand first why he went there. Don't know if it was a sort of bluff, and I'm still trying to work out why Moti is at a deep point. Can't get that worked out to now. It's almost like we're looking at a T20 game or a 50-over game. Joseph in the ball to Noel. Noel is back on across and defending nicely. Over-completed. 86 overs bowled. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on day 3. Bangladesh at 237 for 7. They lead by 75. Joseph 2 for 55. Last over costing him some 4 runs.
But a lot better over by Joseph compared to Seals. At least he was making the batsman play. He was put away a lovely cover drive from a half volley by Nurul. Nurul is going well, holding the Bangladesh innings together. But this is what I say though, Vernon. When you've got a team down, there's 7 down for 70 odd in reality. Go for the juggler. Here to Eberdot, he's got a better field, but why relax just because the guy's on 60 odd?
Eberdot waits for Kemar to bowl to him down the onside, and he just turns this into the leg side. Azar Joseph will come around for mid-on. He can't stop the single, and Eberdot is off the mark. It now brings Nural into strike, but it shows a level of confidence from Newell to give Eberdot the strike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most definitely. But also, I think, Newell is learning his position also in this match, even though he's got 64 against his name and he's faced 145 deliveries. He was coaxed through that by Shakib. This is where it's interesting. You need to make him play, bring the field in even when he's on strike.
Roach into Newell, down the arms. Midland leg, it turns it to the mid-wicket fielder and Raymond Reefer. Some 400 dot balls so far in the innings of Bangladesh. 3 for 46, Kemar Roach has so far picked up 48 test wickets here at the Sir Vivian Rich Stadium in 9 test matches. He's been a servant of West Indies cricket and is climbing up the ladder. 247 test wickets. And we'll be looking to go past the legendary Michael Holding 249. That's his next target. Kemar Roach weighing the number 24. Goes past umpire Joel Wilson in out the ball to Newell.
Catch it.
He's out caught behind.
Yeah, big
Lots of concentration there from Newell. And Roach strikes again. 4 for 46.
Now that's excellent by Roach, but the concentration, as you say, from Newell. But what I would still like to see with the West Indies, even with the batsman set, or you appreciate that particular batsman as the more recognised batsman, it doesn't mean that you need to spread the field and wait for the mistake. Still attack, because you're still bossing the game. In reality, Bangladesh are 76 for 8.
De Silva picking up his 7th catch of the game.
That would make about 41 wickets in 9 or 10 matches just against Bangladesh, also for Rochi.
Okay.
So he's got a phenomenal record both here at the ground and against the opposition that he's playing against at the moment.
So he goes to 248 test wickets, Kemar Roach.
Mikey be sitting on the edge of his seat.
No, he'd be glad for Kemar Roach.
Well, Mikey didn't even realise that he retired on 249 until he got back to Jamaica and the guy at customs said, "What are you doing?"
He was not bothered about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was not bothered about that. Those guys never
Which
played.
you should. They didn't play for records.
Them guys never played for records in terms of what's happening.
There you go.
Who's out?
Mustafiza.
Mustafiza Rahim comes out. He's got a short test career so far.
He's got a short average too.
Yeah, he's only played 15 test matches. Highest score of 16. So if you can get 16 here, you never know. It'd be important. 16 is a left-hander. And Kemar Roach should be fancying himself to get 5 wickets against Bangladesh. Best of 5 for 8 here. He gets a little tickle inside here. Don't know. I think it might be interesting. By signal leg byes, no, it's dead ball because he really did not play a shot, as Terry has described it. But I didn't know whether he got an inside edge or not. But he came across, lost it.
Foot at it.
Yeah, in a way. Signal dead ball by Joel Wilson, and so the score remains on 238 for 8. 238 for 8.
He tried to smack the cover off that, didn't he?
I don't. Yeah, he did. Just sort of lost his concentration.
Good innings by him, no?
Yeah, in terms of what's going to be happening. Interesting times ahead here. Here comes Kemar Roach around the wicket. And Mustafara just kind of pulling away. It looks like he's not going to be in line to line up to take anything.
Not too confident in getting right behind the line.
But you never know.
No.
He might start that way, and then all of a sudden he gets 20. So we got to pay attention in terms of what's going to be happening. Kemar Roach, 248 test wickets. It's best of 5 for 8 here. Well, not the best. His best is 6 for 48, but he picked up 5 wickets against Bangladesh the last time they played here. He'll be looking for another 5 here to claim it his 10th. It doesn't. Mustafara keeps him out. He's on naught. 238 for 8. 87 overs bowled. Roach, 4 for 46. And what a servant he has been to West Indies cricket at the Test Arena.
Excellent servant to West Indies cricket, and he's got West Indies pride at heart. He gives everything every time he steps on the field. And of course, he had those injury troubles early in his career that curtailed his pace, but that never deterred him. He got through that, learnt to swing the ball, and an excellent fast bowler for West Indies cricket.
Sure, you'd have heard the interview, Terry, with Johnny Graves, the CEO, and he was talking about how many cricket activities will be happening over this summer. It's going to be a packed summer.
A huge summer.
Here is Ebadot being squared up here by Azari Joseph, but in the end he's gone straight to the keeper.
So Azari just needs to bring it in a touch from outside that off stump and get both Ebadot and Mustafiza to play.
2:38 for 8. It's all happening here at this Vivian Richards Stadium. It's day one of this, not day one, day 3. Day 1, Bangladesh were bowled out for 103, and day 3, they're 238 for 8.
But as we say, they could have got rolled for around 150, 160, which was what the deficit was. But full credit to them, and that really does, when they go back and assess this match heading into St. Lucia, it could make for a very interesting test match down there next week.
Certainly. Ken playing on the inside of the line there. Zari maybe just trying this a little bit too hard. Just want to get it into the right area. Don't think we can overemphasize the importance of the crowd who have turned out here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Good initiative by Cricket West Indies to organize a family day. And there's a T20 game where Darwin went to play right here on the left of us. Yeah. But the 5-day test match is really behind the bouncing castle. And that is a serious test match taking place there. Again, Azari Joseph can't find the stumps.
Yeah, and it's great to see. It encourages the youngsters. They see, their heroes on the park and try and emulate them. And you never know. Tomorrow's future star could be right out there in the car park. Learner.
Yeah, that's where we would have seen a Mally Richards and a Devon Thomas and company come from. Craig Brathwaite. So many of the youngsters would have started at that level. Azari Joseph working up some pace here. We're looking to get another wicket. Pitched up. And this time the batsman in his own comfort zone keeps it out.
Yeah, well bowled, well
no
played.
stickers on his bat, so you know that he's maybe not recognized for his batting. But he might say, Terry and Mr. Springer, don't worry, I can bat.
But very impressed with his bowling.
Yeah, you like him.
He looks fine, for sure.
I think he's one for the future. Here goes Azari Joseph, goes past umpire Gaffney and turned into the onside. Who's there? It's Raymond Reef at short leg. He keeps that one out. So maiden over by Azari Joseph. The score remains on 238 for 8. 88 overs bowled. Azari Joseph 2 for 55. And the man of the moment, Kemar Roach, who has, in his latter part, has played some 35 test matches so far. Coming back from the injury, picked up 126 test wickets to date, 238 for 8. It's been pretty interesting coming up. I'll have one more over, and then Garfield Burford will step into the hot seat.
But it's excellent to see with Roach. I mean, he is a legend of West Indies cricket.
There is a big heave. It's peeled off and it's gone all the way for 6. So he decided that he was going to have a heave at that, Terry. Can you describe that one, Terry? It wasn't really too wide, but he decided, listen, I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at this one. I don't want to go down that road, Garfield. When you come on, you can say that one. I just want to be nice. I get myself in trouble. I love that one, as Jack said. A thick outside edge. Thank you very much, Jack.
Very thick.
Very thick.
Forced the field change.
And with the bat these days, trust me.
Yes, you don't need much of it.
Oh, that's gone. Round the wicket he comes again. And he's trying to fish at this one right now. So I guess he got encouraging signs. He's saying, hey, I hit the West Indian fast bowler for 6. Lead is now moved up to 82, 244 for 8.
But just to finish on Roach, though, I remember he was a real tearaway when he started. I can remember seeing him at the Wacker in Perth, 2000
But injuries changed that.
Something. 2009, I think it was. Yeah, beginning of 2009.
Just before he got injured.
Right.
Roach around the wicket, looking for a 5-wicket all here. Wit. And he needs to just go at the stump. That's where he needs to bowl.
And he broke Ponting's hand that day.
That's a long time ago, Terry.
It was a long time ago.
A really long time ago.
Don't start, Vernon.
No, I'm not saying anything, Terry. I just said it was just a long time ago. I don't understand why you feel I always want to get at you. You're my friend. If it was maybe Garfield or Darwin, then, it would be a different ball game. But not you. You're my friend. 244 for 8. 89 overs bowled. A lead of 82. So we certainly going into the 4th day's play. Tomorrow.
You think?
Sunday. Father's Day. Of course we are. Oh, Roach misses this one here. He's trying so hard to get 5 wickets. He just needs to relax. And just bowl him a slow cutter.
Straight at the stumps.
And trust me, the castle will be demolished. He might hit him over long on for 6, so you never know. So let me don't talk too fast. So let's talk here now. So why we have the mid-wicket out there?
And why did he bother with the 3rd man? Just because it took the outside edge?
Yeah, come on. West Indies have to show that they're on top.
Mm-hmm.
You can't look like, you're behind. 49 wickets for Kemar Roach here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's picked up 2 5-wicket haul. He's looking for a 3rd one. Here is Mustafa steering this one down to Jermaine Blackwood. Picks up a single. In the meantime, lead is 83. The score is 245 for 8. 89 overs have been bowled. More comments from you, Terry Laraja, and then it will be the voice of ABS, the voice of the nation, Garfield Burford.
Yes, Vernon. 83 the lead for Bangladesh, and these two obviously just looking to see what they can add as West Indies look to wrap this up. Roach in again from the commentary box end. Flashes past Everdott's outside edge to complete the over. So 245 for 8. Lead of 83 for Bangladesh. And you hear the voice of Garfield Burford and Marley Richards.
Our thanks to you, Vernon, and to Terry. And as we say good afternoon again, and a warm welcome back to the commentary position to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Garfield. Good afternoon to the listeners.
Well, we're getting down to 83 runs ahead now, Bangladesh, ahead of the West Indies. And so let me hear what you think, Marley. Do you think that we're going into day 4?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've thought so for a little while here, in that partnership between... Yeah, you should have. But
well, it'll be Alzara Joseph starting from the Sarandi Roberts end. He bowls and he's bowled him. Comprehensively castled is Mustafizur. So 9 wickets going down now. Mustafizur went for an agricultural swipe. Nowhere near that one. And Alzara Joseph straight at the wicket. The batsman missed. He hit. Bangladesh losing their 9th wicket. The lead at 85.
What do you think, Garfield? You think we're getting into day 4?
Barely. Just barely. Just barely.
Uh-huh.
Just barely. Just barely going into day 4.
You think so?
I don't think that they will actually look to get the 85 or whatever the
runs
target
is
this evening. I think they will. You said it earlier when we were on about the batsman at the top. Anyway.
True. And no need to be reckless as well, You've got so much time left in the game. Comfortable position now. Lead just 83 runs. Alzari Joseph picking up his 3rd wicket here in this test match. Kemar Roach, though, coming back with the new ball, I thought has done a fantastic job. At times, it just seemed like they were just struggling to control the new ball a little bit. But he's managed to put the ball in the right areas as well.
Well, the last batter, the number 11, is Khalid Ahmed, who comes to the wicket now as the Bangladesh is on the cusp of being dismissed. At least they could get some sort of moral booster, Marley, from having forced the West Indies to bat again. 83 runs ahead, and who knows, they might be fancying a miracle here.
I mean, especially after being rolled for 103.
Indeed.
You would think,
much better.
Yeah, they've shown a bit of fight here, but will it be enough? That remains to be seen.
Let's see what happens. So an extraordinary attacking field as expected. 3 slips in a gully. With a backward point, a short extra cover. Here comes Alzara Joseph. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and that one, Khalid didn't know much about it. He just hung his bat out to dry, as it was. The ball just whizzed past to be taken by the wicketkeeper. There is no damage done, no edge found. Had he been a better batsman, who knows, he might have taken an edge there. So Khalid on yet to get off the mark. That was his first delivery. Ibadat with him at the other end. Ibadat Hussain, he's on 1 from 19. 245 for 9, the lead 83. This is the 90th over in the innings. Here comes Elzar Joseph with bowls, and this one is a squeeze out in the covers. There is no run. Last wicket was Mustafiza Rahman for 7. He faced 9 deliveries. Joseph so far with figures of 3 for 55 and is 19th over.
Yeah, and 83 run lead, as you see, 20.3 overs remaining left in the day. If the Windies were to pick up a wicket here, I think they'd probably end stumps pretty close to that total.
Here comes Elzar Joseph, balls and outside the off stump, there's whizzing past the outside edge. Khalid might tell you in his defense that he actually drew his bat inside the line of that one, but in truth he was beaten. That one just whizzed past to be taken by the wicket-keeper.
Not really getting in line there, is it, Khalid?
Absolutely. I don't think he was eager to get in line either.
No, quite happy to miss that one, it seemed like.
There you go. And he didn't want to get right in behind it at all.
Didn't want to get anywhere close to that one, actually. Ball a bit too good, bit too quick for the number 11 batter here.
Here comes Elzar Joseph, relishing the prospect of that, and this one just turns him right around, literally, Khalid. He was looking to play it under the onside, the ball just almost kind of followed him, and in the end has dropped just on the onside of the pitch. There is no run, 245 for 9.
But this is where, you expect maybe his IPL experience to come to the fore, at times bowling at the death, bowling in tough periods and having to bowl, that death length, the Yorker. And I think if he can find a Yorker here to the number 11, I don't think Khalid is good enough to keep that one out.
Here comes Elzar Joseph, balls, and he looked for the Yorker there a while ago. But Khalid was good enough to squeeze that one out to short extra cover there. That's the end of the over. 90 overs gone in the innings. 245 for 9. Ibadat on 1. Khalid yet to get off the mark. The lead, 83 still. Joseph, a maiden over there. And as I said, a wicket maiden as it was. He's now with figures of 3 for 55.
Then just thinking of possibly West Indian run chase here this evening. If you think of where John Campbell is in his career, and you guys would have mentioned the style of Craig Brathwaite, it'll be interesting to see, especially how John Campbell would go about chasing such a small total, considering what we saw from him in the first innings as well.
That's we're going to pick you back that after this delivery, and this delivery from Kemar Roach. Ibadat is getting right in behind it, just jumping up to make sure that he got on top of that delivery, just pushing it back along the pitch. There is no run. That's absolutely right, because he would be thinking with one eye on the score and one eye on his own prospects and his
career,
own future and his own career. Because if he were to fail in this innings as well, one would have to say that he would be extraordinarily lucky. He would have the luck of the Irish if he were to continue for the second test.
I tell you, but I think he will play in St. Lucia regardless.
Let's see what happens here. This delivery, Yorker length, looking for the Yorker there was Kemar Roach. Ibadat Hussain is pushing this one out into the covers. There is no one looking at his bat there as if he might have done some damage to the shoulder of the bat.
Because he would have been brought back against England, right?
Yes.
Yes, and that's been 4 test matches against them. Oh, 3? Was it 3?
3
test matches against them, and the 2 test matches here, so that would be 5 test matches. And I think what the selection panel is trying to do is actually give these guys a bit of a run. So I think he'll probably play, in St. Lucia.
Let's see this delivery short outside the off stump. Ibadat Hussain just allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. He was shaping to play at it, but then at the last moment, just perhaps just drawing his bat inside the line. There is no run. He would have been looking behind him and seeing a phalanx of slip fielders, and so he would know that any sort of touch would be curtains for him once the fielders do their part in taking the catch. 245 for 9, the lead now 83 still.
But from my opinion, I think that would be a mistake, with the young Chandapal behind him, chomping at the bit for his opportunity as well. I think why not give the guy a bit of a run here in his home conditions.
Short delivery. Did he get an edge on that
bit
one? A huge appeal, a vociferous appeal, a persistent appeal. But
no
in the
reviews.
end, the umpire is unmoved, and the West Indies will have to just take it as that because they have no reviews left. And so they are walking around. They are standing hands akimbo. Roach is on his haunches saying, what on earth would we have done had we had a review? If only we had a review, but as it was, they have no reviews left, and the slip fielders are having a dejected look on their faces as if, is there any other means that we have to review this one? Is there any other tribunal? Can we go to the international court to get this one? But unfortunately, there is no such modality for a review, so they'll have to just go back into their positions. And Kemar Roach goes back to the top of his mark. They Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, Kemar Roach very disappointed with that one there. But to the naked eye, I wasn't sure whether it clipped the glove or the arm guard, to be honest.
Kemar Roach is up to the wicket and bowls him.
Cleaned him up.
Comprehensively bowled. He never needed, and he's got those 5 wickets. So Kemar Roach, a 5 in this innings, 5 for 53 in 24.5 overs. He's been congratulated summarily and deservedly so by his teammates. A 5 middle stump rocked back out of the ground. Ibadat Hussain bowled comprehensively. Short pitch delivery, actually just back of a length. He didn't actually get behind that one at all. It was too quick for him. The innings over, 245. It means the West Indies will need 84 runs for the West Indies to win this match, and certainly will take a 1-0 lead in the series, Mali.
Yeah, just set up nicely there by the experienced and highly skilled Kemar Roach. The previous delivery, bouncer, vociferous appeal. He actually thought maybe it clipped the glove through to wicketkeeper De Silva, but turned down by umpire Wilson. And on the next delivery, going a slightly fuller, actually, and Eberdat nowhere in line. Breached his defences, and Bangladesh are bowled out. But I think we've seen a pretty good showing from them, considering what happened in that first innings, and not only that, what happened the last time they played here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to be bowled out for 40 odd. So to come back 245 for 10, maybe they could look around and think, hey, we had maybe a few soft dismissals again. We contributed to our own demise here today, but 84-run lead, I don't think that will pose too much of a challenge for this West Indian batting lineup. So yeah, like you say, possibly looking to go 1-0 down Bangladesh, but a good fight back here in the second innings.
Good for Kemar Roach. He's now 249 wickets, joint with Michael Holding, the great whispering death. Now, Kemar Roach, 249 from 72 matches at an average of 26.71. His best is 6 for 48. Wasn't far from this one here. 5 for 53 in this innings. Deservedly so, 5 for 4, Kemar Roach, and came back and just made sure that the West Indies were able to wrap things up quite quickly after tea here. So, 84 for Bangladesh to get, for the West Indies to get to defeat Bangladesh and to go 1-0 up in this series. Just reminding you how things went for today so far. If you're just joining us, you would have missed quite a lot so far. Of course, Bangladesh started day 2 in their second innings on 50 for 2. Mamadul Hassan Joy on 18. He was a joy to watch this morning. I'll tell you about what happened with his innings. Najmul Hossain Shanto was on 8. 20 overs were gone. 50 for 2. Bangladesh started day 3. In terms of the scorecard, Tamim Iqbal, caught De Silva, bowled Joseph for 29, 43 deliveries. Mamadul Hassan Joy. Eventually, he was actually dismissed. Sorry, my bad. So here was Mamadul Hassan Joy, 42 he made, 153 deliveries, caught De Silva, bowled Roach. Tamim Iqbal, as we said, caught De Silva, bowled Joseph for 22. Hassan Joy made 42. Mehdi Hassan Miraz was caught by Mayers on the bowling of Joseph for 2. Najmul Hossain Shanto caught Campbell, bowled Mayers for 17, 45 deliveries faced. Monimul Haq, he was LBW, bowled Mayers for 4, 12 deliveries faced. Lytton Das caught Mayers, bowled Roach for 17, 15 deliveries faced. Shakib Al-Hassan, the captain, he looked steady. He was actually just marginally the second highest scorer in this one. 6-3 he made, 99 deliveries faced, 6 fours in his innings. Eventually he was caught by Brathwaite of the bowling of Roach. Nurul Hassan, the top scorer, marginally so, 64 he made. He was caught De Silva, bowled Roach for 64, as he said, 147 deliveries faced, 11 fours. He and Shakib Al-Hassan, his captain, had a century partnership. They came together at 109 for 6, and eventually that partnership was broken when Shakib Al-Hassan went. Ibadat Hussain was bowled by Roach, the last wicket to fall, for 1. Mustafizur Rahman, he was bowled by Joseph for 7, and Khalid Ahmed not out without scoring. 5 delivers faced in that. So 245 Bangladesh in their second innings. Extras in all were 2 byes, 1 leg bye, 1 no ball, and 2 wides. So 6 in all were extras. 90.5 overs, the run rate of 2.69. Bowling for the West Indies, Kemar Roach, the pick of the bowlers. He would have, of course, taken 5 wickets, 24.5 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 53. Jaden Seals, 14 overs, 1 maiden, none for 45. Alzara Joseph, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 55. Carl Mayers, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. Gudakesh Moti, on debut, 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42. And Raymond Reefer, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. So the pick of the bowlers, Kemar Roach, 5 for 53. The next best, Alzara Joseph, 3 for 55. And, of course, Carl Mayers getting the other 2, 2 for 30 in his 13. Let us get a very quickly from you. Mali, what did you make of the bowling attack, especially Gudakesh Moti on debut?
Gudakesh Moti on debut, he'd have been under a bit of pressure. He'd have felt some nerves as well coming into this match. I think he bowled okay. I think his first spell was probably his best spell of the day. I think as the day wore on, he probably just started bowling a little too quickly on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium wicket. Not really bowling slow enough to get the purchase. Every time we did see that his kilometers per hour on his deliveries dip below 80 kilometers, we saw the ball turn and bounce, but not enough of those deliveries. But what I found, though, he was quite consistent in his areas, and that's something that they can definitely work with moving forward.
Extraordinary. So you're predicting that we're going to day 4, Mali?
I think so. We'll just go into day 4. Maybe we'll need 30 or so runs tomorrow to win the game.
Well, Darwin Talamak says he's predicting otherwise. He thinks that West Indies will be going out for it this evening.
Yeah, I mean,
let's see what happens.
It depends on who they send out as well. Do you make a change and send out Kyle Mayers, knowing that he's our opening batter in ODIs as well, in the white ball format. So no, I don't think too much will change. John Campbell, he's fighting for his career. A 30-odd, 40-odd not out here will go a long way in prolonging his international career. So still a lot to play for quite a few fellas in this team.
Extraordinary. So, of course, we'll be getting the West Indies taking to the crease in a very short time for their second innings. And let's see whether or not they'll be looking to get those 84 runs this evening, or will try to just bat, essentially take things as they come and possibly come back tomorrow morning to finish up.
I think they will.
Well, let's see.
They will.
Let's see what happens. Both of you can't be right. Both yourself, Marley, and Darwin can't be right. So one of you has to be wrong. Let's see who it will be. So the cricket, of course, here on ABS Radio 90.5 FM and Point FM, coverage ball by ball of this first test, West Indies versus Bangladesh. Brought to you by Total Import Supplies for the best brands in the cleaning business, and West Indies Oil Company, Wiok, ultra-low sulfur diesel, the cleaner, more efficient diesel, available at all West Indies Oil service stations. We'll be hearing from our sponsors in a short time, and then, of course, when we come back, we'll be joined by Jack Matthew, who will take you through the first part of the West Indies' second innings to see whether or not they'll be going after the runs this evening, or they'll be looking to come back tomorrow morning to wrap things up. Let's hear from the sponsors. We're back. Stay with us.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited. Available only from Total Import Supplies.
Is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you exciting commentaries on the West Indies Bangladesh series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators for the ball-by-ball commentaries.
And we're about to see the start of the West Indies pursuit. They need 84 to go 1-0 up in the two-match test series against Bangladesh. Bangladesh having been bowled out a short while ago for 245. Remember, they have a deficit. They had a deficit of 162 on first innings. So they lead 83. The West Indies require 84 to win. They've opted to go with their two regular opening batsmen, Craig Brathwaite and Kyle Mayers. There was a suggestion that maybe they will try and tinker with the order and put Kyle Mayers, for instance, up, and they can finish the match today. But the two main openers and regular openers are very much out there. Craig Brathwaite is off the mark right away as he just steers the ball down to the backward point position for a single. Mominul Haq around and is there to pick the ball up. So the West Indies off the mark right away. 1 to Brathwaite off the first ball. The West Indies needing 84, a 1 for no loss.
Here in these small chases, Jack, at times can prove to be very tricky. And it proved to be more so as well when the batting team is just a little, isn't as positive as they should be. And maybe we saw a little bit of, a little bit of hesitancy from the openers maybe in that first innings. So here in this second innings, we're just looking for, from a West Indian perspective, a bit more positive intent. John Campbell faces his first delivery.
So Mustafa Rahman is the bowler and is outside the line of the off stump. And Campbell doesn't offer, pretending that he was playing a stroke, but he was playing after the ball had passed and taken by the wicketkeeper Nurul Hassan, who played a good role for his side, made 64, top scored for Bangladesh, 1 run more than his captain Shakib Al Hassan. They had a partnership of 123 for the 7th wicket, and they may not restored Bangladesh in terms of putting themselves in a winger position, but they certainly restored some pride.
Yeah, definitely.
It was a far cry from the 103 they made in the first innings. And so here is Rahman outside the line of the off stump, and again no shot offered by the left-handed John Campbell. When you said a short while ago, small targets can be sometimes difficult and can be proven to be detrimental for some teams. My mind flashed back right away to 1983 and that 83 World Cup final when your dad, Sir Vivian Richards, was very much part of the West Indies team against India, and they lost that test. They lost that World Cup final against India, needing just 183 to win the match. In the afternoon sunshine, here is Rahman, and here is a stabbing sort of shot, a little bit away from the body. Campbell there, hitting the baton going into the ground and away towards the gully position. The fielder moving from the 4th slip position to field. 1 for no wicket. Campbell yet to score. Brathwaite getting off the mark with the first delivery, the target 84 for West Indies victory.
I mean, the casual observer would say, yeah, West Indies 10 wickets in hand, all their wickets in hand, just got a target of 84 to chase. But make no mistake, John Campbell will be under immense pressure here, almost playing for his career, John.
Yes, he's very much on strike now as he battles on outside the line of the off stump. Again, too wide to commit the batsman to a stroke, and it's taken by the wicket keeper Nurul Hassan. And we can flash back to not too long ago, and from a historical perspective and from the eyes of a historian, we don't call that a long time ago, Marley. And the younger generation will probably call it a long time ago. In 1994,
right.
So Curtly Ambrose, it was only Curtly Ambrose, dismissed England for 46 at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad in a test match. And subsequent to that, the West Indies, I think, were bowled for 51 in England against England in a test match. He gets back to ball, and it goes into the offside. The first over has been completed, 1 for no wicket. The West Indies 84, the target to win the match.
Yeah, so we have seen teams, falter for real low scores, like we said, Bangladesh on their last tour here being bowled out for 40 odd here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So stranger things have happened, Jack. That's for sure.
But I don't think the setting here is for that sort of
conditions as well.
That sort of a disaster for the West Indies.
I remember the Curtly Ambrose.
I'll explain, because Darwin wants to know how I come up with that sort of prediction.
I remember
Curtly's
when he destroyed England, actually. I remember the wicket particularly being inconsistent, having some inconsistent bounce, and him exploiting that. But here it's still pretty good conditions for batting.
I'm talking about the inconsistency of the track at the Queen's Park Oval. I remember Graham Thorpe. He was bowled by Curtly Ambrose, and he was there in a trance. He could not comprehend.
His eyes were this wide, I remember.
Yes, he could not comprehend how he missed that ball. It went beyond his defensive bat and into the stump, and he just could not believe that he was bowled. We're watching Eberdutt. This is down the leg side, and he's out caught down the leg side. Craig Brathwaite goes. Caught by the wicketkeeper Nurul Hassan of the bowling of Eberdutt. Eberdutt's Khalid, in fact, the bowler, his first delivery. And there was Brathwaite playing at it down the leg side, and he was caught. He has departed for 1, and the West Indies are 1 for 1. They need 84 to win the match.
It's the unpredictable nature of this game. Craig Brathwaite batted for such a long period of time in that first innings, soaked up so many deliveries. And here in the second innings, being strangled down the leg side on his second delivery, and the West Indies are losing their first wicket in this pursuit of 84. Still 83 runs to get. It's going to be Raymond Arifa coming in here at number 3 for his first time, actually second time batting at number 3.
Cricket is a funny game, isn't it?
Yep.
94 in the first innings, Craig Brathwaite. He batted until the cows came home. And in the second innings, he got 2 deliveries, and he's back in the pavilion. Caught down the leg side by Nur Al Hassan off the bowling of Khalid. And the West Indies are 1 for 1. So is there hope for Bangladesh? Is there hope? We are talking about low scores in test matches. Will Bangladesh be able to produce a miracle here? Will they do something out of the ordinary against the West Indies?
They definitely need the reverse of what happened to them the last time they were here. So, but they've started really well.
They've gotten rid of probably the most informed batsman in this West Indies side, Craig Brathwaite, 584 runs in the just-ended regional first-class competition. He was consistent against England, and he carried the consistency into the first innings. But he has departed, and now it's up to the rest to carry the West Indies home. Here is Khalid. His tail up, comes into bowl to Reefer, and Reefer is tucking the ball away to the forward square leg position. Can't get a run for it. So all of a sudden, there is renewed interest in the test match, when we all felt that we would have been home by this time, based on what happened in the Bangladesh first innings, and based on the fact that they were 109 for 6 at one point. And then that 123-run partnership revived the innings, and has it revived their hopes of an unlikely victory here? We don't know. Here is Khalid in, and Raymond Reefer is tucking the ball away down towards the backward square position. They'll get a comfortable 2. They feel running around. That's Rahman from the long leg position. And they are back for the second comfortably. He's on 2, and the West Indies are 3 for 1. Now, I made a statement earlier on, and Darwin asked for clarification. How did I know that the West Indies could not falter on the 84? I was saying because of the scenario that surrounds this particular test match. One, they had a lead of 162 on first innings. So the batting, although it faltered to a certain degree, here is Khalid around the wicket, and Reefer doesn't offer, and it's taken by the wicket keeper. Although there was a fall away in the West Indies batting, I think 5 wickets went for 41 runs, something to that effect. They made 265, so it was a total which gave them a lead of 162. Bangladesh, again, was struggling, and they recovered. The pitch seems to be playing much better than it did for the first 2 days.
Right.
So given all those...
Taking everything into
consideration, I think that the West and the target they're chasing outside the line of the off stump, and he's out, caught on the wicket. Raymond Reefer is out, caught on the wicket. He was offering no shot. The ball probably hit the glove or the edge of the bat, but he has certainly been dismissed, and the West Indies all of a sudden are 3 for 2. 3 for 2. Raymond Reefer falls cheaply for the second time. Yes, the ball brushing the glove on his way to the wicketkeeper Nur Al Hassan, and the West Indies are 2 down, and the Bangladesh players are absolutely elated here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Could we see a sensational finish to this test match? We'll just have to wait and see. 84 is the target. They're 3 for 2, with the fall of Raymond Reefer following sharply behind his fellow Barbadian and captain in Craig Brathwaite.
And Khalid there just finding that length, a bit of bounce that we've seen throughout this test match, if you can find that length. But Raymond Reefer just a little too slow in taking the gloves away from that delivery. Maybe just skidded on a little quicker than he anticipated. But the West Indies now, as we see in Nkrumah Bonner come to the crease, just under a bit of pressure. 3 for 2. We know that at times it's an improving batting lineup, but at times there's still a collapse not too far away. So let's just hope, from a West Indian perspective, it's not here today or in this match.
Well, Nkrumah Bonner on the verge of 800 runs in Test cricket. This is his 13th Test match. Got 33 in the first innings. Came into the match with 754 runs, with a highest score of 123, having hit 2 centuries, 1 against England on this ground early on in the year, and 3 half centuries. He faces the bowling of Khalid outside the off stump, and the right-hander lifts the bat, and it's taken by the wicket keeper. So what an over completed here. We have had 2 overs.
Another wicket maiden.
Completed. And a wicket maiden. Khalid picking up both wickets so far. First having the captain caught down the leg side by Nurul Hassan. And then having the batsman Raymond Reefer caught off the glove, offering no shot. The ball just flicking the glove on its way to wicketkeeper Nurul Hassan. And that was the end of Raymond Reefer. Bonner has come out to join John Campbell. And these 2 Jamaicans, they will be hoping that there will be no more alarms. And the West Indies will bat to the close and come back tomorrow and finish off the job.
Yeah, John Campbell here, he's going to have to assume even more responsibility with the loss of that Brathwaite wicket. The double loss of wickets in Brathwaite and Reefer.
Rahman is in, and he's driving nicely into the offside, but well fielded by the fielder at that extra cover position. That looks to be Litan Das, who is also a wicket keeper in this Bangladesh team. Just falling there and making the save. No, that's not Das. That's 71 on his back. So that's Mahmudul Hassan Joy. He was the one making that tumbling save there at the extra cover position. I think Litan Das is in the slip position. Could be a third slip. And here is Campbell coming onto the front foot and playing it positively up on the outside of the pitch. The bowler following through, Fields. So Campbell is on naught. He has had 7 deliveries so far. He has had, as we've been saying, an undistinguished career for the West Indies, and he's looking to get it right. We have pointed out the technical flaws. And one of them is certainly falling over in playing those shots, and therefore the balance is not there in terms of his technical approach. Here is he looking much more balanced as he gets a boundary coming forward, and the ball goes down to the square third man position forward, offering a drive. Not sure if it was intentional, but certainly went along the ground and down to the square third man position for 4 runs. So the first boundary of the West Indies innings coming forward there. Perhaps he was looking to hit that one maybe in the vicinity of a point or maybe in the cover region, but it came off the outer face of the bat. He got the desired result. He got a boundary for it. He's on 4. West Indies 7 for 2.
And he should be looking at this as an opportunity to really show the West Indian team, his team, and also the wider public, just if he can get up and get this total.
Here's he flicking the ball down to the long leg position. There's a fielder in that area, and only one to Campbell. So playing off his pads quite well there to pick up his 5th run, and the West Indies are 8 for 2.
If he can get a 30, 40, even a half century here, not out, like I said earlier, it'll go a long way. You know, the way this game is playing out, his innings here is growing in importance, so he could prove a lot to a lot of people here if he could end not only today but be at the crease when the West Indies get to 84 and have a nice little red inker to his name.
Yes, he has had 2 half centuries in Test cricket. 68 is has. Just over 750 runs coming into this game. He's at the non-striker's end now. The right-handed Nkrumah Bonner faces the left-arm fast-medium bowler in Rahman outside the off-stump. And Bonner was prepared to allow that one to go by, getting an early sighting. And leaving balls once you come in early, Marley Richards, a former batsman, it is critical, isn't it?
It is. You know, you get time to really acclimatize yourself to the conditions. You know, you're getting to see the ball, what the bowler is actually trying to do. You know, how he's trying to work you over. It goes a long way in terms of that art of batsmanship. You know, in building an innings.
Rahman runs away from us. He's into Bonner, and Bonner is taken on the pad. Long appeal. Umpire says no. Look to be pitched outside leg, even from this distance. And I have failing eyes, and so if I can discern that from this position, I think that the umpire, Joel Wilson, would have been able to do it even better. So that was the decision. The ball hit in the pad, but pitched outside the line of the leg stump. The West Indies are 8 for 2. They need 84 to win the match. Bangladesh having been bowled out in their second innings for 200 245, with Shakib Al-Hassan scoring 63, Nur Al-Hassan 64. They had a stand of 123 for the 7th wicket. And Kemar Roach getting a 5-wicket haul. In fact, he has now produced 10 5-wicket hauls in his career. Kemar Roach finishing off with 5 for 53 in 24.5 overs, 10 of which were maidens, and carried his tally to 249 wickets. So in the St. Lucia Test match, he'll have a chance to reach the landmark of 250. First ball of Khalid's second over is outside the line of the off stump, and the batsman doesn't offer a shot. The left-handed Campbell, and it's taken by wicketkeeper Nur Al-Hassan. So Hassan has been having a decent game, having that top score of 64, and now taking 2 catches behind the stumps. He will look to go down now as the right arm fast ball is in. Khalid, this is involuntarily played down to third man. Wonderful hack is there's a chance for a run out, but only a slight chance. Campbell was storming back looking for the second run, but Monimol Haq was quickly onto it from the deep backward point area down towards a third man position, and Nkrumah Bonner decided that it was dangerous, and so he set back Campbell, who was just about halfway up the pitch. So he had to put the brakes on, and he had to do the retreat. 9 for 2 is the West Indies score. Campbell on 6, Bonner on strike, and he's yet to get off the mark. The afternoon sunshine quite in evidence as the shadows begin to lengthen across the Sir Vivian Richards ground. Quite a picture out there. Good looking sight. Outside the off stump, and he is edging easy. He stands up there. Umpire says not out. There was the movement of the ball, but there was a deflection. There was a clear deflection, and Bonner stands there indicating that he did not touch it. That was the judgment of the umpire, but they've gone for a review. So it will be a review here. Umpire Chris Gaffney of New Zealand was quite stern in his decision, and Darwin Telemack, who joins me, is having a smile. I don't know what he's smiling about, but he'll certainly tell us momentarily.
Well, there is certainly concern with regards to whether that ball did touch or not. The Bangladesh players believe it did. Bonner seemed to be clear that it didn't. If it goes past and there are no signs of anything, which apparently it seems like the umpire's call may have been quite in order. No touch. The Bangladeshis thought they heard something. But Bonner's bat being out there, away from his body, playing at that ball far and wide from him, at this a very, very delicate and, I must say, difficult time for the West Indies batting. That's certainly not something we need to see. I must also say that I'm quite surprised to have seen Reifer come out at 3. I'm actually surprised. Reifer is the number 3 batsman for West Indies. But that's not to say he's not a good cricketer, shouldn't be in the team. But I think when Bradford went, Bonner should have come in. He's far more experienced, although he's only played 14 tests, but he's one of the more informed test batsmen. A little bit of pressure here.
Khalid is in, and he's defending, getting bat onto ball. On this occasion, he goes away towards the mid-wicket area. The ball was very, very close to the bat, though, and I think that's why the Bangladesh team decided to go upstairs, but not close enough.
Well, I would have gone anyway if I was the skipper. It's a good psychological game to play. You're telling the batsmen that you are putting pressure on them. You're not letting anything go by. They are under pressure, no doubt. Pressure shouldn't be there, but it's there.
Khalid strides in again, and Bonner is bowled! Comprehensively bowled by that delivery. It probably kept a little bit low, and the West Indies are in trouble. They're 9 for 3. Ball in line with the stumps. Bonner was late on it, and the ball crashed and uprooted that off stump. And so the West Indies are 9 for 3. They need 84 to win the match. And what a cricket match we have on our hands here. Khalid has picked up 3 wickets, and Bonner walks back dejectedly, bowled for no score. The West Indies are 9 for 3, 3 for 3. The amazing figures of Khalid Ahmed.
Yes, and Jack, if you are a West Indian fan and you've got high blood pressure, grab your pills, grab some water, get ready. It's going to get boiling here. We are in the middle of an extremely difficult period. It's not a big score, but you only need 7 more wickets, and they are proven to be able to take them. You just bowl down the number 4 batsman for the West Indies team. You've looked at the way the top order have gotten out so far. None of them have been very difficult outs. Brathwaite, very, very, very soft. Just pushed down the leg side, out caught. Reefer leaving it alone outside the off stump and getting hit on the glove. Those are really not very soft outs. And here we see Bonner not going forward, just staying and standing up in the crease. He tended to appear to have been ducking down on one that kept low, but he should have been out of the crease, reaching up to the ball, stepping forward. He was tentative, he was back, and bold he was. The pressure mounts. Blackwell comes in. Myers behind them. They're all wondering, can we stop the slide? Cricket has a tendency for when it starts sliding downhill, it keeps sliding. Can they stop it?
Jermaine Blackwood, 47 test matches, 2,500 runs, 16 half centuries and 300. Plays the last ball of the over from Khalid into the offside. It's a dot ball. The West Indies in trouble at 9 for 3. And to continue to describe the action, after more from Darwin Telemark, it will be Vernon Springer.
Well, certainly the vice captain here, Blackwood, all of the responsibility is to guide this team home and stop this precipitous slide. It has to be on his back. He is the most experienced batter out there. He's played longer than all the other players in the team, and the burden is on him. He has, in recent times, fought back himself, played confidently in a few innings. The team needs him now to come out and bat. But you have a Bangladeshi team whose tails are up. They're getting wickets, and they feel they can do this. Let's see how that goes.
Good afternoon, Darwin. How are you?
Concerned.
Okay. Campbell comes forward to a good delivery from Raheem.
Quite concerned.
Well, Darwin, you will be more than concerned. First of all, Darwin, you weren't here the first day. And on the second day, you weren't here either. And I said, if a test team is going to bat 110 overs, Darwin, and score 265 runs, then that is not good enough at all. And some folks took me to task and said, well, what am I saying? The West Indies are batting all day and all sort of stuff. We're playing test cricket. And if you're playing test cricket, you've got to play with a sense of purpose and intent. The West Indies are struggling here. Here's Campbell looking to undrive, can't score, and the score remains on 9 for 3. He's on 6. And as you were talking, Darwin, you were talking about certain patches of the game, and you were on at a period of time when Shakib came in. And the field placing, it almost looked as if the West Indies were behind when they really were supposed to be on top.
Yes, you could see that after lunch, the team didn't look like they wanted, they had the same sense of purpose and urgency. They figured they had gotten it by that time. Bangladesh were behind by some 58, 60 runs. They had 6 wickets down, so you probably just gave up a little bit too quickly and lost the tenacity and intensity that you needed. And they need that now, and they're not been able to pull it together.
Begs the question, Campbell, before this test match, we're talking about his last 5 test scores, but we'll come back to that. As Raheem looking to work up some steam here and to be able to come up with something special, angling at those pads there, and they've worked over Campbell because they know that he overbalances himself. He tends to come either sometimes don't know where his off stump is, and in fact he doesn't get a big stride out, and that's really almost the problem. He ends to sometimes, Darwin, play around his pads.
Yes, I think that's the one they're playing for. He steps in and his pad sort of almost gets in the way, and they're trying to bowl, so he's batting around his pads instead of putting the bat and pad close together. He's batting around it, and they're trying to get the ball to dat back into him, And let's see if he can defend against that.
Mustafa Caesar. Ooh, it's just a little change of pace there on that one there. It sort of died before he got to the wicketkeeper. But you could see them trying things there. The video analysts in the West and the Bangladesh team, they've done their homework, Darwin, on the West Indies batters. Even the way in which Bonner got out, Darwin, is almost his right foot was just walking across the crease, not back and across.
Yeah, he needed to have been forward. He stayed in the crease. You can see him, if you replay that as many times as you can see that it was not a good shot. He stayed in the crease. And if you stay there, you're going to get knocked over.
9 for 3, the West Indies. Yes, 9 for 3. And that had some zip on it, Darwin. That hit the seam and really took off.
Well, and the batsman also played a shot that made it look even more difficult than it was. 126 miles an hour, not too steamy. But certainly it came off a short length. And Campbell a little bit just rocked back and let it go back past him. The Bangladeshi team, they feel they have the momentum. The wind is behind, is pushing them in. They are on top, and the West Indies have to fight through to get these runs.
Raheem comes in now to bowl to John Campbell, into bowl to Campbell. Campbell again tied up, more or less. He's coming in there, not being able to just roll the wrist and just get a single onto the leg side area. Over-completed, 5 overs bowled. The West Indies are 9 for 3. If you're listening to Platinum FM 97.9 and ABS Radio, we're bringing to you live ball-by-ball coverage right here from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and alongside the man himself, Darwin Talamak, former West Indies under-19 player, first-class cricketer who played for the Leewards and Windwards, and he's describing it live and in living colour.
Windwards. All right, so here's the deal. That over, we saw the bowler mixing it up. He had one that came in at 126, and the last 2 deliveries was much slower, and you could see him rolling his hand off the last one, and that sort of tangled up Campbell, and Campbell not looking very, very confident out there against him.
Khalid from the Sir Andy Roberts ending out the ball to Jermaine Blackwood, who's turning this one down to the final boundary for 4. Good shot to get off of the mark. And I'm almost a little bit kind of concerned also about Jermaine Blackwood, because he's going to have to be very, very careful in terms of his approach. But he's going to be positive. That's one thing for sure.
He's going to play the way he normally plays. He should. The best form of defense is to go ahead and play your normal game. If you're an attacking player, play attackingly. If you are not the type of Craig Bradford type player that prods and pushes, and you try doing that, even if your team is under pressure, you're probably going to get knocked over. Bradford should bat normally and just, reduce some of the risks, but he should bat normally.
13 for 3. Blackwood is 4. Waits for Khalid. He's working this one into the square leg area. Tamin comes around, fires at the non-strikers in to run out. Campbell backed up onto the offside, and the score remains on 13 for 3. This is going to be a good contest, Darwin. If they pick up another wicket here, it could send some shatters through that West Indies dressing room.
Well, if they don't pick up another wicket, they would have done the same thing anyway, because this team is telling the West Indies team, we're not going to lay down and roll over, we're going to fight. And so West Indies will have to learn not to give anything away.
Here is Blackwood punching straight back, and he's on this track here. You've got to play up the V a little longer. Forget about looking to go square and up to cover. You've got to look up the V for a longer period of time, especially with the new ball. And Khalid is getting this ball to talk here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's coming in from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
He's getting it to talk.
Yeah.
As in making a statement.
Of course. Well, he's really made a statement already, Darwin.
He has, certainly has.
3 for 7. And he's looking for more. We're looking to get 5 more wickets here too. Here is Blackwood just turning this one into the square leg area. Be advised to maybe look up the V a little longer. He's going to have to be careful.
Well, he certainly is getting the ball onto the bat quite nicely. He's reaching out across up to the delivery as well. He's batting very comfortably. He's not looking too bothered. I think in the back of his mind he knows the team is in some trouble. 13 for 3. No one expected that. Let's see how they come back.
Khalid in now to bowl to Blackwood. This time he leaves alone a good delivery. That one just darting back. And he started that one just round about, just on the 4 meter length area and looking to go onto the top of the off stump. a concerned Phil Simmons looks on at his troops. He's under pressure. The team is also under pressure.
Well, Springer, you tend to think that you are on top. You tend to think everything is lined up, and sometimes you get overconfident. And thinking that I'm hoping that we're not seeing something like that happen here today.
Khalid in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood's back and just turning this into the leg side area. Coming around is Tamin. He can't stop the single. In the meantime, Blackwood goes to 5. The end of over number 6. West Indies are 14 for 3. And this is going to be an interesting period of play. This partnership is going to be also very important, Darwin.
Definitely. These two players are, well, particularly Campbell. Campbell has not had a good run. He had a double 100 in the first class season, just concluded. And I'm sure that may have been what kept him in the team. And so now he has to come out here and show.
No, he didn't get a double 100. His highest was 127. He only scored 398 runs. Blackwood had a double 100.
No, and I'm talking about in the recent concluded.
That's what I'm saying to you. Campbell only scored 398 runs in the just concluded 4-day competition.
Okay. Well,
Blackwood had a double 100.
Okay, stand corrected.
Yeah. So his highest score has been 127, an average of 49.75. Tejan Chandapal had 439 runs, average of 73. Kyron Powell, 405 runs, an average of 57, a high score of 139. So, on a nutshell, Darwin, Campbell is batting for his life here, as you would say.
Definitely, he has to come good here.
Raheem comes in out to bowl to Blackwood. It sort of stops on him, but the most important thing, he was able to defend that. His last 5 test scores, John Campbell, 42, 11, 35, 6, 4, 10, 35, 22, 5, 10. And the selectors have decided, we're going to give you one more chance.
They are searching for an opener, searching for someone that can stick around with Brathwaite. Brathwaite will stick around for a while, but they need someone who can complement what Brathwaite does. They think it's him, and he hasn't shown that he deserves that nod, at least not just yet. So will he go further beyond this game?
Here is Blackwood coming positively forward, playing with a nice straight bat up to the V. And the score remains on 14 for 3. 14 for 3.
Springer, when you strengthen your batting from a West Indies standpoint and Reefer comes in as your number 3, there's a big statement that you make when you pick your number 3 batsman. In any test team, your number 3 batsman is the guy that you build your inning around. And we haven't seen one shown up yet in the West Indies for a long time. And that's something that with these regional tournaments we're having and all the games we're putting on, we have to find the players that we want to put in the slot. Rita looks like a very good all-rounder. Batting at number 3, however, I don't think gives a test team the type of pedigree you want coming in where teams can know that this man is going to put us under pressure.
Well, I'll come back to that, Darwin. Blackwood just punching this one down to Tamin. It's strange that you said that, Darwin, because if we followed what happened in the England series, who batted at 3? Bonner, right?
Yes.
So even if you're coming to this test match, and bringing in Raymond Reefer for his second test match, why do you make Raymond Reefer a scapegoat by putting him at number 3 and then still having Bonner at number 4?
Well, I don't know if you can say he's a scapegoat. What I'm saying is if you're building your batting around a person, your number 3 is that person. And if we've decided it's Raymond Reefer, then I don't know.
We come back to that one. Blackwood is leaving alone right here. And it puzzles you now, Darwin, when Devon Thomas, who scored 414 runs, is an average of 59.14, can't be your number 3 batsman or your number 4 batsman in this team.
Well, certainly Devon Thomas would not be a number 3 either. The thing is, you have to find the pieces. And West Indies is having a hard time finding those pieces. You tried Darren Bravo, it didn't work. You've been trying to find someone since then. Bonner came around, he was at 3, they switched him around. They have to find someone who can come in at 3 and keep the team together and put pressure on opposing teams.
Lovely point there, Darwin. Here is Blackwood looking to search for a single right there. And Darwin is making some very, very strong points right there. The end of we got one more delivery in the over. 14 for 3.
Right, historically, Springer, when you think about all the teams that have built their batting around
the best
number
batter
3,
always
yes.
goes at number 3.
Yeah.
But the issue, like I asked Terry yesterday, who's the best batter in this team?
Well, if you look at in recent times, you would have to, in tests, you would have to say it would be between Bradford and Bonner. And if Bradford is opening, then Bonner should be number 3. But they've decided he is not going to be number 3. And no, you have to find that next player. And experimenting with so many different people is not giving opposing teams any real knowledgeable threat that you have something that they should worry about.
Here's Blackwood just turning this one out to the deep backward square. Like he'll get one run and keep the strike. So 7 overs bowled, 15 for 3. Terry, I think you might step into the ball by ball. Leave Darwin, let Darwin do some commentary, some comments, and you enjoy yourself and bring home the game.
Yes, and I know Terry's coming on, but I'm still looking. We've gone through an entire regional series. We've looked at a lot of number 3s, and I'm thinking if you can't find an adequate number 3 batsman in the regional setup, then get an opener and stick him in at 3, but build your batting around someone. And we have to make it clear. Bradford is on the top. If we could find another opener and sticking him at 3, that probably could make sense. But the teams around the world have to know that when that man comes in, one man down, that's the guy they have to get out. And certainly Reefer is not projecting that sort of fear or that sort of awareness in this team. He comes in and they don't even know who he is.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, and that's on the world stage. You need to build up that player better.
Khalid to start a new over into Blackwood and a full ball hit firmly towards mid-on, and there is no run. Khalid's done all the damage, 3.1 overs, 3 for 8.
And Terry, it's not just the selectors' fault. Our young cricketers have to make the commitment as well to see the opportunities and play and work hard towards getting there. The opportunity is wide open. And so there's a lot of room now for young players to slot themselves in. Come on, guys.
Khaled in again to Blackwood, and he's punching that this time up to mid-off, who misfields. And they sneak a single. Just a lapse of concentration there by the mid-off fielder. Blackwood moves on to 7. The score 16 for 3. Of course, the target is 84. Now, you're quite right, Darwin. And under this administration, they've got a clear pathway. So they've got every opportunity to step up and stake their claim. No one has actually done that as yet. I think Bonner's set back, he was they were looking at him with number 3. He was looking at being number 3, but the concussions that he was getting and things like that, I think that's why they moved him down a bit. Round the wicket, Khalid this time into the left-handed Campbell. Campbell stays on 6, the score 16 for 3. But you're quite right, somebody needs to take it by the scruff of the neck and say, hey, look at me.
Yeah, I mean, and historically we've had from Viv Richards to Richie Richardson. After Richie Richardson, we had the introduction of Brian Lara, who came in, and the world knew when our number 3 walked in, he's going to turn the pressure around, and we just don't seem to have that player.
Khalid in again, he appeals for LBW. Looked like it got down leg as it's turned backward of square by Campbell. And wait for the signal from the umpire. Yes, a leg by, so that takes the score up to 17 for 3. Yeah, and everybody knew who he was and what he was capable of. And you're quite right, since then, we haven't had anybody who's established themselves as a true number 3.
And that continues to, we could say 3, 4, and 5, but the structure has to be built around someone. And the team is searching for that. So if you're a young cricketer, 18, 19, 16, door is open. Everyone is looking for someone. Time to hit some balls on a string or work harder on your game.
Khalid into Blackwood, who's up on his toes and punching it firmly up to mid-off. There is no run. late in the day here on day 3, and what an entertaining, exciting day we've had. Bangladesh fighting back, resuming this morning on 50 for 2, still 112 runs behind West Indies, and at lunch 115 for 6. They were still 47 behind. A wonderful partnership of 123 between Captain Shakib Alasan and Nurul. Brought them right back into the match, that they're able to set a target, although once Shakib went, the last 4 fell for 13 to set a target at 84. West Indies losing 3 quick wickets early. It's Blackwood again defending that back towards the bowler, who can't pick it up on his follow-through, but it's tidied up to end the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies in pursuit of 84 for victory, are 17 for 3. Campbell is on 6 and Blackwood is on 7.
Yes, and these two batsmen are going to bat regularly. They're going to eliminate as many chances from around them as they can. They are both stroke players. Campbell doesn't like to stick around and get too many dot balls. Blackwood is even more so that type of player. But their team is in a spot of butter. They've had 2 fast bowlers, both bowling 4 overs. 9 runs and 7 runs respectively, Rahman and Ahmed, and with Ahmed taking 3 wickets. So Captain Alasan defending his 84-run target quite well. And Terry, when you have the classifications of team according to the ICC ranking, you're beginning to see the 2-tier system and what it actually means when you have teams that are similar in terms of their performance and their structure and their quality of play. It kind of comes back around. Even with a poor performance in the first inning, this team is still able to press West Indies. And it speaks to the need for the West Indies team to be able to elevate their performance to break through to the top ranking of the top level of the ICC ranking.
Changing bowler from the commentary end as Mahidi comes into the attack, and that's turned down towards the fine leg area by Campbell for a comfortable 2. Score moves on to 19 for 3, and Campbell moves on to 8. Yes, and to be fair, the longer this match has gone on, the better Bangladesh have played. West Indies haven't been at their best. They did very well in the morning session. There's Mahidi in again to Campbell, and Campbell again tucking this through the mid-wicket region, looking for 2. They're coming back, and well-judged run there by the fleet-footed Blackwood. So 2 more to the total, 2 more to Campbell. He moves to 10, the total 21 for 3. But they didn't bat all that well, or maybe didn't apply themselves as well as they could have. Many well over 500 dot balls in that innings. The rotation of strike was a problem. There's Mahidi in again, and that's turned once again into the onside by Campbell for an easy single. He moves on to 11, the score 22 for 3.
Yeah, he's not getting it right, Mahidi. And over pitching along the wrong line, just outside the legs of Campbell. He keeps turning it into the mid-off area. It's left-handed, and maybe just bowling to the left-hander makes it a little bit more difficult. He would have a more natural approach here with the right-hander. See how Blackwood negotiates him.
Coming over the wicket to the right-handed Blackwood, and that one is given some air and just pushed to the backward point fielder by Blackwood, and there is no run. Score remains on 22 for 3. Blackwood is on 7. Bangladesh would love to throw the cat amongst the pigeons with another wicket or 2 before stumps tonight, as Blackwood on the back foot punching it through the mid-wicket area. Fielder comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to a single. Takes the score up to 23 for 3. Blackwood moves to 8. But yes, and just getting back to the West Indies batting is one thing, learning to occupy the crease, but you still need to rotate the strike. You still need to keep the scoreboard ticking, or, you can put unnecessary pressure on yourself, as Campbell hits that high over the extra cover region and into the boundary for 4. Desperate effort there by the fielder in Eberdot. Tried to flick it back, but unfortunately for himself, he fell over the rope with the ball. 4 runs to Campbell to end the over. And at the end of the over, the score goes up to 27 for 3.
Yes, I think he may have injured himself there, Terry.
Yes, he took a fairly nasty tumble and grabbed his knee
almost immediately.
Straight after.
He is flexing it, but walking off gingerly.
They certainly wouldn't want to lose him. He's
coming back on the field.
Good prospect, and
I think he's back on the field. He just got a little bruised.
And he's bowled well, has Eberdot. Campbell moves to 15. The score 27 for 3. And after comments from Darwin Telemark, it will be the voice of Jack Matthew.
Yes, and certainly the Campbell smashing that one, took advantage of it. The field was wide open. And he got 4. West Indies 27 for 3. Campbell knows that he needs to stay in. He has to get a not out here. That would do him a world of good. And his vice captain, Blackwood, would also certainly like to guide this ship home. They are both well known to each other. They played for representing Jamaica. Know each other's game well as they battle here for the West Indies.
Khalid is in, and Blackwood is punching the ball off the back foot into the extra cover position, and can't get a run for it. That looks to be Tamim Iqbal doing the fielding. 27 for 3. So the West Indies, after a nervous start in pursuit of that 84, a clatter of wickets to begin with. But now they must be reading a lot more easier, seeing the score 27 for 3. And, hoping that these two will bat until the close, because the target is not going to be reached in the remaining time. So they'll be hoping that there will be no more alarms for the West Indies, and they'll be able to bat until the end. Whereas Bangladesh will be hoping that they'll pick up a couple more wickets before the close and have the West Indies just pondering, maybe having a nightmare or two overnight, going into the 4th day tomorrow. Just have to wait and see. Here is Khalid, who has been responsible for the early action and the early disaster for the West Indies. Ball, which was an attempted cut shot, really. He was on the back, he was trying to hit it into the offside in the vicinity of cover point. Blackwood not being able to get the timing into the stroke. And John Campbell has come down to have a word with him, suggesting there that perhaps the ball was too close to him for that sort of stroke.
Came a little faster on him than he anticipated and knocked it into the ground in front of him.
Khalid, on his way, goes past umpire Gaffney, and it's turned into the onside and he'll get a single. They return fire to the keeper's end as John Campbell looked to make his ground, and so they got it quite comfortably in the end. Campbell is 15. He'll be on a man and strike. Blackwood now on 9, 28 for 3. The target 84 for 1-0 lead in the 2-match test series between the West Indies and Bangladesh. The early wickets going down. First, it was the captain, Craig Brathwaite. He was caught down the leg side by Nur Al Hassan of the bowling of Ahmed Khalid for 1. Then Raymond Reefer was caught by the wicketkeeper as well, not getting his glove out of the way. He went for 2. And then Nkrumah Bonner was bowled comprehensively for no score. Khalid picking up all 3 wickets. He comes in now around the wicket, and this is outside the off stump to the left-handed John Campbell, and he allows the ball to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper Hassan.
Yes, and I'm sure Khalid is having a time of his life here. He's bowling against the West Indies. These Asian countries love playing in the West Indies, against the West Indies, with the West Indies playing over at their homes. They are West Indian fans. They are playing against a big team here, and I'm sure he's enjoying getting the success he has so far this afternoon.
Comes in again, and he's driving into the offside and beautifully through the offside as well. It goes square for 4. It was a square drive, a ball of full length, and he really put bat to ball on that occasion. He drove it beautifully, and it went down to the cover point position for 4 runs. 4-2, left-handed Jamaican and West Indies batsman, and he would really be happy about that. His confidence would be buoyed by playing that shot. Wonderful execution.
Lovely shot.
By John Campbell.
Lovely shot, and that will do him a lot of good. It was wide, it was full, it got what it deserved. Lovely shot by Campbell.
He's on to 19, 32 for 3. Khalid in to bolt him once more. He's driving, this time not getting the timing. And he goes rather slowly down to the mid-off position. The final ball of the over, 32 for 3. The West Indies score 19 Campbell and 9 to Blackwood.
And Campbell building on here, he's got 19 of 26. And he's got 19 of the 32 runs for the West Indies. And he's still in there. He's not out. He wants to stay not out. He wants to get up to the total. West Indies needs 52 more runs. And certainly that's an easy target in terms of runs to be achieved with wickets in hand. And still, with the quality of batters you have, both those that are in and those to come, that should be very, very easy. There should be limited pressure, but with 3 wickets down, that's where the pressure comes. So these two have been able to stabilize things a bit. And based on the bowling that we're seeing here, I think it should be easy for them to do it. But nothing is easy when you're playing cricket and trying to concentrate and not make mistakes. And that's the whole hallmark of Test cricket, is to expose your skill, play for long periods, and make minimal mistakes. And we've had a few from some of our batters so far in this innings.
Mahedi, the off spinner, 4 wickets in the first innings, looking for his first in the second, and puts this one up to the right-handed Jermaine Blackwood. He's forward, and he goes down to the mid-on area. He's kept on 9. Mahedi, 132 wickets now in Test cricket, came into the match with 128. He bowls to Blackwood. Blackwood is taken on the pad. An appeal led by the slip fielder, that's the captain, Shakib Al-Hassan, supported by the bowler. And Campbell has called Jermaine Blackwood down for a little mid-pitch conversation as well. They're trying to bat until the close. The close will come at about 5:30. Here is the off-spin, and Blackwood is clipping the ball away straight to the man at the straightish mid-wicket position. Ball leaving the bat quickly. It was well timed, but couldn't get past the fielder. 32 for 3. The target 84. This one is flighted, and the batsman is driving again nicely into the offside, coming purposefully onto the front foot and driving the ball along the ground, but straight out to Rahman at that mid-off position. Can't score. He remains on 9. And Blackwood again just playing into the onside this time and away to that straight mid-wicket fielder.
Not taking any chances, Blackwood. Putting back to ball quite nicely.
Settles over his bat again, and he's forward. Very confidently forward as well. No trouble whatsoever. And he goes to the right of the bowler. Mahedi follows through, and he fields to his own bowling. The West Indies need 84 to win the Test match. They're 32 for 3, 19 Blackwood, 9 Blackwood and 19 to Campbell.
Yes, and Blackwood is what I would say more of the traditional West Indies batter. He plays shots differently than some of the batsmen that you watch. His bat lift speaks to how he strikes the ball. His bat speed looks a lot faster than many, and he plays shots off the back foot, both square up the wicket, pushing back at the delivery, the short of the length ball. Instead of pushing it dead flat in front of him, he comes back and punches it. Richie Richardson will do some of those quite nicely. We don't see so much of that coming from our young batters. Blackwood is one of the few remaining batsmen and that you see come back. Hetmeyer does some of that as well, but you see that from Blackwood. The pull, the back foot drives, the square cuts, even the two that he missed earlier. in my mind, he looks the part of an old, well-made-up West Indies batter, and it'd be nice to see if he could put all those pieces together with some confidence and form and turn his fortunes around, maybe even go back up the order. But you really need to get a batter that can come in and dominate for your team, and we're lacking that at this point.
Khalid continues. In fact, it's Eberdot who comes in, and the ball is crashed away and has gone away for 4 runs. Good shot from Campbell again. So he's really growing in confidence now. He has 23 from 27. The score's rushed up to 36-4-3.
Yes, that was what you'd say in Barbados, a bare long hop. It was really short and dispatched quite well, and it got all the meat of the middle of the bat and rushed away for 4 runs. Well played, Campbell.
So Eberdot having his first ball. Mustafa Rahman opened the bowling. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. Khalid Ahmed, 5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 14. Eberdot around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. He's slashing outside the off-stump and misses. There, I think he was undone by the height of that delivery, maybe a bit more pace as well. But his eyes opened and he was going for that cut shot. He missed it, taken by the wicket keeper.
Done in by some pace there. Oh, definitely done in by pace. It was faster. It was 130 plus. And the first one was short. He middled it well. And this one a little faster. And he got himself in a little bit of bother there. It could have gotten an edge. It didn't. And he lives to fight another day. But he's playing positively. He's trying to bat according to what's coming at him. And if he dispatches those deliveries appropriately, then he should be doing well. But he has to stay there. Can't put this team under any more pressure than it already is.
He's on to 23. 36 for 3. West Indies need 84 to win the test match. There are 3 slips in place as Eberdot comes in around the wicket and Campbell allows the ball to go by, this time outside the line of the off stump. It was close to him. Wasn't all that short as well. And so he would have really been flirting with danger to go after that delivery outside the line of the off stump. Allow the wicketkeeper to do the honours. So the West Indies, having dominated, rocked back in pursuit of this small target of 84. There is Eberdot, and is outside the off stump, trying to test the batsman, but Campbell just jumps across his stumps and allowing that ball to be taken by wicketkeeper Nurul Hassan once more. So these two staging a revival. At one point, the West Indies were really in shambles. 3 for 9, or 9 for 3. And now they're 36 for 3. Here is Eberdot, and it's short and cut away down to the sweeper at the backward point position. So only 1 run there for Campbell, but he got on top of that one and played with the horizontal bat down to the sweeper position. He gets a run, which carries him to 24. And the West Indies are 37 for 3. So Brathwaite fell for 1, Raymond Reefer for 2, and then Kuma Bonner, no score. The batsman dismissed so far in the West Indies second innings. So it will be Jermaine Blackwood to face. Sellers over his bat now, and Eberdot runs in, bowls, and it's a steer down to third man, hitting high up on the bat and down to the vacant third man position for 4 runs. Wasn't in total control there, but he got it away from the fielder at that third slip position and down to the boundary for 4. The West Indies, with that boundary, they go into the 40s, and the score is now 40 for 3.
Certainly, Blackwood playing a deliberate shot there. He played it and didn't even look. He knew exactly what he was doing. And he continues to show that he's going to play in deference to what is expected of him. He's going to still take some risk, which is certainly not something that would be advised right now. Because that ball was a little wide outside the off stump. He could have left it alone. But he played at it. He likes to play square up the wicket, and he did so again. And got 4 runs to it. It was a little airy, too airy for his coaches, I'm sure. But he got away with it, and he's still there on 13. West Indies 41 for 3. These two are pulling this thing together. And skipper Shakib Al-Hassan is realizing that it's not going to be so easy. He's coming on now. His back is hurting. But Jack is going to try again for his country.
Yes, Shakib Al-Hassan played a good role with the bat in both innings. Got 2 half centuries. And now he's with the ball. He left arm spinner. And Campbell stands up straight, allows the ball to come onto the face of the bat. He goes into the onside. There's a short leg in place and there's a slip. Those are the close catches as Shakib Al-Hassan is in. And Campbell is back and squaring up. The hands went up in the air of the bowler. Shakib Al-Hassan thought he had breached the defense there of Campbell. Campbell was rather watchful there and circumspect in his approach. This time he's forward and then back. And hits it with the middle of the bat and he rolls up to extra cover. West Indies need 43 more runs to win. 41 for 3. The target 84. And Campbell is back and plays it down to the deepish mid-on position. There is Tamim Iqbal to do the fielding. He's in an unusual position. He's deep and he's very, very straight at that mid-on position. And the bat, the shot that Campbell played, he played it down to me almost with a horizontal bat. It was quite unusual.
It was a pretty risky shot, but he was a bit tangled up as well, and the ball didn't come up the ground that much.
Shakib Al-Hassan into Blackwood, and Blackwood is forward, looking very, very confident, very assured in playing that defensive push on the onside of the pitch. Goes down and prods at the pitch in front of him as we near the end of the third day's play in this 5-day test match. And the batsman is forward, and it goes along the pitch. The bowler picks up 13 is Blackwood, 25 to Campbell. They have been steadying the ship after it hit a rock early on, or maybe iceberg, if you will, but they've quickly mended the leakage, and so the West Indies now are in a much better position. They'll be breathing a lot easier at 42 for 3, target 84.
Yes, and I'm sure there's a little message that just came out from the substitute fielder. We brought them some water, but I know the message is just bring it on home this evening. No more risks. Bat properly. If the bad delivery comes, you can dispatch it, but take no risk and just try to bring this thing home with no more wickets down.
Eberdot looking for one as he comes into bowl to Campbell. Campbell is playing and missing outside the line of the off stump. And then just goes away on the other side of the stumps, outside the leg stump, to try and compose himself.
He was actually shadow playing. He wasn't playing at that delivery. He played well inside of it, and he picked up the line pretty early and knew he was never going to go after that delivery. So
Eberdot is on his way to bowl team once more, and Campbell is playing this time, and he goes into the offside, just dabbing the ball away. They set off for the run. Now Blackwood is quite quick between the wickets, and he was keen to come. And this was a part of the West Indies' first innings that was absent in terms of the quick running between the wickets. They would have had probably 300 plus had this been employed, but there was a lot of stabbing at the ball and not looking for the quick singles. But we saw evidence there of a push towards trying to get the quick singles, and they got a quick one there.
Well, I'm sure these two have batted together a long time, and they are telling themselves, let's pull this together.
41 now needed, 43 for 3, and he's defending Blackwood. So ball just angled into him from Eberdot, and it's picked up in the offside. So Khalid in the first innings picked up 2 wickets, and in the second he has had 3. Now Eberdot is yet to get a wicket in the second innings as he comes in from the far end. And Blackwood is turning it away. They have crossed for one. They'll look for the second here. Yes, they'll get it quite comfortably. The mid-on comes around and picks the ball up, but they're back for the second. In the first innings, he had 2 for 65 of 28 overs, Eberdot. And really bowled well. The first innings, bowled with a lot of heart, and troubled several of the West Indian batsmen. And was one of the bowlers responsible for the decline by the West Indies when 5 wickets tumbled for just over 40 runs.
I'm sure the situation out there today has raised the sense of purpose of these two batters. So you've seen 2 different players out there this evening.
Eberdot is in, and Blackwood is driving. Doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat, and he goes down to backward point. An easy single. There's a fielder deep at that point position. And Blackwood gets another run, carries him to 16, 46 for 3. So the 50 around the corner. And so is the close of play. Could well be the last over before the close.
Seems that way. And the batsmen are trying to ensure that happens as well.
And that's something you used to do, didn't you?
It's typical. I'm sure the message came out from the coach. They are not allowed to slow things down, but they can certainly take their time.
We are watching Eberdot, and Campbell will get a run here. Ball hits in the face of the bat. He was playing, I think, a lot straighter on that occasion, and the mid-on having to come around, and they got a single for it. So it's 47 for 3. Blackwood has 16 and Campbell on 27, and perhaps we'll have one final over before the umpires call it stumps. Yes, we will have one more over.
Yes, that was clear. And, Jack, you can certainly relate to the issue of taking too much time to do whatever you want to do. England just learnt how hefty a price you pay when you waste the time of the umpires and the other team. And I think they lost 40% of their match fees as a result, although it was an amazing test match.
Yeah. They lost points too.
Yes,
so
they lost
match fees and points.
Yes.
First ball from Mahedi is hit down to Tamim Iqbal at that straight, deep mid-on position. And one to Campbell. He's on to 28, 48 for 3.
And Jack, when you think about Test cricket and people saying that Test cricket is going away, there's no more beautiful spectacle than what you watched the other day. I mean, that was amazing.
Shakib Al-Hassan, correction, is not Mahedi, but Shakib, and his second delivery is pushed away by Blackwood down to mid-on. And we were saying a few days ago the influence of T20 cricket was certainly stamped on that batting performance by Bairstow.
It was evident, not just by Bairstow, by the entire English team.
Blackwood is back and plays off the back foot into the offside, just going back and punching the ball. Not the full-blooded swing, but enough to get the ball into the deep. And they cross one easy single. Blackwood 17 now, 49 for 3. So the 50 looms large now for the West Indies. And here is a good delivery. And John Campbell was kind of searching for it. Eventually it hit the face of his bat and just dropped away. There's a short leg in place for anything that leaves the bat in the air. And there is a slip as the other close fielder. And he's now coming positively onto the front with a nice flowing drive out to mid-off. And there is
Bradford
no run for that.
Just took off his gloves. He knows it's the last delivery. He's going down. He's making sure it is.
So, one ball left in day 3, and John Campbell survives. He plays it back along the pitch, picked up by the bowler, and the umpires remove the bails because we've ended the third day's play. And what a day's play we have had in this first test match between the West Indies and Bangladesh. Bangladesh eventually being bowled out for 245 after showing some resilience, led by the captain Shakib Al-Hassan and the wicket keeper Inur Al-Hassan. They put on 123 for the 7th wicket to turn it around from 109 for 6 to that 200 245, setting the West Indies 84 to win. And then we had a clat of wickets to begin with, and the West Indies were tottering at 9 for 3. But there has been a rebuilding exercise between Blackwood and Campbell, and they've batted to the close with the West Indies 49 for 3, chasing 84 to win the match.
Yes, and Jack, if you could have taken away at least 80 of those dot balls into singles in the West Indies first innings, the game would have been over. West Indies would have won. We probably would not have had as many wickets down as you just did. And so when you evaluate a cricket match, you don't just evaluate the score, which is 3 wickets down for 49. You have to evaluate all the aspects of it. How did you bowled out the team for a very low score? They came out and you scored more than they did, but you gave away too many in not taking the twos, not dispatching the bad deliveries, not turning over the strike, not putting any pressure on the bowling team. And as you didn't take these advantages, you really didn't use the situation that your bowlers gave you to the fullest advantage. And so now that you would have gone back to bowl at the team, they came back a little bit more resilient against you, and they've actually, obviously, West Indies should get to the total, but you're going to get there in a typical fashion of having to scratch and fight instead of showing the ability to step in and dominate against a team that showed up on the first day as not really being up to your level. And we're kind of showing that maybe the teams are not so far apart in terms of overall capacity and performance. So, however, it's been a grueling day's play. Both teams are fighting, and West Indies will continue to do so.
Yes, and the day started with Bangladesh, with West Indies 50 for 2. In fact, it was Bangladesh 50 for 2. The West Indies having made 265 yesterday, and the Bangladesh closing the second day on 50 for 2. And then they slipped to that 109 for 6 before they had that partnership of 123 between the captain Shakib Al-Hassan and Nurul Hassan, with the skipper making 63 and Nurul Hassan top scoring with 64. Another highlight of that Bangladesh second innings was the bowling of Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach getting 5 wickets in that Bangladesh second innings, and carrying his haul of 5-wicket hauls in Test cricket to 10, and his overall tally to 249. So come second Test match at the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia, he'll be on the verge of 250 Test wickets and should be able to get it in that Test match. So 265 the West Indies in reply to 103 by Bangladesh, and Bangladesh batting a second time got up to 245, with Kemar Roach leading the way with a 4-wicket haul. Kemar Roach continuing to perform well for the West Indies, has shown a lot of consistency.
Now, certainly, if you are able to keep your line and get your pace up, you're going to get wickets. He's proven that. He's not bowling as fast as he used to when he was a much younger player, but he's smarter. He understands what the batters are doing and how to counteract their actions. He's way more experienced cricketer, and we saw that on display here. So he's going to continue to use his wit, use his experience and the knowledge as he's learned over these many years of playing at this level to his advantage. Keep taking wickets, and let's just hope he stays healthy and he can continue to perform for the West Indies team.
Yes, and the West Indies, therefore, having dispatched the Bangladesh batsmen for 245. We left with 84 to win the match, and we felt that it would have been a foregone conclusion with only 84 runs required, and with the likes of Brathwaite, who made 94 in the first innings, coming out to start. Campbell had a good start as well in the first innings, but we saw the early wicket going down of Craig Brathwaite. He fended at a ball. He tried to flick a ball which was heading down the leg side. and edged it to Nuran Hassan, and he departed off the bowling of Khalid. And then we saw very, very quickly after that Raymond Reefer not pulling his glove out of the line of danger and gloving a ball to the wicket keeper. He departed for just 2. And then we had Nkrumah Bonner being bowled by the same bowler, Khalid Ahmed, for no score. The West Indies were rocked back at 9 for 3.
Yes, I think if I was to just go backwards with what you just did, I think Reefer is misplaced. I think that's my opinion. He is a very, very excellent cricketer. I watched him bowl today, and this young man has energy, interest. He wants to do well. He wants to work hard at it. I just think that his bowling looks a major part of his game, and I don't think he was actually bowled as much as he should have. I found that when he was bowling, he looked way more interested and aggressive than even when we gave Seals the new ball. Maybe we should have continued with him a little bit. So he does look the part of being at this level. I just don't think that number 3 is a spot that I would slot him in and give him a better chance lower down the order. I think his out clearly represents a bit of pressure. He came in, he's a young player. We probably should have sent Bonner in. They didn't. They sent him in, and he was undone, I think, by just not being sure if he should be going after it or leaving it, and in the end he got undone. Bonner didn't go out. Just wasn't sure what to do, got bowled down, and Brathwaite played a very soft shot. And sometimes the most defiant batter in the world, the man who takes the most balls to get out, can sometimes give it away so easily. And we saw that today. It's once in a moment that you see that happening, though, because Brathwaite doesn't give away his wicket very easily. And today, it was just unfortunate that happened. They pulled it together nicely, Campbell and Blackwood, and hopefully tomorrow these two batsmen can stay out there and complete what would be quite a good victory for the West Indies team, notwithstanding some of the wobbles that we've seen.
In terms of the bowling for Raymond Reefer, he had none for 17 from 5 overs. Kyle Mayers had 2 for 30, again showed consistency, the ability to move the ball late. Gudakesh Moti in his very first test match, none for 42 from 15, still searching for his first test victim. Alzari Joseph again followed up with his 3-wicket haul in the first with 3 more, 3 for 55 from 19. Jaden Seals, none for 45 from 14. And Kemar Roach with that 5-wicket haul, 5 for 53 of 24.5 and bowling 10 maidens in the process. So the West Indies will need 35 runs tomorrow to formalize the result. I do not think we will have the drama that we had at the start of the West Indies second innings tomorrow.
You keep doing that, Jack.
I keep doing it because
you know what we call that in the Caribbean? We call that goat mouth.
Goat mouth.
Just leave it, man.
Well, I'm talking from the aspect of a sheep. I'm gonna.
You said it earlier. We got 3 wickets down. Leave it alone.
Leave it alone.
Let's wait to see what happens tomorrow.
35 tomorrow to win, and they will resume. They will resume tomorrow on 49 for 3. So they need 35. It will be Jermaine Blackwood on 17 and John Campbell on 28. Going into day 4, the West Indies require 35 to win. We'll have coverage of that here on ABS on Point FM. So until then, Jack Matthew, on behalf of all the commentators, including Darwin Telemack, saying goodbye from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Have a good evening.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. You just heard commentaries on the West Indies Bangladesh series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited. Available only from Total Import Supplies.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.